Hello? Hello. Okay, this is gonna be a little unusual. Yeah. No, I just thought like I did that stream. When was that? 2 weeks ago or so, 2.5 weeks ago, as I used to do, and I just have a bunch of records to sort here. So I thought, yeah, I'll go to the studio and do these things that I delete afterwards. So if anyone wants to join and chit chat, that's the moment. I think I'll do that for an hour and a half or so. Nothing special. So if anyone comes up, then I'll go on with this live. Otherwise, I'll just keep on with my my business. Huh? And yeah, this is totally unscheduled. So as usual, don't expect too much. Just remember, I was showing these records yesterday, the main ones, and I stumbled upon this one. Hello, Torsten. Yeah. Yeah, so this is an EP of Main remixed by Paul Kendall, who used to do the sound of Depeche Mode, Paul Schütze from Australia, Jim O'Rourke, and himself. But what's funny is that it included this. The only way to get a special 7-inch, 200 copies only, available for a lottery which will be held May 4th, 1994. I got the 7-inch. Yeah, which means that there's a reason why this was never sent. There's no the fact that this was never sent is probably one of the reasons why I have that 7-inch. Winners will be notified by post. Only one entry per person. But bribes will be welcome. Okay. Hello, Zeb. Hello, William. Just a fun little record. I'm actually after a main record. That's one of the very few bands I'm still after a record of in the periphery of indie. But again, like that Spaceman 3 7-inch I showed, I played yesterday, it's almost like not a novelty record, but how did Bobby put it? A curio. hello, William, Ray Wilson, and Rag Trouser, vinylist, the poet. Uh-huh. Oh yeah. Huh. Robert Hampson from Loop and Maine split 10-inch with Cindy Talk. Also sort of old 80s post-punk experimental band. Used to be a trio, I think, and now it's they still exist, but it's only the one person trance, if I remember correctly. Yes, not much happening, huh? Hello KS. Salut. Yeah, this is just me sorting some records, and if anyone wants to come up to chat, unless you're from the Fasci stream, then that's fine. Yeah, okay, maybe that's a good time to learn how to pin the invite link. I never figured out how to do that. I think Romuald told me I had to do that from the YouTube. So bear with me for a second. Okay, no, that's not the way to. Oh, maybe, yeah. There you go. Now I figured it out. Parfait. Yeah, anything you guys want to discuss? Any topics? Anything happening in KS, in Fred's collecting life? Is that one of your weekends off, Fred? It's just a mess here. So anyone's been digging today? Anything? I'm not gonna say much unless you guys come on. So that's fine. Hey Marius. Marius, tell me more about the shops I recommended you in France. If you care for the CD, you mean? Wait, the Warp Sampler. Which one is that? Okay, Oh, they did a. Okay, I don't remember that, but that's the kind of stuff they used to do. So yeah. That's fine. Can you hear me? Like the mic is a little bit far away. Can you hear me fine, or should I do something different? More about musique concrète, hein? Well, I would say go online and listen to Parmigiani. Thank you, Baleric. Listen to Parmigiani's dedans, dehors, inside, outside. it's a good place to start, maybe. But discovering more about musique concrète, it's weird how have you suddenly kind of become a specialist of something without really noticing, and from an outsider perspective, which I am, the thing is that the techniques of musique concrète are everywhere now in all sorts of music production level, or almost. And there's a famous plugin, quite a powerful one, called GRM Tools. I'm sure they've updated it. There's newer versions, but during the early 2000s, 2010, this was something massive, highly regarded, that people were using even in pop music. All right, I will. Oh, okay. Artificial intelligence 2 is not a sampler. It's all original tracks, except you might have, if you have, I mean, it was released as a double CD and a triple vinyl plus a bonus 12-inch, and I believe there was a single CD version of that was a sort of sampler of the compilation. But I'm not 100% sure about that. Yeah, see, and is it the red one? I bought the double CD back then the vinyl version, then the VHS version, as it came in Japan with a video, the VHS of the. They did produce some artificial intelligence virtual reality videos for a selection of the tracks. It was fun. I mean, it looks horribly dated now, but I mean, even then it looked quite dated, very fast. Yeah, it's up there. My jacket is not in that good condition. I wish I had a better one. That's a record I listened a lot to. That was definitely an important record. Oh, here's a funny one. On Folkways, I used an excerpt of that record for a recent Instagram post. Yeah. Well, yeah, but like 30 years ago, it had a lot to do with the all the William Gibson stuff, the cyberpunk. That was really en vogue back then. The writer, they did that terrible movie with Kenny Reeves, Johnny Mnemonic. The uncle of my friend here, my neighbor, produced that movie, and yeah, that didn't pan out financially the way they hoped. Deservingly so. All right. No, okay. Which one is that again, Marius? I know you won't come on screen to show it, but they just reissued an album of his that was like 20 years old or something, and it's a good one. I think there's new artwork or so. Very delicate, drony ambient, if I remember correctly. Yeah, sometimes when you got records up there, here, and somewhere else, it's you have to do the chores. That's what I say. To bring up some records, bring down. 2009. Okay, I'm not sure, Marius. I don't remember the name. Let me quickly look. Oh yeah. Yeah, that one is pretty good. Yeah, I remember when I bought it when it was released. Well, yeah, the origin. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the one. Yeah, for the 15 years anniversary or something. Then, Kenichi. Man, all these things getting reissued, insane, huh? Funnily enough, that record is. I'm ambivalent about that one. I was considering buying it recently, and I didn't in the end. It's good. It's good. But I already got some really nice Kenichi stuff. I think his best stuff is under another name, though. The name escapes me now. It's on ESP, I think. What's new, huh? Well, if you watched the stream from yesterday, you will know, Marius. But yeah, one of the highlights of the week. There was a bunch, but getting this, an original. Spanish industrial avant-garde fusion. I think you would love it. There's an upcoming record I pre-ordered that I'm really excited about. It's a box set of unreleased tape music by Hans-Joachim Rodelius from Cluster. It's a 4 LP box set on Greenland, and do I? Okay, that's your opinion. And yeah, that one I it's fairly priced. I think it's like around 85 euros. 4 LP box set. They said it's limited. They didn't say for how many. The one that came out on a Bureau B like 10, 12 years ago, of similar material, that one goes for like 300 euros now. It was more expensive when it was released, though. But they still did. I don't know how many they did, but they probably did 500. But it's it's krautrock related, so. So one of the highlights of yesterday. I don't know if you can see, but it's hand painted and pasted jacket. You can't really see the acrylic reflection in the paint. This is a weird record, but in all the best ways. And I had been it had been on my radar because I was massively after that record that I played yesterday. Total freak guitar improv weirdness, and yeah, that was a big hit. I mean, I got it. When was that? 2 weeks ago or so, and basically a guy who had a reggae collection, who got a reggae collection and had these 2 records in the collection, and I was made aware of that, and I jumped on it. Barely discussed the price. Price was not cheap, but it was fair, and it was not super expensive. I think I paid for the 2 of them, including shipping, something like 120 for records that are basically private presses. Probably did like 200 copies, handmade jackets. That's pretty cool. Hello, Thomas. Yeah. No music here either right now. I'm just sorting things, and if anyone wants to jump on screen, there's the link in the pinned up in the chat. I'll put it back here just in case I didn't manage to do what I planned. This won't be very long, and I'll probably I will discard this later unless something some interesting discussions happens. But yeah. Ooh. Oh, I have forgotten about this. So the punch holes on this are the catalog number, and this is number 398 on 500, if I remember correctly. This is the split series on Fat Cat, a log, which is a Norwegian electronic project, an Astral Social Club, American or UK, UK psychedelic rock band. Oh yeah, I have forgotten. Design, Obsessive Eye. Obsessive Eye was a fanzine from the UK that ran for 3 issues. I bought the number 3, maybe 2, at the rough trade shop. They used to have like 7 inches of exclusive or somewhat exclusive stuff in it, and it was a nice fanzine. They were like talking about all the cool cutting edge stuff of the time, and also some of the upcoming stuff. Well, it's pretty radical. That's good. Hello, Richard. You want to come on, Richard? For a little while. Hello, Claude. Salut, Paul. Yeah. Oh, this one was a good. How would you put it? Yeah, really cool arrival this week. Romanian spectral music by the Romanian French saxophonist Daniel Kienzi, with compositions for him by these composers, including Stockhausen. It's like incredible record. Well, did you do it? Did you make the rice, or did you buy it? Late? No. No one can be late on something that was not scheduled, huh? Gina. Okay. I know a Gina record. You know, when I do the streams, often it's a bit chaotic. I don't have time to put the records back in their inner sleeves, in their jackets, in their plastic sleeves. So, yeah, today is in tendence a little bit. But, yeah, usually after the streams on Friday, I spend half an hour editing the copy of the description and adding some hashtags describing what was played during the stream, not necessarily exactly the exact details, but like, yeah, enough references so you would know or suspect. And often I spend like another hour just listening back to what I played that made a different impact on me than before. Dame Area. I don't know about that, Richard. Mr. Zosh. Yeah, it's sometimes it happens like that. Oh, last week on my French stream, I showed a record that I didn't play on the Friday stream. I bought it for two reasons. First, because Martial Solal, the jazzman, is part of it, and Robert Vijay. The problem is that there's no music on it. This is literally this is not like theater play or radio play, but it's close to that. It's these people performing all the lingua of air traffic control. It's what? Yeah, you heard it right. And it came with tons of inserts by the people who commissioned this. This is a sort of library record. It came out on a library label, but it's really, really odd. And I didn't pay much for it, but if I had known, I wouldn't have paid for it. I wouldn't have gotten it. But thankfully, it came with a bunch of scratches. I mean, pretty obvious ones. Yeah, here. There you go. And the record was sold to me as like near mint or something good. So I told the guy, "Oh, I'm sorry, but the record is far from that." And that was actually before I even listened to the record. So I was at first I was bummed because I might have to buy it again now. But the guy, like, he was totally fine. He he refunded me everything, shipping, like instantly. He didn't like stale or anything. And then I listened to it and like, oh, I don't need that record at all. But okay, I got it for free in a way. So I got the information. A monthly budget devoted to vinyl purchase? No, not at all. I mean, the support to the weekly Friday stream, people tipping me, has become a large part of my record investigation budget. But kind of depends what is released and what I find available, or whatever new rabbit holes I find myself in. Like since yesterday, I've been doing some deep dive into a label. I already have about 20 releases, a label from the 60s, 70s, and today I was listening. I found like a YouTube link of the whole, like a triple LP box set or package, and I need this. This is insane. This is, and and I mean that was a literally insane recording, considering where it's from and when it's from, and how it sounds like something from today. And yeah, so I've been setting up in motion like ways to get it at the correct price, because for that one it wasn't really the case. But well, I also hope I'll find a few of these records from that label in Den Bosch in a month. Bedouin Ascent reissue. Oh, I didn't know there was reissues of his. I like Bedouin Ascent. I think his records are interesting. I think they're always worth listening. Not all of them. I mean, he doesn't he has his brother on some records, Kinsuit Biwas. I think his name is something Biwas. Tell me, Fred. And he does electronic music, but his brother is a percussionist, and an acclaimed one. Bedouin Ascent was like a sort of ambient rave project from the UK, and I think Bedouin Ascent is of Pakistani or Indian origin. Yeah. Eh oui, Den Bosch, on y va. Just talked with another guy from Sweden here who's going as well. Salut X Prince Protégé. International Gerausch Orchestra. No. Is it good? Or is it as puzzling as this one? I mean, I think I will still keep it because it's something I can probably use in a mix or something. Oh, maybe I'll play it next week, actually. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I figured it out. And it says something that is intriguing me. To be honest, I skipped through it. There might be some hidden short musical bits in it. But yeah. Here you got the Air Aviateur international alphabet for French people. But I think it's probably close to that in the language of Shakespeare, as we say in French. Oh, okay. Yeah, well. Okay. Okay. I don't know how to take it, X Prince, huh? I mean, Fred, there's a lot of stuff on Rising High that is really bad, or that is really more than average fare. Like never, never get anything on Rising High blindly. A lot of it has some like really tepid breakbeat beats, early breakbeat with a lot of that music is fairly lazy, I would say. But there are some gems on the Rising High label, but they were quite influential. They were kind of like the RNS of England, a little more on the ambient side, though. Yeah, quite more on the ambient side. So they were more like the Apollo. Hello, 808. Oh yeah, yesterday or the day before, fun story. Nurses Wound released a new album, a new record. Basically, they say that like 5 years ago, right before COVID, they were about to do for a special occasion a release of two live tracks from Shoreditch, from two different Shoreditch gigs they did, and that they did the test pressing of it, and I guess COVID, something like that. And hello Perplex, hello GCs, and if anyone wants to join, that's the right time. That would be lovely, by the way. Yeah, so basically a few months ago they were presented with a bill by the pressing plant for the lacquer, the metal parts, and storing of it all. And they thought, oh, okay. And they weren't like, basically they had forgotten, abandoned that project. But because they had to pay the bill, they said, okay, let's do 300 copies of that record. And they offered it for sale on Tuesday. 300 copies, sold out today on the Nurses Wounds website. Andrew Lies had a few copies on his site, but I think he's only offering them as a bundle with two other records, which is like kind of shitty. But not that the records are shitty, but like to force you to get, yeah, well, or maybe he had records individually, but yeah, I grabbed it too, Brandon. It's like when Nurses Wound says anything less than 500, grab it, because it will get sold out, and people who buy this usually keep it. There's more than the 300 people in the world who collect Nurses Wound, and who are not just checking out Nurses Wound. Huh? Yeah, no, that won't happen. But gramophone, is that the no? What was, yeah? That's the shop I was asking you about, Richard. Right, the longest lasting house record shop in Chicago, run by what's the name of the guy? Like, he does some edits. He has a label. Educate us. Well, I'm still waiting for it. 808. I'm sure it's good. I can't imagine they would fuck it up. Hello, Slowthrop. Long time no see. Yeah. I don't know. Has anyone gotten their copy yet and listened to it? I mean, I have the original, so I will be able to compare. But I don't even need to. Like, I mean, it's impossible that the reissue would sound as bad as the original. Plus, yeah, there's so much expectation about that record that they won't. I mean, they know what they're doing. They're doing bank with it. I mean, like, people are happy. It's not too expensive either. Like a 4 LP set, and I think the retail price is like 55 or 60. Hello, Ivan. Biovinyl, what is that? Do they explain what they mean with biovinyl? Not recycled vinyl, huh? Biovinyl. It's... My question is, I mean, I have some knowledge about it, but I just want to be open-minded in a way. Maybe I'm missing something. Yeah, eco-friendly. Eco-friendly, if it sounds good, that means recycled. Oh, no, nice. Absolutely, Richard. Which will probably prompt me to draw some like Chicago house records there and create more chaos, which is what I'm trying to yeah. I mean, 3 weeks ago I had it pretty much under control. Hello, Ed. There we go. Hello, Richard.
Good morning, or at least good morning here.
That was some spicy fried rice.
Yeah, well, not really. Yeah, it's pretty generic that I make up. But yeah, I'll be going to Gramophone later when they open, because I'm thinking of doing a series on Chicago record stores, and I'm going to start with that one. The guy's name is Michael Serafini.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Serafini.
What do you know what his like artist name is?
No, but I know he DJs at a bar up in Andersonville here in Chicago. He tends to do that regularly at the bar Atmosphere. But he had a really bad accident and was seriously injured. And
for those who don't know, Richard lives in Chicago, and we're talking about a shop called Gramophone, which, from my knowledge, was the only shop in Chicago that held to house music when, because you would expect Chicago house, like Chicago would celebrate house music, and it's absolutely not the case. For the longest time, there was only like Smart Bar where you would get like underground, like real Chicago house in clubs. Like,
yeah, and he's got a whole section in this. Well, it's not a big section, but he does have a section that is devoted to Chicago house and a section that is devoted to Detroit house. And then it's a store that caters primarily to either DJs or single collectors. And a lot of very interesting music. With this one here, I picked up. This Altered Circuits, Beatenkust. Anyway,
Beatenkust is I have a record by him. So yeah, he used to do records with a guy called Palomben 2, Beatenkust and Palomben 2. This is like cool electronic music, very melodic, very minimalistic, but very melodic.
Yeah, I was really. That's the nice thing about this store as well, is they have listening stations. Yeah. So if something is already open, because they have a DJ setup in the back, and so they're always playing even brand new releases, and then they'll put them back into the bins, and so sometimes a brand new release will be open, so you can you can give it a listen. But yeah, it's gosh, I don't know how it's been there a long time, and he was very lucky that he didn't get more seriously injured when he fell. He fell through a floor down into the basement on the concrete.
Like a rotten floor? What was the...
Yeah, he was helping. I guess the story goes is that he was helping his partner move either into a house or out of another other house, and the floor collapsed under him, and he fell about 12 feet down into the basement.
Crazy.
Yeah. So
12 feet. Okay, it's not too bad. Like you should, but
it
like,
all depends on how you land.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, when Frank Zappa got pushed off the stage at the Rainbow Theater, that was roughly the same distance, but the way he landed, he was in a wheelchair for months afterwards.
For those who don't know, always count on a Frank Zappa anecdote with Richard.
This is the record I was telling you about, Stunty, the Dom area. It's a Barcelona duo, industrial duo.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. So it's current.
It's brand new.
Oh, is it on Man Queen?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a friend of mine who really... It's a guy from Italy who lives in Berlin, Alessandro Adriani. And he releases a ton of stuff, usually like 200, 300 copies. And it's an interesting lesson in the sense that the dude releases records that don't sell that much. They can't, because like it's usually maximum 500 copies, but he releases enough of them and does that professionally, which means like he gets into the right holders, like, you know, he gets royalties from radios and states and stuff like that. So he actually makes a fairly decent living just out of putting regularly very strange records.
Yeah, it's really the Happy Hippie Vinyl guy recommended it on a...
Oh, the guy from Greece?
No, no, he lives in California. Maybe it's not the Happy Hippie Vinyl guy. I can't remember. Oh, the Opinionated Hippie. That's the one he goes by.
Okay, I don't know that one.
And so I went to Bandcamp and listened to the one song they had available. And before the song was over, I ordered the red vinyl because it was just... But yeah, it's this duo here.
So I assume, okay, yeah, so she has a Throbbing Gristle t-shirt, so that tells you what you need to know. And like the logo they have in the background is almost like a Sidechick TV, Sidechick Youth logo. So, and I will say that's the limit for me. Hello, Pat. With a lot of the stuff that Man Queen is putting out, it's kind of very fan boyish of a certain area of industrial music. And I think a lot of it is good, decent, but doesn't necessarily bring some new perspective. It's more like homage to...
It's definitely has the serious industrial and edge in her screaming, but it also has a very techno danceable rhythm going through it the whole way. So yeah, I could see where this would be it would appeal to a wider audience. But anyway, yeah.
Oh, aren't you like really into Susumu Yokota? Susumu Yokota.
That sounds familiar, but I don't have anything.
Okay.
You know.
I think you would be. I mean, there's so much. He passed away like 10, 15 years ago, if not more. He had a very good body of work on the Leaf label in the UK, but he had tons of releases under different names. This is little thing that was done for an exhibition, and it's like ambient electronic, but very melodic. Lots of loops sometimes, but not always. And this is
Has he collaborated with other people?
yeah.
Yokota, is that the? I'm just typing it into my Discogs to see if I've got. No, I don't have anything. But yeah, I'll give him a listen. Oh, of course, I'll end up spending some money when I go to Gramophone, when that's not a cheap store to shop in.
Yeah. What's the average price for a new, like for example, that LP, that Man Queen LP you showed? How much would they sell it for?
This one here. This.
No, the one you just.
Oh,
showed.
that one I bought online.
Okay.
I bought it from Bandcamp.
So the circuit, the
this
Béton
is
Plus
an EP, so there's 2 songs per side, and it was, I think it was like $24.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah,
that should be like 14, 15 maximum.
Let's see. Last week when I was there, like this one here is this compilation of the Future Sound of London.
Mm-hmm.
And that was almost $50. It's a double album, but so yeah, it can be pricey, and even the 12-inch singles are going to cost a minimum. Even the used ones will probably cost, unless they're just something that there's a zillion copies. You're going to pay at least $9. Or more likely $12 to $15
for the what?
For a 12-inch single.
Yeah, but nowadays I would say, if you go to a shop, yeah, now the price is usually around 12, 13.
Yeah, but he curates them really well in terms of condition, and so I picked.
That. The production price, the production costs for a 12-inch single and a 12-inch LP is the difference is like minimal. Like the only difference is like you'll pay for if you pay for the mastering, well, you pay per amount of tracks, and the lacquer cutting you pay per amount of time per side. But like doing 22 minutes if you're doing both, if you're doing an LP which is usually around 40-45 minutes, and you do an EP that would be, let's say, 13-15 minutes, so that's triple amount, or 3 times less. It won't cost you 3 times less, especially in the end, when the main cost is the actual pressing. The plattering will be the same and the pressing will be the same. So it's only for the cutting that you will pay a little less, but to reflect that in the cost it's very minimal. So when you're getting used to pay like $25 for a new LP and like 12, 13, 14 bucks for a 12-inch EP, you don't know how good you have it. It's because there's a tradition, but it's like economically insane to do that.
Okay.
Like, for example, if an LP would cost 20, rationally an EP should cost maybe 17. But because of the culture behind the 12-inch single, the EPs and DJs, like, we used to pay less, and so thankfully for us, habits don't die that fast. Hello, John. But
now from that same store, this one here is an EP of It's Mark Pritchard, the Maiden Voyage EP.
Yeah, Global Communication. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's got.
Is that an original or a reissue?
This is a reissue by Music
Yeah.
on Vinyl. The sounds
Yeah.
really good. But that was $33.
Did you check how much was an original online?
No, I was scared to. But this is also a numbered one. This is a limited numbered, so I got number 9.
Yeah, but it's a reissue.
Yeah, right. But it does sound really good.
Yeah.
So there's he used to have a whole section of Warp records. It was all everything by Warp, but last time I was in there, it was gone. So he must not have a very big
people
inventory.
buy that.
Huh?
People do buy these records.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's people in that store all the time.
He sells a lot online.
What's that?
He sells a lot online.
Right. He's got a very big store online. And
he marketed himself, unless that has changed, he marketed himself for the longest time as the provider of rare Chicago house 12 inches and stuff like that. So he has DJs following him, even if he's always been a little overpriced. I've known of him. I don't remember the name. Like, it would be nice to, let's see if I can find his artist name. How do you spell gramophone again?
It's
2 M's.
GRAM, 1 M, GRAMAPHONE.
Oh, 1 M only? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There's an article here about when he fell through the floor and was injured. I'm going to see if it mentions his DJ name as well. Yeah, it says here he's employed DJs like Derek Carter, Ralphie Rosario, DJ Sneak, Psycho B. I have no idea who any of those are. Oh, and it is Smart Bar, not Atmosphere. He DJs at Smart Bar.
Yes, see, makes sense. But what's his real name again?
Serafini, Michael Serafini, SERAFINI.
Because he was releasing a bunch of semi bootlegs of. Okay, here he is. He's like a bearded guy.
Yeah, he's a big bearish guy. He's been running the store since 1993, I think. It doesn't say his DJ name.
So he DJs under that name, but there's someone else working there then that I'm thinking of.
Now, here, you could guide me, perhaps. He's got these new compilations by, and now that I'm going to ask the question, the name is like evaporated from my brain. Frankie Knuckles. Yeah. These are like newer compilations of older material.
Mm-hmm.
They're brand new records. Because I was asking him about if he had that single when Frankie Knuckles did a single mix of a None song, which I can't remember. And I'm talking about there's another artist, I guess, that has a similar name, None, but I'm talking about Anthony from Anthony and the Johnsons.
Yeah.
And I tried looking that up and I can't remember, but
I have something fun to show you then. So here. You know what that is?
International.
That's from that was my suit from my very, very short stint as a member of Hercules and the Love Affair, where Anthony was part of for a little while.
Nice.
And that's it's funny because the guy from Hercules, he was his mentor was Derek Carter, and Andy is the guy from Hercules and Love Affair. It's yeah, he told me stories about like, yeah, pretty dramatic stories. I mean, if you mix nightlife, drugs, gay culture, there is a lot of I mean, everywhere. It's not just gays,
Ooh,
but
a
like
lot of crazy stuff go on.
yeah. Yeah, and it's something I didn't expect too much, like, because like I mean, from Europe, we see things a little bit differently, but like in cities like Chicago, and the black gay community, age seems to be less important than it is elsewhere. Do you have any perspective on that?
Say again, because I was looking for this Frankie
Yeah,
Knuckles song.
I was saying that age doesn't seem as important or as even relevant a factor in the gay community as it is in other communities, especially with the black gay community.
I haven't, like, I'm not out there, you know, marketing myself like I used to. Um, but I would agree that it's really not unusual for a lot of intergenerational interactions and things going on. It's
Mm,
very normal. And although it's been kind of my experience with the Chicago gay community that it tends to be dominated by a group of upper income, middle aged white guys who are very exclusive, and the black community is not always as welcome
mhm.
at some of the bars. And I live next to Boys Town. There used to be a club called Spin, and one night, the story goes, Spin's been there for decades, and one night a group of women from Chicago South Side showed up, because there were not very many places that were safe for women, and on the South Side, so they would come up to Boys Town, and apparently the staff working at that time told them to leave. They were not welcome, and the word spread so fast that the bar closed in a matter of weeks because no one went anymore. And so it's a very tight community, but there is this core group of very exclusive men who try to control everything.
Hmm.
Berlin closed after decades. I mean, he finally decided to close that bar. That was where all the club kids would go. I'm trying to look for this. I've got so many Shazams here, and I'm having a hard time because I know I Shazammed it. I heard it in a bar, and I recognized Anone's voice immediately, and then I realized it was a Frankie Knuckles mix.
So these two records, for you, Richard, the Dirty Criminals, they were released on a German label, International DJ Gigolo, but basically it features like the renewal of the Chicago electronic dance scene, Chicago house scene from the early mid 2000s. People who had been around since the late 90s, but that were like championing back a much rougher sound, which doesn't mean aggressive, but rougher. And a lot of stuff spanned from these two records, collaborations and all that. They are, I think, let's see, 2006 and 2004. Yeah, so 20 years ago already. Wow.
Yeah, my, how time flies when you're not doing a damn thing.
No, but these I think you should check them out. I mean,
Say, all right, what is, I'm going to write it down because in like a half
and if
hour I'm
you,
going to be going because that's when he opens.
yeah,
And what
and
is,
if you ask the guy there about this, he will know exactly what that is.
yeah.
That because these are his boys basically. That he might
So the Dirty Criminals. Okay.
the Dirty Criminals. There's 2 albums and an EP, and then it's a good thread to follow to see where it leads you with all their respective careers after that, or even before that. But I think this sound has kind of like run its course now. They don't do anything that I find as relevant or interesting as they used to do back then, but the stuff from back then is still good. And I think it's really the key to understanding what was going on in terms of Chicago house that was still Chicago in the 2000s.
Huh. The only Shazam I have on here is the Frankie Knuckles remix of Blind by Hercules and Love Affair.
Oh yeah, that's a remix on of Hold On, right?
Well, that doesn't say what the album label is.
No, it came out on oh, oh, whatever, but on
I think a No
EFA.
Name must be featured on it then.
Yeah. No, but like Frankie, like yeah, it was just Frank. Frankie Knuckles. Yeah, no, Frankie Knuckles. He did that. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, it wasn't that good.
From 2008, I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that was the height of the popularity of that project. It was it was quite interesting for me to hang out with all these like super athletic gay guys.
Oh yeah,
In,
the
yeah,
body image thing, and there are other bars where and clubs where the body image isn't quite as strict, but you know, in Boys Town, you know, if you don't look like you live in a gym, you know, it
yeah,
can be a
but
mean community.
there's that, but which was like very funny to me, the paradox of them at the same time taking some of the most self-destructive drugs,
Oh, I
like
know.
like being into fitness and and doing crack at the same time, like like what?
You know, the brain, as they say, the mind is a terrible thing to taste.
Yeah.
You can talk yourself into justifying pretty much anything. But anyway, it's and there's still a lot of that. And it's weird too because I see these 40 and 50-year-old guys, you know, that look like really fit, but you know they're doing cat, you know they're doing a lot of other things, and then it's kind of sad sometimes when you see the very young getting as wasted as they do. I had a roommate for a brief time who went out with some friends to Boys Town, and he didn't come back that night. And the next day when he did come back, you know, I was asking him about the night before, and he thinks that somebody slipped something in his drink because he woke up in an alley and he had no idea where he was.
Ugh.
And he had no idea what happened because he was with somebody, but somehow they got separated. And yeah, it was a pretty scary thing. So yeah, weird shit happens.
I
Anyway,
just took a bunch of randomly some Chicago house stuff, like the Bam Bam. That was huge, but people don't speak too much about him anymore. He had oh my god, all these artworks.
Yeah, it's. I mean, some of it can sound dated, but some of it is just so freaking
Yeah,
good that it's just as hot today as it was. You know, we're talking 40 years now.
yeah, and that's the fun part, is to find these that don't sound dated, or if they do, that there's something
Right.
disruptive enough. Like for example, this was almost mainstream. I Can't Turn Around, but it's good. It's a good song, and the production.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've got one here. Let me see. Where is it? Okay.
a big classic. Jack your body, Jack your body. Oh yeah.
Okay, like yeah, this one is a mix of the Jackmaster 4 of Chicago House.
Yeah.
And then this one here, and these came from Gramophone. That's a $20 record. That was a $20 record. This one is a $17 record. Ghetto Acid is Born on the, what is that? Pure Radio label.
Wait. Let me find some of these. So see, on the one you showed, this one is really good. Donnie, the It.
Okay. But yeah,
This one is a classic. Joe Smooth.
Yeah, those were. I mean, the producer on this one is Hausman and Homa Hunganji. Pure Radio, that's the label. Yeah, Beat Boys. I got this because of this one song, Acid Bass by DJ Spank Spank.
What year is that?
Let me see if it says on the label. $2015.
Oh, so it's a reissue. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But
For me, the golden age of that label, it's like between 86 and 88.
Right, yeah.
And like stuff like all the Mark Kinch. I always forget it. Well, this is Joe Smooth and MK, Mark Kinchin, the MK2.
Yeah, I'll look for some more of those because yeah,
and some colored labels from the time as well. You know, this is funny. I'm sure you've noticed that. Like the generic sleeves of Chicago House that often have a color, a very like bright color, like a blue, a green, that feels almost like random, because usually in techno it's always black or sometimes white. But
right, like this one here. This is just in a black generic sleeve, and
yeah. Oh, look at that! How cool you could look also in Chicago House back then.
yeah.
It almost looks like a Davy Strange name visual. Here's I saw here an album that doesn't get talked much about, that is quite interesting. So this is from 85 or 86. This is maybe the very first Chicago House album, proper album with only new track. Oh no! This is the single. The album is somewhere else. Yeah. Yeah, AKA music, dance music. That's also a label that was a bit short-lived. But it's funny how these labels, they were so short-lived, but there was also a lot of them had extraordinary success for an indie label, but they were so badly managed that. Yes, our friend from Detroit, Chicago House. Come on, Sean, if you can.
Yeah, there's a couple that I picked up there too. The Detroit house, like oh, what the hell's that DJ's name?
Yeah,
Yes.
well, Fred, Chicago House is really what got me into understanding DJing, I guess.
This one, Terrence Dixon.
Yeah,
It's just this basic.
yeah. I think I
Didn't say
was the one.
anything on it.
Didn't I put you onto Terrence Dixon like
Yes.
a couple of years ago or so?
Right. You told me about this one,
Yeah, yeah.
and I picked that up, and then
Wasn't that kind of like one of the sort of one of the entry doors for you to like, okay, now I'm getting into this more underground sound? You were already getting all these mixed CDs and
right. I wanted to start getting it on vinyl,
yeah,
but it's like I had no idea where to start.
yeah.
But yeah, this is just like a generic pressing, and then it wrote on here, just wrote
Yeah,
on.
Background Records, I think, was is a label. I think they were from San Francisco. They released a bunch of stuff that was quite different, including some stuff I played yesterday. The Sutex stuff. I think he had some stuff on Background. I might be off here, but it's an interesting label. And yeah, Terrence Dixon, Detroit. Not Chicago, but the missing link between Detroit and Chicago is Calexi Shelby. That's, yeah. I could nerd
this
out
one
about
too a while back. This is a reissue of this Pluto Rising. So
that looks sketchy, I must say.
it's really good. This is who's the DJ on this? This was originally released in 19 something. Rollo, the DJ's Rollo.
Rollo or Ollo.
Just one L.
One L.
This is from 1994 and 95, and then it was then he did a remix.
Yeah, but Chicago House, proper Chicago House kind of ends in 93. After that, it becomes deep house, and a lot of it became sanitized for the longest time, which is why, like this guy I told you, like the Dirty Criminals, Hieroglyphic Being, Tracks, all of these guys, they wanted to go back to a rougher sound, but doesn't mean it's bad. But the stuff from the early mid 90s up to the early 2000s, but a lot of it doesn't have like the grittiness of the early stuff.
Right, it starts to get more commercial.
Oh yeah,
it's still good, but you're right. It lacked that that freshness, that that sound that was not only oh my God, what am I listening to? But Relief Records. Okay, yeah.
So this is the generic sleeve of Relief. Sometimes they had proper artwork for albums. This is Paul Johnson, double LP. But Relief is the label of Cashmere, Green Velvet. So this is probably some of the roughest and the fastest Chicago house from early 90s, which is very good to play with good techno from a little later. So usually the BPM is closer to 128, 130. here it's 125, but often it's a little faster than the usual 120 of house, and it's a little bit more like mean. But that's kind of the last hurrah of Chicago house before deep house, and the continuation of that would be labels like Casual Records.
Okay, yeah.
Which is a good label, but for example, you probably know of Ron Trent.
No, but I'm sure I've... See, that was the thing with when I was going to the clubs and everything. There was the music. I loved the music, but I never knew who it was. You know, it was like, and then of course we didn't have Shazam back then. So, you know, sometimes I would be able to catch the DJ and I'd say, "Hey, what was that you just played?" You know, I'd write it down and I would look for it on CD, you know, back then, to see if I could find some comp that would have it on CD, and a lot of times I didn't. And then there were a lot of like sketchy CDs that were being sold at that time, because I would get really, really good CDs, but then after maybe 6 to 8 months, they wouldn't play anymore.
That's terrible.
Yeah. And, you know, they weren't cheap. Now, in the secondhand market, some of them that I would buy, there was this circuit this year that I have on CD. I mean, this is house that was definitely geared toward the gay community, Peak Hour series, which you can buy there for like $4. The CDs are like $4. However, at the time when I bought them, when they were brand new, they were $25.
Yeah.
But they were great continuous mixes. You know, you would get like 70, 80 minutes of music nonstop with all these great mixes. I mean, there are a lot of pop songs on here that I hate. The original.
Yeah, that's the issue. Like, for me, I can't say they were like. I mean, I'm sure there are a few that are great that I don't know of, but most of them were too much of like that. I don't know. Yeah, commercial.
Right.
And I hate myself for saying that, because you sound makes you sound like a teenager, like, oh, commercial, bad. But in that case, because just imagine an art form that is so new getting commercial so fast. Like,
right.
The contrast was very striking.
Right. Cool.
I mean, if you think about like rock and roll, like the ultimate bastardization of rock and roll, like for example, like when you have stuff like Coldplay these days, like music that it's not even offensive. It's maybe offensive because it's so shallow and empty in a way.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's not the worst music. It's just like, what? Like, give me something honest. And they're even honest about being empty. And it is rock and roll, or it is coming from that. I mean, of course, it's not rock and roll, and I'm sure, like, I think I've come to understand that they're kind of a YouTube band nowadays that is all about the live shows that are spectacular. That, like, if you want to go there, apparently it can be pretty fun, but the music is so tepid. But in Chicago house or in house music, the fact that it took only like 4 or 5 years to get from like
right.
Chuck Berry to Coldplay, you had that fast.
Yes, yeah, it was. Although just last week I went to, you know, it was a very spectacular live show of Air, and they did the entire Moon Safari album, and that was a wonderful show. I mean, it was really very cool to see that, and then also listen to some of the other tracks that they played, because I honestly only know Moon Safari, and I started looking up some of their other albums, and I'm like, damn, $500 for this? You know, that's like,
Yeah, have to wake up, Richard.
yeah,
You can't let the train go.
No
Will not
shit.
stop.
You know, when you see it and it's affordable, grab it.
Yeah, Air got on everyone's map when they did the EP on Mowax. I think it was around probably around 95, something like that. Maybe not, maybe 93, 94. That's when they appeared, and when they did that, I mean, Mowax was the label of um, of both abstract hip hop and trip hop, and Air was labeled as such back then. Now, with distance, it's a little more. It doesn't mean it's better or worse. It's just a little more their own thing, because we see now. I mean, in France, it was maybe more obvious, but the French elements, the French aesthetic and culture that they're drawing from, that back then it was just from the sample culture. So people didn't really care where it was coming from. Now, yeah, we have a better understanding of all of that. They have probably a better understanding of who they are, even if they hate themselves, by the way. But
Oh, is that one of those duos where they don't get
oh,
along?
they hate each other. I don't understand how they still do stuff together. Several times they parted ways. They sold, like, they had separate studios, and they used to be friends and all, but yeah, it's
It is weird how you get a musical duo or a group that produce, you know, really solid material, but then you find out that they all hate each other, and I'm like, how do you do that? You know, how do you create? I mean, maybe it's that tension that ends up creating the really good music.
I'll give you when you're a duo, that's extremely easy to happen.
Uh,
um, One is more social than the other, and the more exposed you are, the bigger it heightens that dynamic.
yeah,
So
right.
one is overcompensating for the unsocialness of the other, and therefore is either getting more loved or more looked. Depend if you're on
And then you
the
get
upper.
resentment. Resentment starts to move in.
Exactly, because
Yeah,
why do people like him more than me? Well, and you resent the other for not doing his part of the job.
right, right.
One starts to live in the studio, the other lives a more
Life.
global life. One is more into the music for itself, and one becomes more into the lifestyle.
Yeah. Well, this has been fun, but the store is going to be opening
Yeah,
soon,
yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm going to head there before he gets busy. Because, like I said, I want to make a video, you know, of
Do
the
that.
store and all that kind of stuff. Good to see you, Stunty. We'll see you.
Likewise, it's been a while we talked.
Bye bye.
I'll probably end it up unless Sean or someone wants to come on in further discussion about Chicago House or Detroit Techno, stuff like that, because I came down to sort my records a little bit, and I don't mean this to be like a mega long
Yeah, I got
affair.
to put some records away too. See ya.
See you. Well, and there that was DJ Soki. What's DJ Soki, huh? What does that mean? Yeah, I was so afraid when I was starting to pull out all these records. Like, shit. Then I'm gonna have to put them back and find the sort of order or something. But yeah, I managed to do that while we were talking, anyways. So I guess I'll do that one last time. And then I will go to my business. But if someone wants to come on, the link, I think it's pinned, but if it's not, here it is again. And yeah. Ooh. think it was the week before I played the Tila Rock single, Back to Burn, and I was talking about the British pressing of it. Here it is. I mean, it is another single, but it features Back to Burn on the B-side, club version, whatever that means. Produced and mixed by Mantronic. Mantronics, to be or to Beaks. The Chad Beat remix. What the hell is that? I have no idea. Anyways. Yeah, digging in your own records. How often do you guys do that? How often does chaos prevail so much so that you have to, yeah, dig in your own home? Oh, well, yeah. I highly recommend it, and I highly warn you against it at the same time. Oh. Against it at the same time.
Hey, Stunty.
Hey. You know what to do?
How are you?
Oh, you look good today.
Yeah, I guess a little rough. I was out earlier.
I think maybe it's just me, but since last time I saw you, yeah, exactly. Like not just clean shaven, but also a little less skinny.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, like that's good. Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to look like Iggy Pop, right?
You don't like Iggy Pop, do you?
I do. I think I have 3 albums of his, and yeah.
Didn't you tell me that he I guess he made some statements? I think I've read them too, where he kind of like was all over electronic music and
yeah, and it's not his statements that make me like it's more the contradictions, because he made these statements to a certain audience. It felt like he was catering to it was dumb basically to make these statements, especially since when you know that he actually has a keen interest in electronic music. He's been collaborating with experimental electronic musicians for one-off projects or so. But oh, just a second. Sorry about that. Yeah.
You know this record? This is speaking of Iggy Pop.
Tea Time Dub Encounters. Nope. Cool cover.
Yeah, this is Iggy with Iggy with Underground.
Iggy with Underground. With Underworld. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Underworld.
Yeah. And that's kind of half, like into catering, because Underworld became like the techno band that rockers love in a way.
Yeah.
Like big festival name. But
this came out during the pandemic, 2018, so before the pandemic. So I like it. I thought it was good. He basically does his usual like speaking over the top of their tracks. Kind of works.
Is it a full album, or is it like
it's just an EP?
Yeah, I heard that. Like someone told me recently that maybe it was you. Someone was mentioning that Underworld were doing a series of. They did one EP a week for a whole year, collaboration, digital, like with artists from
Yeah.
all over the board in terms of style. And then they did a sort of compilation of a best of on vinyl of that or something.
No, I haven't heard that. I'm not that familiar with their work. I
Oh,
happened to hear a friend of mine turned me on to it, and she said this would be something you'll like. And it is kind of, it tries to be very, kind of ominous, and the future is there's a line he refers to that kind of Last Poets track where he says there will be no revolution. The revolution will not be televised.
oh yeah.
There will be no revolution. Very kind of pessimistic.
Yeah.
It's a good track.
Yeah, it was, for me, Underworld, I still love their two biggest tracks, according to me, which are Res and Cowgirl.
Yeah.
Which conveniently are both on both sides of the same single. I remember buying Dub No Head with, or like their album from back then, and they used to have like CD singles that were like 80-minute long because of all the remixes and all that. And like in the early mid, like in 93, 94, that was cool. That was like when you were young and had no money, getting like 80 minutes of music on a CD for the price of
Sure.
a single. That was like good value for the money. Dub No Bass with My Head. Thank you, KS.
It's
and
kind
John.
of like in like the clubs and you talk about techno music. We never even saw like in the club like vinyl. Usually it was usually always CDs, and we
But
would,
when did you start to go to clubs then?
in the mid 90s, or maybe early-ish 90s, and then it wasn't even sometimes clubs. There's an abandoned factory in Detroit called the Packard plant. Yeah, and they would on a Friday or Saturday night, you could go there, you could go clubbing, and then at 2, because in Detroit the clubs have to be closed at 2. So then at 2, you could go to the Packard plant, and that would be open till the sun came up.
And why? Because they paid the cops, or what was going on?
It was completely underground. I mean, no one was getting. We used to always marvel over the fact that they had electricity in this. It was literally an abandoned factory. It was an abandoned.
Oh, so it was a rave.
Yeah, it was.
not a club.
They didn't. They didn't call it a rave at the time. They didn't call it a rave.
What did they call it?
Was. Yeah.
But
just,
what did
going out after hours? After hours clubbing.
Yeah, but like a stable place that has the same location. Like the cops must have been aware of that.
I'm sure they probably were, but in one advantage about being in a city where there's the reputation for a lot of crime was something like that was almost kind of overlooked because they had bigger fish to fry. They had other things to take care of. So some people, a bunch of a lot of suburbanites coming down, and you would pull into this darkened parking lot and you pull into the parking lot, and there would be hundreds of cars all in the dark, just in the dark, in the middle of a big field. And you would go into this factory, this abandoned factory. And then all of a sudden you'd start hearing music, and you'd walk in, you'd knock on a door, and they would let you in, and you'd pay your money. And
yeah, that's how it rolls in Stockholm right now. There's the official clubs that close at 2 or 3 sometimes. And then people go to what we call the black clubs.
Okay, yeah.
And but I would think that on the scale of Detroit, if there was one place mostly doing that, and I heard about that place, I never really discussed it. Thinking about like the amount of drugs that must have been circulating as well.
I'm sure.
I can't imagine for a second that the cops were not aware of that. And if they didn't shut it down, that means that they were paid off, probably.
Yeah, you talk about the drugs. One kind of scary, because there was a certain amount of like lawlessness to the whole thing, because there was no.
Like, what do you mean a certain amount? It was 100% illegal.
Yeah.
Do you think they had any license to sell booze there?
No.
There you go. Do you have? Do you think there was anyone who cleared security and the safety hazards around?
No,
So,
not at all. I mean, like I say, we would marvel that they had. Somebody once told me that when they first investigated going there to look for, a place to play and to have people, that they just found out that they shut the plant down, but nobody bothered to have the electricity turned off.
yeah.
And so here was this plant that had been sitting there for 20 years with the electricity still on. Which is not that unusual. I mean, if you know anything about Detroit, there were a lot of things that just
no, but it's the
never got
same in
taken care of.
Europe. Like, and with techno, people were looking for that kind of aesthetic as well.
That's exactly right. It fit the music. It fit the vibe of the whole thing. This kind of lawlessness. But what I was going to say is, like, one of the like scary aspects of it was you would see people doing things. People would be dancing for hours, and I'm sure you've seen in clubs where people are acting very strange, very like beyond
very, very liberated.
Yeah,
very free. Let's not be judgmental, Sean.
I remember seeing a few things that genuinely made me, and I was pretty broad-minded about people's behavior, but I remember seeing things that made me go, whoa. This is that was just another aspect of it.
But back then, when you started to go clubbing like that, was it still black or was it over? Had the black culture moved?
It was mixed. Yeah, it was mixed. The audiences at those kind of things were really, really mixed. Like probably 50-50, black and white.
Still a good ratio. That's actually what you would want to.
Yeah. It was. There was always. We went because there was always a lot of pretty girls and people dancing, and we didn't know. To be honest, I didn't know what I was listening to until later. I just knew it was good dance music, and then eventually I started listening to public radio, and I started to go, oh, these are artists, and this music wasn't everywhere. We were kind of privy to some really, really great dance music. That
you were too young for Electrifying Mojo, right?
No. I used to listen to, when I discovered Mojo in high school, when I went to high school. So I was probably 16.
Sean is looking mighty good for his age. That means, guys, I'm telling you, because we're talking 83, 84 here, huh?
Oh God, no. This was later than that. This was around the late 80s. So 88.
Okay.
So more towards the end of Mojo's tenure, he had been getting. I remember the thing was he kept getting kicked off of stations. So he would be on for a short period of time. He would be on this channel, and then he'd be gone, and he'd be on another channel. And we kind of caught, I think, the tail end of. But that was fun. That was a fun. Listening to Mojo was.
For those who don't know, Electrifying Mojo was a radio DJ in Detroit. When the whole disco sucks plague fell on the radios in the US, he was playing European stuff. He was playing and not necessarily like experimental stuff. He was just playing Kraftwerk, Yazoo, Depeche Mode, like electropop and stuff like that, which was apparently very difficult to find on radio airwaves in the US back then.
But then he would mix it with what made it kind of
funk.
Appealing. He'd mix it with rock. He would mix it with so you'd hear a Van Halen song, for instance, and then you would hear Kraftwerk, and then you would hear some extended mix that he had. What was cool about listening to Mojo is he had all these extended mixes that he had done himself of tracks that just didn't have extended mixes.
Dude, today I found Okay, so it's a box set of a 3 LP box set, and there's one track on it. It's a bunch of ethnographical recordings. I won't say the country because that might, like, some people might figure it out, and I haven't got the record yet, but it's like from the 60s, and it sounds like industrial, tribal, post-punk techno from now, literally from now. And track is like 3 minutes 50 long. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna do an edit of it, like an 8-minute long edit of that, and add some maybe acid on it. I've been listening to that track all day. So like,
Yeah, nice.
Sorry, it was just when you said extended edits.
One of my prized possessions is, so I used to listen to, there used to be on public radio back
Just
when
quickly, because Randy here is saying Mojo in the mornings. Randy is, I think he's you're the same age as you, approximately, even if he's wider. You might be cheating a little bit, who knows?
Mojo in the morning was a different DJ. That wasn't the electrifying Mojo.
Okay, because Randy is in Ann Arbor, so he would maybe catch that. Okay.
That was a really Mojo in the morning was a really incredibly popular radio show, like on urban radio, and he was really huge. But that wasn't the electrifying Mojo. That was a different guy. But yeah, Randy's absolutely right. Mojo in the morning was a big part of it. But I used to make cassette recordings of this late night show that used to be on. Didn't really have a name, but he would always. It was Alan. I think his name was Alan Ullman, and he would always call it music for a declining city, and then he would play Chicago and Detroit house music. Yesterday I mentioned to you on the stream that there was this track called Ghost House.
Yeah.
And he would play that, and I used to make recordings of them, of all those shows, and I still have a few of them. But it's nice to have those, because you'd hear mixes of things that you'd never hear anywhere else.
It's funny how, I think I've discussed that with you, like the difference between Chicago and Detroit, about how my perception of it, having been in neither for real. I've only passed, but that Chicago is about the body, and Detroit is about the the machine, or avoiding the machine. But in Chicago, in Detroit, there's so many ways, so many names to the city, the seventh city, but it's also like the
Robert Hood, sure, yeah. Internal Empire, all those are nice.
For those who don't know, Robert Hood is like second wave Detroit techno, probably the first one who did really hard techno. Also, he moved away from Detroit. I think he's back now. We used to be pen pals. He became a minister, and we were like exchanging about starting like a roll-on workshop at the Catechism. But now he,
it's my phone.
He does music with his daughter, and they tour together.
Oh wow!
Yeah, his daughter's music is, people love it, but I think they also love the idea of it, because it's not that great, to be honest. But
yeah,
and,
for us, I one thing I always remember was that, like, Chicago house had a more Detroit house, or house or techno could be more hard. Could be more hard, whereas the Chicago stuff seemed more melodic.
There's that, but like, so my perception is, when I said the body, I feel like Detroit techno guys are more nerds, and Chicago house guys, they want to fuck.
Yeah.
In the sense that like Detroit seems a little bit more prude than Chicago in that sense. How do you react to that being from inside?
I mean, I don't know. I was such a, at the time, like I say, we didn't really perceive we weren't really listening to the music the way I would, later. We were just there to experience what was happening. And honestly, we were there to, meet girls. We were there to go and meet girls and hang out and drink. And we didn't want to go home. It was 2:00 in the morning. We didn't want to go home yet. So my perception of a lot of it is distorted through that. And it wasn't until later that I became aware of, oh, wow, what we were listening to was really special. And so some of it's mixed in that way. I just, the difference between Chicago and Detroit at the time, very, very limited, understanding of it until later, and then I remember the Chicago stuff always had a more melodic, I posted on Instagram the Strings of Life track. Like I can remember hearing that in clubs even later in the 80s, like when we were there. And that, from what I understand, that's when it started to really kind of that melodic sense started to get mixed into the music.
But wait, because there's a paradox in what you say. So what did you mean, like Strings of Life? It's a good example of that melodic Chicago. Yeah, but Strings of Life is Detroit.
Right, but that's what I mean. Like some of that melodic sense started to get infiltrated into the Detroit sound. That's just my perception.
Okay, well, there is, it's interesting. But first, apparently, Randy wants to know if he can date you. Like he's like trying to gouge if.
I've told I 53.
But there's this guy Alexi Shelby, who is from Chicago, but who released his first records on a Detroit label, which is like for nerds who are really, tunnel vision, who only know music through the lens of techno, house, etc. That's like a major, like, what is going on there? He's Chicago, but he's doing Detroit, but his Detroit is also kind of a bit, and it is called voices, because techno usually there's no song in techno, and there's rarely any voices. And when there is, it will often be like electro techno, like Rexia, and which means it will always be about politics in a way or another, or but it will rarely be about I want to fuck you, I want to touch your body, I want to see you sweat, stuff like that. That is like basically 95% of the tracks from Chicago. Even if it's an instrumental track in Chicago, there often is a voice, some words or something.
Yeah, the feeling that I always got about it was this kind of futurism, this very trying to create music that was very futuristic.
Yeah.
And that was always my kind of impression of it. And then later, like I say, it wasn't until later when I started to intellectualize it and start to read about Afrofuturism, and then it all made sense. It all made sense, on another level. But go ahead.
I never read about it. My whole take about it comes from the music and the records, so the covers, and like I made a conscious decision at one point when I could have gone a more academic way about it to not do that. And when you say futuristic, I already had discovered like the warp stuff and some of like really experimental stuff. So for me, that was the whole futuristic aspect. I always say that. I don't know if you've caught me do that. That it was like sci-fi, but from a novel perspective. Novel, like a book. Like,
okay.
Jules Verne. So a future that will never exist.
Yeah, right.
But in the books, like a fantasy future.
An escape. So, it was like an escape. Yeah.
Which means exactly the escape. So I thought like, okay, the fact that they're constantly referencing not the future, but technology and space, and
Yeah.
what is the correlation between the two? Well, you need technology to go to space. And why would you go? Why would you want to go to space? Well, if you're a black young man in Detroit in the 80s or in the 70s, your father, your brothers, well, I guess it was probably a place you wanted to escape, in a way, a future you wanted to escape. And then you have the metaphor of Skynet, the Terminator, 1984, which is it in Detroit?
What?
The Terminator.
The movie, you mean?
Yeah, the movie.
Yeah, we had the movie. Yeah.
No, but where did the movie take place? Was it in Detroit or in New York?
I think it was New York. Yeah, I don't really know the movie that well.
But it fit.
Yeah.
Really, like the fact we're being hunted even from the future, so we really have to find a place that is our own. And since it was originally black music, that's when you have the whole thing with Drexia and underground resistance. That like it's either we have to create our own kingdom, the Black Panther from Marvel, or we have to find our own planet, or we have to do underground resistance. Literally, yeah. Ox 88, and hey Sanyanne. So it's when you see everything that was happening in Chicago, there's nothing of that.
Right.
It's all about hedonism.
That makes sense. Did you ever come to Detroit like at that time, like in the 90s or?
No.
I
only was there one time quickly in the mid 2000s.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, at that time in particular, I remember, that was like in the late 90s, or I'm sorry, late 80s, early 90s. That was university time. And at that time, I mean, the city was really in a bad way. I mean, it really, throughout the 80s, you had these kind of ups and downs. But by the late 80s, early 90s, it was like there was no one left to reach out to. There was no one providing any hope. And it wasn't until it would be another 10 years. Now you see a lot of that happening.
Yeah, and Alex corrected the both of us, like Terminator LA and RoboCop Detroit, which is even more fitting. You're literally being hunted by the technology.
Yeah, those were, in some ways, kind of like the Packard plant being available. If it hadn't been for the economic depression, none of that would have that whole scene wouldn't have even happened, because it wouldn't have been allowed. It was young people taking advantage of the situation that they were dealt.
But yeah, so I had very long and good conversations with Robert Hood, Jeff Mills, and Mad Mike. They were all interesting in their own way, like discovering that Jeff Mills is kind of naive, but also very righteous. Robert Hood, completely desperate, but also.
When you say desperate, what do you mean?
Well, when you listen to his music, checking and considering what else was going on in that scene and in general, like how that was so hard, that music, and so minimal. And he left Detroit because Detroit was in ruins, or so he says, and so we perceive in the media. I guess it's like the city was literally technically bankrupt, right, at one point.
Oh yeah. The school district,
which is difficult to understand what it means. Like how when you live there, what does that mean?
I mean, there was points in Detroit's history where there was literally no garbage pickup happening.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nobody was paying anybody, so people there were parts of the city that had garbage pickup. There were swaths of the city where there were far more abandoned homes than there were. I think I was telling you, and we were on a stream. Was I telling you that there were parts of the city even today where they started knocking down all the houses back then, just so that they didn't become kind of drug houses. And now there's huge swaths of the city that are just, I mean, you look over the horizon and you're in the middle of Detroit and there's nothing. It's just empty. It's kind of ominous, when you see it yourself and you're standing there and the grass is all overgrown and you're like, it hints of this kind of apocalyptic future. So yeah, I would say he was not far off from that description at one point anyway.
They were even saying that at one point there was no cops anymore in certain areas because of no budget for that.
That's what I mean when I say that's how they got away with a lot of that stuff, is that they were so low on the radar. I know a guy who was a cop in Detroit, and he used to tell me about how they didn't, they would see people speeding or going through red lights, and they never even bothered stopping those people. As long as you weren't doing anything to really hurt someone, they didn't mess with anybody. They couldn't. They didn't have the ability to do so.
Yeah, and Mad Mike, I met him the first time I did a long. I think I told that story before. So he was performing for a festival as Underground Resistance, as a live band. So kind of jazzy, and Strings of Life, basically. And we did an interview, him and DJ 3000 and a third guy, a younger generation, because like Mad Mike, who runs Underground Resistance and has a record store in Detroit.
Yeah.
What was the name of the store again?
Oh, I don't know. But I've heard people go. Who knows? Is Paul knows.
Yeah.
He knows.
Breakfast King of Loyola.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. The name escapes me of the shop, but it's been around forever, and it's almost like a sort of community center.
Yeah, it's like a museum almost, from what I understand.
There's that, but like he plays like soccer. Like there's a yard right by it where he trains young kids. But so he was telling. So we did an interview for like 2 hours, and the interview went well, but was a bit boring. I didn't get anything juicy. Like as a journalist, I was like a bit frustrated because I had access to him, and he was like he wasn't really getting into the questions. But like he told me, like when the interview was over and we were sitting in this fancy Parisian brasserie.
Yeah.
Is the interview over?
Oh.
Yes. Have you cut off the mic?
Now I'll talk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the first time that ever happened to me. And he told me, like, okay, you seem to have I won't pat me in my own back, but like he said, I asked good questions, and that he wanted to tell me. And we walked through Paris for the whole day together.
And he talked openly.
Yeah. He told me about all the crimes he done, all the times he got like bailed out by Jeff Mills, that he had no moral compass, all the times where he was racing cars in the city to make money, and like that. And I won't go in details of that because I will take it out to that stream after, but still like. But one of the striking things he told me, so I already kind of knew about that. So when Detroit Techno got popular in like 88 or so, and the big names from back then, so Juan Atkins, there were three guys basically. The commercial guy.
The second wave. The
first wave. The first wave. I'm talking about the first wave. The first wave is Juan Atkins, number one. It's Derek May and the commercial guy. What's his name again?
Juan Atkinson? Juan?
No, Juan is the originator. No. Oh, the guy who had his wife, KMS, Kevin Sanderson.
Yep.
So these are the three guys, the originators, and with a bunch of guys around them, but these are really the three names.
The Belleville Three.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so they got booked in Europe every weekend.
Yeah.
So the guys who were the motors of the scene weren't in Detroit during the weekends, which is kind of
Interesting. Yeah.
interesting. And two things happened with that. First, they went to Europe and they were booked in clubs, proper clubs. In Detroit, they were playing in houses, in the Packers and stuff like that,
Yeah.
where they would play techno for an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Then they would play funk, disco, rock. They would mix it up because the audience demanded it. And when they arrived in Europe, like they didn't really know how to deal with like, oh, I'm supposed to play for 4 hours techno? I've never done that.
Yeah.
And people in Europe who had integrated the music already, they basically created the way techno is being played despite the originators.
You know, I always kind of thought part of it was too that, you know, that whole, you talked earlier about the whole backlash against dance music that happened in the States, this whole rock revival that happened and rebellion against disco. And if you even listen to like that early, the Cybertron, you know, and how they went out of their way to try to make it sound like rock music, you know?
Yeah.
If you listen to that really real early stuff, it's still trying to sound kind of like rock music to fit in, you know?
The link is pinned up on the chat. But there's that. Another side effect of all that that is interesting is that since the Belleville Three were not there was room for others. So the second wave plus the second wave very fast got the same issue. I mean, only 3 guys to fill all the clubs in Europe? No. So the third wave of Detroit techno, well, that's it came from Canada.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it came from Toronto because it's right across the
Windsor.
Yeah, and that's how Plastic Man became basically the guy in Detroit in the early 90s, and basically also championed a much harder sound with the acid that was not really prevalent in Detroit techno up until then. But the most interesting thing, hello Jose, that Mad Mike told me when we had that long chat and promenade, he was telling me that so now they're booked to an institutional festival in Paris. They're in a nice hotel. They're meeting interesting people and all that. And of course, at one point you ask them, haven't you ever thought about moving here? Which Juan has. Juan Atkins, he did. He was fast in Berlin for years, hooked up on drugs, by the way. But
what they were doing was more appreciated.
Yeah, but he told me, nah, and I can't stay here. Like when you book me, I don't want to be in a fancy hotel. I don't want to be in the fancy dinners and meeting like the rich people and all that, because I might like it too much and never go back.
Yeah.
And if I don't go back, then who's going to take care of the kids?
Yeah, it's you know, it's funny what you say about like not talking, like not talking officially and then off record. To me, it strikes me as being very Midwestern. Like, you know, there's this kind of like it's I think it's very much a Midwestern Michigan, right in the heart of that, where you know, you don't say those, even talking to you about like what Detroit's really like. I kind of feel like I shouldn't say that. Like I should describe my city in a more pleasant way. You know, there's this kind of Midwestern, like I'm going I'm going too far. You know,
Yeah.
I think they probably had the same feeling, like, you know,
It's a little bit obscene in a way.
yeah. I hear
In
that
the
when
truest
you
sense
say
of the
that.
word, obscene. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Hey, Jose.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Hi, good. Just making time while I go do some stuff.
Did you fucking come on with a Smashing Pumpkins t-shirt?
You know, this is my pajama, and I come here because I know you hate it. So what a better shirt
No,
to come with.
actually,
It is.
it's
Literally.
funny because the other day I was listening to Billy Corgan's electronic music albums.
Yeah.
You guys know he did that, right?
Yeah. Are they any good?
The first one is kind of like proper. He tried to do something, and it's meandering. He's got the money to have the gear that sounds good, but does he do anything really interesting? Not really. The second one, which is like a 6 LP thing that is completely weird. Oh my god, no, please refrain. I said please, huh? Oh, and you have a t-shirt of the same record. Oh my god. I was contemplating that I still like Gish, the first album from Smashing Pumpkins, and
Yeah.
I like one song
Somewhere
on
there.
the second album, and I was listening to it the other day for some reason, and I felt like, I really don't want to buy Daydream, Siamese Dream only for one song. I bought it on CD when it was released.
Is it mayonnaise?
No, it's Rocket.
Okay.
Rocket, which has
I'm not a huge fan. You know, it's just my pajama.
yeah, but you just showed us a fucking box
Yeah,
set.
my wife likes it. This
And-
is a house of records for two human beings, not one.
Mm,
You know what I remember? The Smashing Pumpkins, I saw them. There was the Wallapalooza tour where it was them and the Beastie Boys were
Mhm.
like the main acts on stage. And the Beastie Boys went on first, and then Smashing Pumpkins went on. And I'll tell you, I would not. Smashing Pumpkins, who doesn't move on stage, they just stand there and they perform. And the Beastie Boys were out of control.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just.
Walking around.
what year was that?
I'm trying to think of what year it was.
I saw the Smashing Pumpkins live 4 times, or maybe even 5, in 92, 93. And every single time they have the same band opening for them. Can you guess which one it was? In Europe.
Is it a European band?
Yeah, British band.
Was it like Spaceman 3? That's why you went there or some shit like that?
Closer to that. No, actually, I went for both bands. But
Yeah.
I actually, to get in for free, because I was a cheap-ass motherfucker, I did an interview for a fanzine of the opening band, my usual technique. And it was an interesting interview, but it was a band in Europe on the same label as the Smashing Pumpkins.
I don't know. I'm thinking bands that you would actually go to see from England.
And I can tell you, it's a band that, like, every single time, the room half emptied itself after they played. Like, people didn't know about them, but it was so good that you had no energy for Smashing Pumpkins after. And it was the Verve. It was Verve.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say that, but then I remember you only like one record and 2 EPs.
No, I like everything from the Verve up until and including the first album and all the B-sides of all the singles of the first album.
Isn't that a record and 2 or 3 EPs?
No, it's like 5 or 6 EPs.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I avoided like the plague, the Verve, as long as I could. And then you told me that the first record was good. And then I listened to it. And being a Spaceman 3 fan, I was surprised how good it was. It is a little like Spaceman 3, maybe a little too much in the sense that, but I still,
And here's where Oasis stole all their aesthetics, by the way.
the cover, yeah, the other one, yeah, that looks like either that or like Sun Kill Moon or Red House Painters. It's sort of like that.
They literally stole the guy who did their artwork. and he has this aesthetic that he reproduced that he created for the Verve. That's basically Oasis said, "Oh, we like that because it's cool, it works." and
It's like 50s sort of like magazine, like life looking, like people doing a lot of stuff. That's nice.
But so I was listening to quickly. I was listening to again because like I remember there's one track that made me keep that CD of Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream, and it rocked. So I listened to it on YouTube. And at first I was okay, yeah, this like kind of American, like epicness, like. But then wait, there is still in that song the shoegaze, the aspect, like the way the sound of the guitars and even some of the singing. And I thought, okay, if I can find it, like if they did a video, maybe there's a single. No, there's only like a 7-inch. That was like a promo thing that was worth like $200 or $300. So I thought, nah.
The original colored pressings. I don't know if there's a black vinyl. Maybe there is.
Are you talking about the album?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't want to have. I don't.
No, I know. So I'm just thinking like you'll never buy it. That's what I'm saying. You'll never buy it unless you get that 7-inch for like.
Yeah, exactly.
$50. I don't see you ever buying that. But again, it's just. Growing up, MTV, Much Music, stuff like that. I used to play that, and you're a kid and you listen to like Tonight, something like that, and you like it, and then you stay for other stuff, and then you hear like I don't remember what's the name of that record. After this, the Machine. I don't know what the name of it. It's horrible. Yeah. The number 2.
Machina something.
Yeah, Machina, but there's a number 2.
Yeah,
isn't it the one I had no idea? Yeah, there's Adore and Adore. I had never listened to these records, and when I was like, of course, I listened to that one song on YouTube, so I see, there's other songs I don't know, and I don't want to have anything to do with them, but then I see the picture, the thumbnail, and I see what is this, and I saw a song when it's kind of like the Matrix, Billy Corgan, he's like. In like what's called Nemo. What's the name of the
Emo?
The guy in the Matrix? Is it Nemo?
Oh no, Neo.
Yeah.
Nemo. That's the fucking fish. All right.
Same.
It's the same thing, yeah.
And the thing is that like I hear that and it sounds like a fucking mixture of Christina Aguilera and Muse.
Yeah, it's a voice that I can't. There's certain voices that, of course, I can listen to.
I'm not talking about the voice. I'm talking about the whole song.
Oh, the production.
Like, there are times when you remember it's rock and roll, or rock, but for the most part, it's like fucking like overproduced garbage, like hyperpop from the late '90s.
There's a weird video in the sense, weird to me, of course, because I was not alive during that time. Hey man, how you doing? But there was a weird video that they uploaded not that long ago of Smashing Pumpkins playing Amoeba or someplace like that. No, it's the other place, the one that closed up, Tower Records, and they're playing like the Siamese Dream for the first time. And I thought it was weird because they sounded exactly the same without the overdubs. But then, I don't know. It's just like it's a band that I can listen to like in the smallest amounts, but the vocals really.
Just to welcome Sean, I will ask him a question. With this comment from Zeb, isn't he taking the piss?
I don't know. Machina 2 is all right. Machina sucks. Adore is freaking awesome. Adore is actually their best record.
Like I have that.
Sounds nothing like garbage. Smashing Pumpkins. Like, look, like I've talked to Kevin Shields, and he's like, yeah, Billy Corgan ripped me off, especially that song Daydream. That's at the end of Wish. Like when I talked to Kevin, this was when My Bloody Valentine did that first reunion, and I just point blank asked Kevin, I was like, so do you?
My God, wait, Sean. Because you told me the story when you met Kevin Shields. Yeah. Unless you met him several times, did you spend the fucking time talking about fucking Billy Corgan. My God.
Well, no. So Kevin Shields and we actually talked.
Shame on you.
For
Shame
like
on
2
you.
hours. So it was like
whips.
nice. No, but I point blank asked him. I was like, "What do you think about Siamese Dream?" He's like, I don't really think much of that record, but I will tell you the song I think they ripped off. And I was like, "Well, what's that?" He's like, "There's a song like on their first record. It's the last song." And I was like, Daydream? And he was like, yeah, that's a total. He's like, that's where I think he really did rip us off.
Yeah. But I think on Rocket, there's also it's heavily influenced by My Bloody Valentine, even if he does that in a very American way.
It's very, come on, like wasn't that album mixed by Alan Moulder? I think
probably.
Right?
Yeah, probably. They had good production from the beginning. I don't know like their history of the band, but from the first record they were like produced like nicely. So that's always sketchy to me.
The first album is produced the way it should be, in my opinion. I think
no, yeah. But it was not. It's not like other shoegaze. For example, like My Bloody Valentine. Like those first records are like rough as fuck, right? And musically they were so different.
Yeah, but the first records don't even exist.
Yeah, but that's the thing. People only think of My Bloody Valentine like perhaps 2 records. Perhaps 2 records. And then My Bloody Valentine record, the last one, sort of. But, like people know it exists, but the other ones and they've been like shelved for like it's like the first 3
but in that case, it's pretty fair. I think because
of course, like, but that's a weird discography for a band in the sense like they're only proud of 1 and perhaps 2 records.
But do you guys know anyone who would say my favorite My Bloody Valentine record isn't anything? No.
Yes, I do
but
know.
that person needs to die. He's a fucking loser, a poser.
No, you know what? In Austin, do you remember when last time that I went to Austin for the record fair? I showed you a photo that they were selling the first or the second one, that the 12-inch.
Yeah.
So
for
the
those
guy
who don't know, for those who don't know, My Bloody Valentine have 1.5 album before it isn't anything, and the music is almost like rockabilly in a way.
Yeah, it's very weird.
It's like basically they should have changed the name of the band. Like most people with sanity would have like, okay, this is 2 different. It was not on the same label. There was no reason to continue. But okay, the name was maybe good. So that's probably the reason they kept it.
I remember going to the vendor and he had it for a good price. He had it for like $60, which I think it's like it normally goes for a little more, maybe 80 to 100. But I told him like, hey, if you still have this at the end of the day, I'll buy it. Just to have it, right? I hate the fuck out of this record, but I'll buy it because I've never seen it. But I knew it was gonna be gone. But the guy, I saw the guy who bought it, and he had a Lush T-shirt, and he told me this is my favorite My Bloody Valentine record, and I was like, all right, and then he left, and I was
have
like,
a nice life. Do you have these, Sean? Do you have one is Sean and one is Sean? But you're not spelled the same way.
Yeah, I mean, you can just call me Culture. I don't care.
Culture, yeah.
Whatever. It doesn't matter to me.
Cool.
Yes,
Okay,
I'm
cool. Do you
good.
have these early My Bloody Valentine records?
Yeah, I mean, I have pretty much everything that My Bloody Valentine has done. Like, oh, geez. You're talking to a guy that flew out to London when they reunited and saw those. Like, I'm a nerd. So
you bought the pedal with the USB on it?
No, but my guitar player for my band, who Stunty Nose did.
But you didn't.
I didn't because I stopped playing guitar after my band broke up. So
I like that you have the Jay Mascis. I like that you have the Jay Mascis guitar behind you. What you say?
Yeah, that's the one thing I kept. I really like that guitar. So,
but
actually,
so speaking of the Jay Mascis guitar, so not to brag again about talking to Kevin Shields, but
didn't he sell like 50 guitars or something?
So when I went backstage to meet him, their guitar tech was walking me back, and I was like, "Hey, I saw Kevin was playing," and this is just when the first Jay Mascis jazz master kit, the purple sparkly
Yeah, the
one.
purple. Yeah.
And I was like, Kevin was playing all these, customized jazz masters, but then for like half the set, he played like this Squire purple jazz master. And I was like, why is he playing that? And he was like, oh, that's Jay's new jazz master that just came out. And Jay just had like 100 of them in his basement, and he just would give them out to all of his friends. And him and Kevin are like best friends. So he said he gave Kevin like three of them.
Have you seen that video of Jay Mascis pedal collection?
No, I don't think I have, but my favorite Jay Mascis video is him. I think it's the Amoeba one, and he just pulls out a Discharge record, and he's like, Discharge.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
but
Look
look
at that
at
video, Jose. Before you describe the video,
Mhm.
have you told is your wife aware you masturbate to that video?
No.
Okay.
No, but look at the video. He has like a cabinet they like your grandma would put like the china, he opens it up like this, and he just like pedals, and I'm like, fuck, this is the most Jay Mascis thing ever. He like his brain is just like mushed out in the world. So he doesn't have any decor. So basically, when he got the house from the old lady that died, he just started putting pedals on like cupboards
rather than the china.
Yeah, rather than the china, because like, and I like it. Yeah, so it's a good.
I know, Jay actually, and I don't know how many people know this, but I haven't subscribed to it. But he does a monthly or quarterly puzzle club, and it's just like album covers. So like I think he did like Funhouse. There's one of the puzzles. There's like you can go. I'm sure if you just look up Dinosaur Jr. and puzzles, but yeah, he does like a quarterly puzzle club for like puzzle words.
That's way too postmodern for me.
Do you think he does that and then he stops and he does that just so he cannot listen to Sabadoa records? He's like, I was probably busy. I was probably busy. He's like, fuck that.
I know there's a Sebado like collection that's coming out relatively soon.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah, and there's like a documentary. I think there's something going on with Sebado, like some kind of anniversary or something.
Auntie, do you have those? I don't remember. I know we talked about it, but my brain is clay. So do you have those first three Yo La Tengo records? The President, no, but the stunty does it, like the President Yo La Tengo, that Tiger one. You have them?
No.
All right.
Those are weird. You know what? For Yo La Tango, those are actually weird records. Like, I like those first three records.
And the photos as well. I don't know why I'm always thinking about the photos on the back of those records. They were like in the park.
Yeah.
There used to be four guys, right?
Actually,
it's interesting you say they're weird because they're also extremely normal. For me,
yeah, that's why I think that they're weird, because they were like.
Actually, this just came in the mail like 2 days ago.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Where they just cover nuclear war 5 different times. So it's pretty good. I
have my Yo La Tengo on the other.
That's kind of like the record when they decide, okay, Sonic Youth seems to have found a good way to continue. Let's try to do some of the same, like reference some avant-garde shit and get like the indie kids from Europe, the pretentious assholes from there to now. But
you say that, but they also released the Adventureland soundtrack on vinyl, so so it's not as avant-garde as you might think.
I guess objectively, that's probably the best Yo La Tengo album. Objectively,
no, that's not.
I think so.
That's the only one I have.
That's the only one you have. It's a good one to have, I guess.
Yeah.
I like the album after that, and then Nothing Turned Itself Inside Out.
I think that's the best one.
Actually, the thing that I bought, I'm not a record shower, but the thing that I bought recently that I really like is His Name Is Alive box set that just came out.
Nice.
This thing is
you're such a goth.
This thing is great. No, this is I'm a sucker for a lot of this early, 90s 4AD stuff. And
this is it's like ethereal goth pop or something.
Yeah,
right?
I even like Black Tape for a Blue Girl. I think that band's good. It's a good band.
So, Sean, do you have any good made-up story about your made-up band?
Are you talking to me?
No, through Vinyl Dreamscape.
About my made-up band?
Yeah, let's see how good he is at improvising stories.
Well, I actually, when I was in school, most of the people I hung out with were musicians, so I used to hang out with a lot of people. But unfortunately, I never picked up an instrument, so I never had the band back. Other than I observed a lot of musicians from backstage and stuff. That's about it.
Didn't you at one point have like a sort of potential side project with Lita Ford or something?
Well, Lita Ford, that was my kind of gal.
Well, you don't have to actually play an instrument to be in a band. Look at Arlo Lindsay. I've never seen him play a fucking.
Jose, tell that to George Borden.
Can you imagine if you took like George Borden hostage to an Arlo Lindsay show?
Oh my God.
And you put him right center in front of the guitar, and he's just like.
I don't know where it came from, but I remember the first time I was exposed to the fact that Lita Ford existed and was a thing. Then I learned about that she was in the Runaways and all that. But the first time I heard about her was a friend of mine who was into hard rock metal, and he had like a CD with her, like full leather stripper on the motorbike, and we listened to the whole thing. I was like, dude, are you crazy? Like, what is wrong with you? There's nothing there. It's like literally empty, like zero inspiration, or it's like soul destruction.
You know what I think of when I think of Lita Ford is this horrible, maybe one of the worst songs I've ever heard is this song she did as a duet with Ozzy. You know what song I mean? What a
no, but it sounds
horrible piece of.
Is it worse than Paul McCartney when he redo "Love Me Do" like 80s uptown beat shit? That's the worst. One of the worst things.
No, because that's just weird. But like, I'm sure that the thing that Sean is talking about must be like, and like.
Well, no. Black Sabbath with Ice-T. That's one of the worst songs I've ever heard. Black Sabbath with Ice-T.
I've heard that.
No, but that sounds kind of fun. But the fact that there's some wait, like Ozzy, Lita Ford, there's some sort of proximity which makes it even more incestuous. And so when it's crap,
don't close my Don't Close My Eyes. That was the name. It was a huge hit in the United States.
Oh, really?
How do you guys in America manage to have stuff like that, like Lita Ford? How was she?
I don't know if I know a song by her. I don't think I know a song by her.
But how was she allowed to have such a career?
I don't know if she was in the Runaways. I mean, the Runaways were a big deal. You know what I mean? And because, like, think about it. Like, Joan Jett, I think she popped off first in her solo career.
Yeah.
It was only natural. And plus, Lita Ford was super connected to a lot of that LA hair metal stuff that was happening in the 80s.
Yeah. That's what she wanted the Runaways to be.
I mean, people make the argument that the Runaways are a proto-punk band. Like, I mean, look, Joan Jett is cool. She recorded the first Germs record, or really the only Germs record, right? So, like, her credibility, and like, however you feel about Bikini Kill, she did those, I think it was 2 7-inches, or at least one. And like, her, and like, I know that she's from this area in DC, so like, she would go see Fugazi shows all the time.
Joan Jett's been very, very like politically active, like in a good way. I mean, she's very, very she does a lot of fundraisers for a lot of good people. Does a lot of good things. Bikini Kill.
That's Bikini Kill's best. I think that's their best record, or that the 7-inch actually Joan Jett did. I have no desire to see the Bikini Kill reunion. I actually had tickets, and they just kept delaying it because of the pandemic, and then I just sold them. But I mean, that first Bikini Kill EP, or really those first 2 EPs, are great.
I would see them live. I I think I
Yeah,
think
but you eat at Domino's.
no, I don't. When I go to the US, I do.
Oh my God.
I've never heard that. I've
PTSD
never heard
here.
What's the famous song? I don't think I know any song
Cherry
by them.
Bomb. Cherry Bomb.
Yeah, Cherry Bomb's good. Bratmobile actually does a really good cover of Cherry Bomb. Speaking of like Bikini Kill and stuff.
I don't know if I've heard.
I met her in the like early 2000s. She was doing a book signing in Detroit, and I just happened to be in the same location. And it was much later in life. I gotta say, she must have been in her 50s, and she was a knockout still. Gorgeous, gorgeous woman.
Well, but Lita Ford, I think she probably, as soon as she got her solo career, she looked like 20 years older than she actually was. Like all this, but who cares about that? It was just that it's mesmerizing to me when I hear that, like how yeah, no, yeah. I talked shit about Coldplay earlier. It's a different kind of emptiness, but. It's still kind of, there's a lot of music in the US that makes you look into the abyss very, very deep.
Well, I think that, at least to me, like Coldplay is music for kids. I don't know how to explain that, but I know nobody says it. No, wait. It's always been the same. No, but it's always been like the same age people are when they like Coldplay. So I put them in the same category as like horrible bands as Imagine Dragons.
Coldplay is music in 2020. Yeah, in the 2020s, it's music for Cher when she wants to feel a little bit edgy. It's like what she listened to when she's rocking.
I have no opinion on Coldplay. I literally.
That's great. I'm so jealous of you. I'm so jealous of you.
I just don't think about stuff I don't really like. So just I have no. I've heard like the singles. I'm not going to pretend I don't know who that band is.
Oh come on, it's fun to.
I have no like opinion on. There are more other artists or bands that I think deserve my, hate, so to speak, and that like Coldplay is just not. It's
I
like
think Coldplay holds a special place because they're trying to be something more than they are.
What are they? I'm just asking. What are they trying to be? I don't even like. I don't even know
be U2 and My Bloody Valentine.
There are worse. Look, I will say this. I'm not defending Coldplay. There are worse bands to like strive to be. Like but the
ambition.
To be.
Cool. The thing is that the ambition. All right. The result. Like when you just basically become one color on Spotify, a whole color in the rainbow.
I'll say this again. I'm not defending Coldplay, but if that gets a couple of thousand people into like My Bloody Valentine, I'm fine with it. I don't like.
I don't think they ever make it that far. I really don't.
I think like I'm sure with the bajillions of people that have bought Coldplay records, like the tens and tens of millions, there's a fraction of a couple of thousand that like are like Brian Eno. That name looks familiar. Okay, let me see what else this Eno person has done.
No, I don't. I doubt that. I was going to say
trust me. I've liked a lot of bad music when I was like a kid, and there are certain like people connected to these artists where I'm like, oh, let me look deeper into this, and it's way cooler than what I was like listening to.
So two things about that. First, Sava, that's even a greater scene for Coldplay. But so if you read the journal of Brian Eno from the mid-90s that he published as a book,
My Life with what is it? Tonsils? What is it?
I don't. No.
Appendicitis.
Okay, you don't know it.
Yeah, that's the name.
No, it's not that. It's a journal or something. But so basically, he reflects mostly on like how cool it is to hang out with Bono, and how how annoyed he is when James, who he had just produced and had like a hit album with him, they're constantly calling him to ask him when are we doing the next one when he thinks they're crap. Like he's
That's the fucking
really,
name. A Year with a Swollen Appendix.
oh well, like, do you think I will? I bored the fucking thing. I've tried to forget about it that much because it ruined him for me. But yeah, so Coldplay are kind of like that, like James produced by the second album of James produced by Brian Eno. That never happened, but it would have been that. Like, I mean, the name is so perfect. Cold Plate.
Well, Brian Eno plays in a bunch of different stuff. Like he plays on Slow
Brian Eno
Dive.
is an asshole.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's always random to me. But as much as you can hate Brian Eno did one great thing, and that to me is he did the No New York compilation, and I don't give a fuck who doesn't like that one.
You don't like the early? You don't like those Roxy Music records? You don't like
Yeah,
them?
no, I like it. I have a lot of Brian Eno stuff, but I just I don't listen to them as much as I used to.
No, but Brian Eno, he's done a lot of great stuff, but he's also done terrible stuff.
Yeah.
That like is like
like every artist that has that many amount of records,
He was associated with YouTube, which is
which
bad
is
enough for me.
yeah, but in reality, okay, it's easy to like. If you remember when you were like a 13-year-old kid and you hear a solo by The Edge and all that, like, I mean, come on, guys, like I hate it, but like I understand, like we all understand the appeal. Like it's like it's more functional music than any song by Motley Crue, for example.
Oh well, you two, they did one, to me they did one really great single, I Will Follow, which I think is actually a really great single. Roxy Music is proto Coldplay. Oh,
that's like
Yeah.
Sava
is telling the truth from Bulgaria here.
I'm sorry.
They drinking cyanide in fucking Bulgaria right now. I think that the first two Roxy Music records are fine with me. I like a Manifesto. I think it's fine. The fucking Siren record, whatever, it's fine. But I don't know. It's not a band that I
Motley
as overly
Does Motley Crue have apart from Girls, do they even have a melody anywhere?
Of course they have the I'm Going Home.
Here's the fun fact about Motley Crue. I would make the argument that the first Motley Crue record, which is essentially a demo that they released themselves on their own DIY label, is like, it legit sounds like a punk record. Like it legit sounds like a punk record. It doesn't. If you compare that first Motley Crue record to everything else they did after it, it's almost like a totally different band. And the funny thing about that is, guys, when they got signed to a major, they wanted to re-record that, and the major just reissued it as is. I think they may have remixed it, but for the most part, the first Motley Crue record does not really sound anything like whatever else came after it. So I'm not saying you need to go and like listen to that first Motley Crue record, but like they covered like Anarchy in the UK. Like, again, that doesn't give them punk points, but that just goes to show they were doing that stuff on the Roxy while other bands were like, doing like
You know what you could say about that first Motley Crue record is at least they were still a band of people who played together. It sounds like a band. Whereas after that, they just sounded like to me, they sounded like a studio production after that. Whereas at least on the first Motley Crue record, they still sounded like four guys who were playing together on stage.
I've never heard that shit. But
two quick things. First, we just had an opinion by a guy who has a black metal T-shirt of a Strawberry Switchblade, and secondly,
it's literally the cover of like their EP.
But you have this, but you have the black metal. You have the black metal long sleeves with the print.
Okay, all right.
No, I'm just messing with you, but Tommy Lee, to go full circle, Tommy Lee played the drums on the Smashing Pumpkins album.
Yeah, he did. Didn't he?
Oh wow.
Didn't he play like shows as well with them?
I don't think so. They usually, when they hire people who are not from the core band, it's either girls, good-looking girls, or that Billy Corgan can mentally
Like
harass.
Corey Feldman. So the Corey Feldman.
Corey Feldman.
He's doing that, right? Like every girl that plays on the band is like.
Would you, Jose? Would you go see Corey Feldman? Would you go see him?
100%, 100%. I would pay like $500 if I had to.
Never ever complain about money to me again, Jose.
No, I would have to like prostitute myself probably, but I would go to it.
Yeah, I would too. I would go. It would be like watching a car crash.
Look at that. Angela is named after a Motley Crue song.
I'm sorry. No, I'm kidding. But I only know one song by them because it was in a horrible movie that I love. It's called Hot Tub Time Machine.
Hot Tub Time Machine. Yeah.
I love that movie. And there's a song by them there.
You know, on Detroit radio to this day, Motley Crue is all over Detroit radio.
Well, and the funny thing is that I've seen like all the shows that came out like not that long ago about Tommy Lee and stuff like that. But it's just a band that I really there are like bands that I know of like in my head that I've never heard before, like Jane's Addiction. I don't even know how they sound. I don't know how they sound at all. I don't know what the fuck is going with them.
I was in the 90s. I like Jane's Addiction for a while.
What other bands I actually like? I don't know what they sound like. UB40. I don't know what they sound.
But talking Sean's like elegy of or like pedestalization of Motley Crue's first demo, like which I'm genuinely, honestly curious about. To be fair, to
you don't need to own it. You just if you listen to like the first 20 seconds of each song, you'd be like, okay, I like this. This is different. You know what I mean? You know.
But at the same time, you know, the most do-it-yourself DIY thing connected with Motley Crue is
that they did their own label and sold their own album.
No, it's the Pamela video. That's the most do-it-yourself.
All right.
You know, talking about like weird CD demos that for one reason or another exist. I have an uncle, and he had the first EP by Maroon 5, and it's just the funniest shit ever. They cover, and please, if you ever like you have like 6 minutes to die, listen to they have a cover of Highway to Hell, but they play it so fucking cringy, like he's like actually trying to be like a rock band. My God, that's the juiciest cringe that I've heard like in a while.
Juiciest cringe. Oh my God, you're awful.
I'm like drooling. It's a piece of garbage. But the fact that Maroon 5 at one point thought they could be like a rock band, it's just like fucking funny to me.
Now you want cringe. Speaking of Motley Crue, believe it or not, just released a new record.
Oh my God!
Really?
And they do a cover of the Beastie Boys. Party for
Fight for Your Right to Party.
Yeah. They do a cover of that. Now
that's quite adequate though. That's in character.
Well, you know, like 2 weeks ago, I read the news article saying that who the fuck is it? Ice-T again? Ice-T doing "Comfortably Numb" by Pink Floyd, and David Gilmour plays the guitar in it, and they preview a little like 10 seconds of it.
What? Yeah.
And you know how when they preview, they have like the best part, right?
Yeah.
It sounds so fucking horrible.
Yeah.
Well, to bring this full circle to this how small punk is. So you just mentioned that Motley Crue covered a Beastie Boys song.
Yeah.
Well, as I'm sure as you know, Ad Rock is married to Kathleen Hanna from Bikini Kill. So there you go. She's like, what, 2 degrees of separation away now from Motley Crue?
Yeah.
You know? So there you go.
Well, Well, Beastie Boys had a weird cameo-ish life as well. So
Hey, the Beastie Boys live were one of the best live shows I've ever seen. Great show.
I remember somebody gave me when I was really young the whatever concert it is, they filmed themselves with cameras with handy cams, I think in Madison Square Garden, and I always thought it was cool, but it was annoying because
Jose, before I forget, did you grab that Matching Mole record?
What Matching Mole record?
The
Oh no, I'm looking for the one with the second record. Yeah,
it's good. It's good. I mean,
I've heard the songs because it got released as a CD. Like,
Does it make the original album better? Genuine question. I have no.
I don't know.
it's the record plus some B-sides.
Yeah.
But
That's with
besides
Robert
from
Wyatt,
where?
right?
It's like I think like tracks they recorded during that time, but they didn't release.
So it's
And
not
then,
B-sides.
like, yeah, like B-sides, but they were never released. Like
So
not
it's-
even
so-
as B-sides.
So they are
and-
not B-sides.
Outtakes. Sorry,
Okay,
outtakes. But they are B-sides, and then there's like one or two songs that have just the vocals removed. Like
There's no
there you
single
go.
for Matching Mole.
there were singles. Yeah.
There were singles? Okay.
Yeah, Caroline. Like
Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah.
at least that one.
Hmm.
I don't know what the B-side was for that. There are the BBC section. There you go. Thanks, Zeb. But it was only released in Europe, and I haven't bought it because again, sometimes I'm like, fuck, like $30 for
Wait.
shipping. Fuck that shit.
Then how did Coltrane's get it? Is he a criminal?
Because because some I saw some stores selling it, but the
Yeah,
price
like,
was
Fandom had it like on. It was on a sale thing that they were doing.
But
So
don't you have like tariffs or like blockade on like stuff from outside the wall?
me? I know. I don't know. Are you, Jose? Are you gonna get that Kevin Ayers box set? It's coming out.
yes,
The live one. Yeah.
yes. What is it? Esoteric Records.
Yeah. I don't know what label it's on, but it's like a 10. It's a CD box set. So I don't discriminate. So I buy
Esoteric. I think it's Esoteric Recordings.
Build the wall.
Yeah. I think yeah. Seb will tell me in 55 seconds from now. They're doing so Esoteric Recordings. They do like basically only stuff that I like and some Yes. I that's the band that I hate most in my life is Yes. But they're reissuing Egg,
Emerson, Lake
the
and Palmer.
first record, which is not my favorite at all, but it's the first time they reissue it with all those songs because there's one part of the end trilogy-ish part that was always cut off. So I'm curious about that. They're doing.
I thought that your most hated band was the Foo Fighters.
Well, yeah, you probably are right. Maybe.
See?
No.
You know what? You know what? The worst thing about the Foo Fighters for me is that they released a horror movie, and I watched it because I like horror movies.
That's not the worst thing they've ever done.
No, of course not.
You're talking to a Foo Fighters first 3 albums super fan. So, well, all I'll say is that in a week and a half, I'm flying out to Seattle to mix a record with the guy that did the first Foo Fighters record. So
I've listened to the first Foo Fighters record.
First Foo Fighters record, great. It's awesome. It's an awesome record.
No, I hated it. But for example, I remember a girl in my class when I was young, and she would play the fuck out of that.
Remind us when you were born. What year you were born, Jose?
95.
When was the first Foo Fighters record released?
No, but I didn't say that.
No, I'm not saying that you're lying. I'm just putting some perspective.
Yeah. But it's in retrospective, like, and I think that's even better to hate because it's like, oh, look, all this shit already exists and it's horrible.
The first Foo Fighters record, I'm gonna make an argument. The first Foo Fighters record, besides those singles, which are kind of trash, sounds nothing like anything on the radio. Like Exhausted, the last song on that Foo Fighters record, legitimately sounds like a Sonic Youth song.
Okay,
legitimate-
let's put it that way.
But is it better than any Sonic Youth
Okay,
songs?
let's have a
Some
real
of them, yeah.
layman's
Well,
test.
now you're on holy ground now.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
have
You're on holy ground.
let's be real here now, Jose. If you were to meet Dave Grohl in real life, would you tell him to his face?
yeah, of course.
No,
know why?
you wouldn't.
No.
Of course I would. You know why? Because I have besides.
Would you really waste your time saying how you hate one of
No.
his
But you're pointing in a point like if I had to meet him, I know he's like a nice guy and or supposedly people say that, but I think that he drummed in 2 records I like, right? Nirvana, and then he took one of the best things that ever happened to Nirvana was Pat Smear coming in at the end of the thing, and then he fucked it up by giving him a part in a band that sells a lot of records, and probably he eats from that every single day. But Pat Smear and the Foo Fighters, that's like cardinal sin to me.
I think that he did Pat Smear a favor. Like you got to
Of
remember,
course, because he
like,
eats
you gotta
from that
remember,
every day.
even after Nirvana, like
He's
right
pretending
before
now.
Pat Smear was like in Nirvana, he was working the mailroom for SST.
Yeah,
Like that like let's be real here. Like
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. He
I would
eats
take
from that.
and the and he's in a Germs member is in the fucking Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
There you go.
That is insane. Like
Yeah.
think
Wait,
about
are
that
you-
for a
are you
minute.
saying-
Like, that-
Yeah, he justified his
No, but-
existence right there.
So
Yeah,
you're
like,
But
saying
not as
no,
but,
wait,
but
Jose.
not as
Wait,
germs.
Jose, Cole is just telling us that fucking Dave Grohl diverted this man's honest career to go and do some horrible, disgraceful
could've.
music.
he could have been working for Greg Ginn for the rest of his life,
Oh my god.
Yeah.
like making not even minimum.
But
wage.
you know what? You would be like
Making
you would be like that government employee was in a great band called called the Germs, and I would be happier. But he had to
Well, there's also that I don't think he got paid, but he's in a Prince video. As a-
Alright.
And you know what?
That's me.
Actually,
yeah.
Pat
the thing is
Smear's
that
in this video?
Yep. Yeah. Yep.
and he's actually currently watching us live right now. But just saying.
Yeah.
Well,
What
I
Prince
don't know.
video?
It's just it's too poppy. I don't understand Foo Fighters' appeal. When he screams, I feel like I would just want to turn it down. Like I normally don't do it. When people scream, I like people screaming.
All that I'll say, Jose, is you should give the second half of the first Foo Fighters record a chance because it doesn't sound anything like that. Like, dude, they covered Angry Samoans. Like in that era.
But is it better than Angry Samoans' original one?
Just lie about it, Jose. Just lie.
I'm telling you, it's like I totally get it. Like after that first Foo Fighters,
It's probably
record,
great.
You can like take or leave it. Like I get it, but
It's probably
Okay,
great.
but like I totally respect your perspective on that. At the same time, we're close in age. I was like you and I we've talked ad nauseam about how much Nirvana counts to us. The first I wanted to like it. I hate every single of that record.
For what record? For the first?
The first Foo Fighter record.
Oh, yeah. Well, he
But
did say that he hated
Hate is a strong word. It's just that like it was a radio pop record for me. I mean, it had, of course, it used some of the code, some of the aesthetic of stuff I already liked, and it made it even more.
Bing.
Yeah, I don't know. It went against what I
look,
wanted.
if it wasn't for
drummers,
that record,
man,
if it wasn't for that record, I would have never known who Greg Dooley was. Like Greg Dooley's on that record. So, and I would have never have gotten into Sunny Day Real Estate, which is one of my favorite bands of all time.
Yeah, but both can be.
So-
You can still be thankful for all of that, and
And
And I
hey,
still think that's a good record. Like that's
Still
not
working.
changing. Like, you just, But
Look,
speaking of Nirvana,
I'll
speaking of
give you-
Nirvana, Santi, I just got this.
Oh
in the-
my
the
God.
in the mail. It's great.
what is this?
It's
Okay.
bunch of unreal. Well, I mean they've been
is it a
sort of
nice bootleg?
circulated, but demos
Those
like
like juicy
the
bootleg.
Rio stuff
That's cool.
from In Utero. That's still
Does that have moist vagina?
I think it has a demo of it. Let's see. It's got a
the best.
No,
Nirvana.
it's got demos of like I hate myself and I want to die. Yeah, it does have a demo of Moist Vagina.
Hey,
Yeah.
breaking news: we have Dave Grohl in the chat, and he's saying that Jose is absolutely right.
Thanks, Dave Grohl.
Jose is right. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, but you know what? The one video that I always I always think of when people talk about Dave Grohl is a video of him on VH1's Storytellers. And after he does like one song or something like that, he says, well, you know, when Foo Fighters started, like nobody believed in us. We used to like jam
Come on.
in the wait.
Yeah.
He really had it
He
tough.
said that he like they were like in a garage and he would like send demos to everyone and nobody wanted to release it.
No.
And I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? You were in Nirvana.
Biggest band
What
in the
the
world.
fuck are you talking about?
How much time was there between the death of Kurt Cobain and
So here's the thing: the Foo
Less than
Fighters
a
stuff,
year?
He had been
6
been
months?
recording that
Quick.
for years prior to Kurt's death.
yeah?
Maybe that's
he
why
had
he
done,
died.
he had done a project called Pocket Watch.
Maybe.
Do you
Which
think-
is essentially proto Foo
Jose,
Fighters.
your mic is so high compared
Oh,
to
shit.
so yeah.
All right. Let me
yeah.
Go on, Cole.
But yeah, so like he had been doing that stuff for years prior to Kurt's death.
Do you think he
So-
listened to it?
And actually, Kurt had even said, or Dave said, that Kurt had heard some of those like they were demos. They weren't called Foo Fighters at the time, but Kurt really liked the song "Alone and Easy Target" and wanted to make that a Nirvana song, and he wanted to make "Exhausted," which is the last song on that.
And
Foo
it's
Fighters.
also well known that Brian Jones, Jimi Hendrix, and John Lennon were quitting their bands and starting a band together. And it's also well known that Genesis Peerage and Ian Curtis were leaving their own band and starting a duo together.
Is that true? I have no idea. Is that true?
Well, it's been
You know what
said
is
by the
true?
people who survived.
Is it not true that there was conflict between Dave Grohl and Nirvana, that there had a falling out?
Yeah, so towards the tail end of Nirvana, I mean, and I'd like to chalk this up to the fact that like Kurt was just at that point he was going through a lot of mental illness and he was going through a lot of drugs, but he had flat out said he was with Michael Azerrad, and this was like they had just played a show, and Dave's hotel room is like right next to Kurt's, and Kurt is just on his balcony basically saying like Dave Grohl's a shitty drummer and I want to fire him. There's also a story where he said that on an airplane. So like towards the end of Nirvana's kind of life, like, but that may have been, you know, partly drugs, partly mental illness, partly that Courtney did not like Dave.
Maybe
You know what I mean?
partially
So,
true.
You know, so
maybe because Marigold is a pretty good song.
Marigold's a great song. That Marigold's
It's the best. It's the best Foo Fighters song.
Yeah, I guess that would be considered a Foo Fighters song.
I don't know that song.
He'd like demoed that, you know, prior
It's
to
the B-side of Heart Shaped Box, Jose.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that. Then.
Don't you think that Kurt Cobain had kind of outgrown Nirvana at that point anyway, though? It just seemed like when you listen to the like Unplugged album, which is the only Nirvana album I have, is Unplugged.
Hey, that's the
I
only one I
think
have.
that's true. When you say that, it's something we, in a way, we wish would be true, but it's you see what I mean? It's like it would be so perfect in a way, because then Nirvana would never disappoint.
So there was these weren't Nirvana sessions, but there was sessions booked with Kurt and Michael Stipe that was actually on the books. Like that was supposed to take place the summer of '94. So they were supposed to record together. What that would have been, nobody knows. Now, if you're a Nirvana nerd like I am, one of the last songs Kurt wrote, and it's not the last song that was ever released, but it's a song called Do Re Mi, which is essentially kind of like, if you listen to that song, that's the direction that I think Kurt would have done a solo record on.
Wasn't the last recorded thing he did the
last studio thing was You Know You're Right. That's the last studio thing they ever did together.
No, but it wasn't the last Kurt Cobain recorded thing. The William S. Burroughs. No.
That was
That was done long before, and it was done not in a studio. He just recorded his guitar part himself and sent them, and then they glued it together.
Yeah.
So I actually think that's really good.
Actually, the guy that recorded the first Foo Fighters record, I think recorded.
It's a 10-inch, right?
It's a 10-inch. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's called The Priest.
The priest-driven ambulance, something like that.
Yeah,
Something like that.
Yeah.
So you guys like that? I think that's really good. I like the thing he did with Burroughs. I thought that was really
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
I have it here somewhere. So yeah,
And
it's
then
a 10
there's that
It's just
Nirvana
10
show
inches.
where Kurt actually like
it's
made
on
Jack-
it's basically a favor Kurt did to the label CZ, like
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
basically was okay, like you're gonna sell records for once.
Well, I mean, what have you ever listened to?
But it's good. It's good. It's just that
Yeah.
the reality is that there was not a lot of intelligence behind it. It's not like
No, it's
they
not thought
thought
out.
a lot about it. It's
was a
Kurt
fiction,
Cobain
so-
doing something that he has never done before on the recordings. Is he good at it? There's no, there's no metric to judge it because he never did it elsewhere.
Well, Stunty, you know that the intention of what Kurt actually wanted to do with In Utero, right? So he wanted to do 3 different versions. There was
Oh, I
going
didn't
to
know
be
that.
so there was going to be one that's called Radio Friendly Unit Shifter, which was what we got in stores, right?
Great name.
Then there would have been a Kurt Cobain mix, right? Called In Utero. Then there would have been what he wanted to do was start his own record label, and he wanted to take just In Utero the master, and then record that playing to a boombox. And that would have been called I Hate Myself and I Want to Die.
Wow.
And he wanted to start his own record label
Well,
where
he
he was
did.
like, he wanted to do like almost like field recordings. He was like, I want to like record like homeless people like babble on the streets and like release those as like 12 inches. That was like his intention. And like this is like some news that I find really fascinating is he actually thought of pulling the record and asking Matador if they wanted to put it out.
It's weird because when you say that, it's easy to say, oh, that would be cool. And it's also easy to take it as a joke. But as someone who buys records like that by people who no one knows, but who's actually genuinely interested in that, it's true it would have been actually, I can say honestly, I thought it would have been cool and I would have bought them regardless it was him, but or I would have considered at least. I can't.
Have you ever listened to the Allen Ginsberg with Arthur Russell track?
Yeah.
Do you prefer that or the Burroughs Kurt Cobain one?
No, it's in both cases. It's stuff that
2 10-inches, by the way.
If I hadn't bought them before listening to it, or if I hadn't bought them back then, I don't know if I would seek them out now. I probably wouldn't. Apart from like collector's perspective, maybe.
I have the Willem Burroughs box set here,
Oh, nice.
and it comes with a photo I've never seen of Arthur Russell playing the cello, but recording. He's like standing up instead of sitting down, which I've never seen.
Isn't there like the ultimate book on Arthur Russell coming out right now, or like before the end of the year?
Of Arthur Russell?
About Arthur Russell.
It already came out. It already came out.
Okay.
Yeah, my friend Mavi did a interview with the author.
The guy, Steve Odica, right?
Yeah, I don't remember the name,
Yeah.
but yes.
Basically, there's this guy Steve who runs the estate of Arthur Russell, and he has a label called Odica, and everything official Arthur Russell coming out is coming out either on Odica or licensed by Odica, and he has like all the tapes that of stuff that is finished, unfinished. Like basically, he has a life work of processing all of this, and he's been doing that for 20 years now already, I think.
What the fuck is my Arthur Russell? Oh, here it is. I don't know, I'm not going to show it.
Everyone in expectation.
I was not
of
going to show anything.
expectation.
There's the one previously to that. I like this.
This is the reissue. Is it the double LP?
No, this is not a reissue. It never came out. This is one of the posthumous albums, which I guess most of them are. So
No, but okay, because
yeah, this is a double record.
Instrumentals was released on Disque du Crépuscule, and it was supposed to be 2-volume LP, but they only released one. Yeah, exactly. And I have the first one, but I didn't get the second one. Yeah, or the one you showed.
This one you told me you didn't like.
Yeah,
but I think this is one of the better ones because Fernando Y. It's very
one of the better ones, really.
Wait. Like song wise, because Fernando Y. It's pretty beautiful. Eli, if you look up like people covering his songs, they're normally from this record. Eli is here. That's pretty great. Love is Overtaken Me, the version from here. It's pretty great. Love Comes Back. That's great. I Couldn't Say It to Your Face. So I think it's a great record. This is the one that everybody should have.
No, it's a compilation. This.
Yeah. All of them are compilations except one record, well, 2 records, and the Dinosaur L.
Yeah. The Dinosaur L LP is of the no. Yeah, this is amazing, but like I prefer Tower of Echo. Yeah, I think this one is the best one of Arthur Russell.
Yes, but this I wouldn't say this showcased everything he had to offer.
Who cares?
No. I don't think that's a bad thing. I'm just saying like this is a very beautiful, slow, delay, echo, reverby record that is very pretty.
Aren't you really happy that
this one's pretty great?
That In Utero doesn't represent everything that came with the Foo Fighters.
To bring it back to the
No, but sometimes Jose has these logics that push me into another. Like I have to go in the extreme of
another realm.
No, but it's still my opinion. That's why I like about the other ones. It's because, for example, this one, as an artist, he also wanted to record like hillbilly fucking sounding songs, and he did.
Yeah, because you guys, do you know what that album is? The one that Jose is holding. Have you heard this one?
I've never really gotten into Arthur Russell's, kind of like The Fall. I just don't know where to begin.
Yeah.
Folk, pop, and country songs. So I think it's a
Arthur Russell is way easier to get into than The Fall. I agree. The folk is quite esoteric because you have albums by The Fall that are the classics that like it's only like 2 songs that will hit you, and sometimes it will be the 2 last songs of an album that has like 18 songs. And for the longest part, I was in your camp, Sean, Cole. Okay, I know The Fall is a great band, but I don't know why. But I want to accept it. I want to believe it. But where is the entry door? And there's no easy entry door.
Yeah.
There's another one that I don't have. It's called Springfield. It's sort of like this one. But I don't know. I when I want to listen to Arthur Russell, I like his songs. These are like 3-minute, 4-minute songs. And I think this is a good entry, mostly for people in the U.S. Like maybe Cole wouldn't like this one particular more, maybe Dinosaur L. But
you forgot also about this one, which is the second
Tower of what is it?
Meaning.
Yeah, Tower of Meaning. Yeah,
Tower of Meaning, World of Echo, and Dinosaur L are the 3
Another
albums.
thought. You have this one. Another thought. There's also with another cover. It was before, but it has good songs. There are songs. Oh, Marquis Smith. There are songs from this done more electronically in this one. So I thought you might like that one. This is How We Walk on the Moon. Pretty great. Another thought.
Okay, but now Fred is talking about compilations of Russell. We're talking about like stuff that he. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, again, yeah. Most of his stuff he didn't actually.
But so you have dug a little deep into the Fall, Sean, since you read a fucking autobiography, right?
Yeah, this is really good, really funny. If you're not familiar
It
with
is
this.
an autobiography, right?
Yeah.
Is it Penguin? That's nice.
Yeah.
Like, UK musicians get better bookman treatments than in the US. It always seems like that. Did you read the just because I'm looking at it, the Thurston Moore one? I know Stunty would never do it.
But just to say quickly on the Fall, like, so did you love the Fall instantly, or like us, you were like a bit puzzled at first how to enter the Fall?
I think the Falls catalog is so vast and so important that it is hard to. It's one of those catalogs that's hard. It's best to just jump in at the beginning and work your way.
Yeah, I guess that's what I could just ask here is like, where do I even begin? You know,
Start at the beginning. Which trial is probably as good a start as any?
Do you think it's and it's an honest question? Do you think for bands like that, do you think suggesting a greatest hits record it's a piece of shit way to get someone into a band?
Yeah, I think
Did
greatest
you
hits
hear about
albums
the
in general
Fall, dude?
are not.
Did he fall? He fell. Like talking about the fall. He fell.
Yeah.
He fell.
Fell to the fall.
Talking about the fall. Yeah. Nice. It's a bunch of fucking cables in the fucking floor there. But do you think it's a bad? Sorry, Sean, I didn't hear.
No,
you.
I don't think that. I mean, in general, I would shy away from greatest hits albums, and certainly not with the Fall. And they're too. That catalog's too big. You might as well just start with the albums and jump in.
This one is a great compilation of the
yeah.
Fall.
Yeah.
Right.
Good singles.
Is it a single or a double?
It's a double.
I mean,
And
if it's widely available, I don't
This
think.
is the original, but it got reissued, so it is widely available.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're interested in a band and they do have an greatest hits, I don't see it as a bad thing. Like, I think greatest hits, they normally are horrible in that sense, but for bands like that, or like a lot of punk bands that have a bunch of like singles only songs and stuff like that, I don't think that's a.
Yeah, but don't you think you're getting kind of a wrong perspective of the band then?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But for someone, yeah, especially because you think, oh, these are the hits, these are the best songs. Yes, I think that's why they're horrible. Not because of anything else but that, because it's like, have you seen the Sonic Youth greatest hits?
Yeah, I actually have it. I have it.
Yeah,
Just
I wouldn't pick those songs, you know.
No, Christopher, you wouldn't like the Fall. This is my favorite The Fall album.
I really wouldn't like.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
like, look, most people's gateway to like Black Flag is like the first 4 years compilation. That's a great
That is a good
compilation.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
It
like
is.
I have no
a little repetitive.
will towards any greatest hits. Like whatever gets you through the door, it works for me. Like
my first Black Flag album, and still my favorite to listen to, it's Family Man.
that's an interesting take.
There you go. Yeah. Is it the Record Store Day release?
No,
Surface
mine
Store?
is the one that came. You know where I got this at?
okay.
Starbucks.
Yeah, that was its deal. It was like a Starbucks exclusive.
Yeah. It was.
See, he's drinking his Starbucks coffee right there.
Yeah,
The Wall
Like-
Street Broker.
What's the first side? Like what's the introduction to Sonic Youth here? I can't see shit.
Can you see it?
Guys, quickly, this is a fun conversation. I'm gonna go get my cable because my battery is about to die. So I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah,
or
I
two.
actually have to go in 15 minutes, but yes, I have to go to
Well, you know the funny thing about that compilation is that was the final record
Discount Youth.
that they owed DGC to get out of their DGC contract. So the
Is that why
ironic
they did
thing
it?
about- Yep.
Isn't-
That's the ironic thing about their very last record on DGC is the most corporate compilation. They used
Wasn't that why they released the other one, the B-side one? I don't remember that.
Yeah, that was so that came out first, I believe,
Yeah.
and then this was, and I don't know if that was on that may have been on DGC. I know like it was co-released on Goofin or maybe SYR, but I know Hits Are for Squares. That was, from what I read, anyways, that was their like the last thing that they owed DGC.
This originally came out in 2008.
Yeah, that makes sense because the Eternal came out what 2009, 2010.
It's not a bad. I mean, but this would give you, if this is all you had by Sonic Youth, this would give you such a distorted.
All the songs are good songs. Like
they're all good songs. Yes, but I think, well, I'm a big fan of the first few, and then the middle ones are the ones that I'm not as. I mean, I love all of them, but like if I want to hear Sonic Youth, I either go for the noisy stuff.
You don't go for this one?
No, I'm not a Goo fan. I don't know why.
I was on board for this.
No, I like it. Like Moting, the only song that Leonardo recorded. Oh, nice. Do you have, the only record I don't have, it's the Yoo-Hoo.
Oh yeah, the live
what is it
that they did for their fan club?
I don't.
I actually in the mail, a buddy of mine scored me a copy of the Russian bootleg of Daydream Nation. So it's just a 1-disc version of Daydream Nation that like
I have the box set.
I have the box set, and I got I don't know if you saw it. I was able to pick one up. There's a live in Russia.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, it's really good.
On Bandcamp, they have some obscure-ish recordings they did only digital that are really good. They even do like
they do a lot of the SYR stuff. They did like a night of like SYR stuff.
They did like the first EP songs, first album. What's the first ever song? She has a bad mood. She's in a bad mood. Yeah, that song is pretty great.
Yeah, I like that first EP. I think it's
I think the first, for example, Swans and the Sonic Youth, those first EPs, they sound really different from whatever the fuck they did afterwards. But I like them. I like the fact that they did that they released a EP and then they figure it out almost immediately after the first record.
Where to go?
Because Swans was sounding like a whatever you want to call like post skinhead-ish sounding no wave, but
I didn't realize until I read Thurston's book that Jira like dated Madonna for a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, that's in this.
How did you like his book? How'd you like Thurston's book?
So I think what's interesting about Thurston's book. So what I actually did was I read Kim's book when it came out, but then I read Thurston's book through and through, and then I went back and read Kim's book. They're two totally different books, but it fills in. They both kind of fill in gaps for each other, but it's very, very clear. And Thurston, by the way, because Kim had intimated it in her book that Jim O'Rourke was dating, who's now Thurston's wife, and they broke up. It was a really bad breakup. And he was like, I don't want to be anywhere near her. That's why he moved to Japan and never came back. Kim had said it was a Sonic Youth associate, never named the name. But at the tail end of the book, when Thurston starts to talk about the affair, which he kind of like glosses over, he flat out says
one paragraph in the whole book is about.
What's that?
There's like one paragraph in the whole book.
Yeah, I mean,
it's all about going to New York and seeing Alan Vega and seeing the Dead Boys.
It's a very like nerdy, like what's really
it's a nerdy book.
His friend, and like I think the best part of the book or the most interesting is the last interaction he has with that friend where he would hang out at CBGB's with, and like when Thurston tried to give him records and they got in a fight and he just like basically put them back on Thurston's van or Sonic Youth's touring van and was just like, you guys are fucking sellouts. And he never spoke to him again. And that was like Thurston's best friend. And like,
he also said that that guy started listening to different music, and I think
Yeah, I think he got into like electronic music.
and I think
yeah.
and I think
Who's
it
the
was
guy you're talking about?
What was
one
his
of Thurston
name?
Moore's
It was
Thurston Moore.
like
in the book.
but it's Thurston Moore's best friend at the time. It's
But did he
something-
do? Was he a musician?
No, he
Oh, it was just a friend,
Yeah.
But he also said, if I'm not remembering wrongly, but I think he said that he was also gay, and that he
yeah.
thought that
Oh, that's right.
Thorsten didn't understood how he he
Right.
was living life.
Yeah.
So I think that sort of, breakups of life. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. I liked the book because it was not gossip at all. Yeah, it was only one paragraph. Basically, it's like, hey, I love my current wife. Like you can, it's just
Yeah, he
my
flat out
life.
and
Like
here's the thing.
I'm not grown up. I fucked
It's
up.
telling
And,
he doesn't deny anything that Kim
No,
said. He
no,
doesn't
no.
push back on it. And I'm sure there's reasons why he doesn't, but I think the reality is like what Kim said, because Kim opens her book, and this isn't a spoiler because we all know what happens,
Yeah.
but she opens her book
the
at
last
the
one,
very last Sonic Youth show. Yeah.
in
And
Argentina,
what I did was I remember reading that, and then I went back and watched the Sonic Youth show, and just
Mhm.
that first 2 minutes of the last Sonic Youth show,
When they
and
come out on
word
stage.
for word, the way she describes it is the way you're watching it if you YouTube it. Like
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
walking out. Thurston's like in a really
High-fiving
good
everybody.
mood, slapping fives to everybody, and
Yeah.
then Kim is the last one to come out, and she just looks totally like, I don't want to be here. She could
Yeah.
barely get through. I think they started with Brave Men Run, and she was like, in the book, she's like, I could barely get through it, and you could tell, like watching the video, that she's like struggling to
Yeah.
just,
but
you know what I mean? It's really kind of
most
sad to watch.
It is. Yeah.
it was in
I
Argentina,
did
right?
the same
The last
thing.
one.
I watched it
Yep.
afterwards.
And the only reason why they did that tour was because Coco, I think she was kind of a junior, and like they also signed the contracts to do those festivals. But in the book, Kim was like, we needed to like pay for her college, and Sonic Youth also has scores of people that work for them, so they didn't want
Especially on
to
the
pull
studio.
those shows. But Thurston is
but
like gung ho for a
they-
reunion. Kim
they
is
still- I
But
think they all still-
Thurston could also just sell like 0.001% of his record collection for that, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you wouldn't want to do that.
yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I-
he has. I mean,
every time I've talked with Thorsten, he's a nice guy. He's very he wants to know about all this stuff. He also collects very specific stuff. But I think that the interesting thing about the books again is Kim's book, like when she starts talking about his brother, how he had like all the little details about like schizophrenia and stuff like that he had. It's really nice, but they're completely two different books. Thorsten is like, his father died, and he talks about it, and his brother's was his guitar and all of this, and how he idolized going to over there. But I like the fact that they're adults, but I think all Sonic Youth, even if they no longer there, the brand is working. I think they all still own the studio they have in New York.
yeah, that's still exists. Yeah, that's still at it's moved from
What's the name of the record?
Canyon. It was like called something Canyon.
Yeah,
They moved it from, obviously after 9/11 they moved that studio.
yeah.
But what's interesting, I don't know if you've heard, Jose, is Mats and Thurston have a book coming out, and it's just about in the late 90s, Thurston did a top 10 list of underground free jazz, which was in Vice, or no, it wasn't in Vice, it was in the Beastie Boys zine. I forget what it was called. But anyways, he did this, it's called the best free jazz underground records.
Yeah.
And like his number one pick was like Dave Burrell's Echo. And so anyways, I remember reading that when I was a teenager, probably, I want to say that came out like 98, 99. So I was maybe a junior in high school, and I read that list, and that's how I actually got into like Anthony Braxton or like Archie Shepp. So anyways, they're actually writing a book based off of that list.
Oh,
And
nice.
albums that are connected to those albums. And Thurston was telling me, he was like, yeah, when I put out that list, Byron Coley was really pissed off at me because he realized that like people are going to be looking for these records now. And like Thurston was like, yeah, like I would go to record stores and like the record clerks would be like, yeah, we have all these people coming in asking for all these weird free jazz records.
That's cool.
That we don't, you know, and this was like the late 90s. You know what I mean? So imagine 25, 26 years later, like, yeah, those records, original pressings of those records are impossible to find. Like really, really, like some of them not. Like the Dave Burrell record, you could still get pretty, like, I think $50-$60, but like a lot of that other stuff is like really, and it's partly due to the fact that Thurston just name checked them in the 90s. So anyways, they're writing a book just specifically about that list.
I took a little different, like everyone walked away from reading those two books, and you could see where you have a lot of sympathy for Kim, and she kind of uses the book as an opportunity to exercise this. But you know, having been through, I've been through a divorce, and I couldn't help but walk away after I read Thurston's book, and how you could, what I walked away with was how he wanted things so badly to be private. And he wasn't, you know, if you've ever been forced to
talk about something,
talk about something that you don't want to talk about, that you want to keep, it's private between you and this other person, and yet you're forced to, you know, they're splashed all over the headlines or exposed to all your friends and family things. I felt for him. I really
for those who don't know, everyone, you've been good at PR because everyone forgot, but Sean ran for president in 2008.
You know, Sean, what I'll say as well is that I think that Thurston's book would still would have existed even if they were still together. I don't know how to explain it, because it's just basically just a fan going through his bands he saw, the way he saw them, the best times he saw them touring.
It was about the music. He was all
about.
Yeah,
I mean, one of my favorite show going parts in that book is he talks about the you know, the very first Public Image Limited show in New York.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
For the Riot happening, where they played, they just played behind a screen, and they had to shut down the show like early because people were pissed off, and he was like, "It's one of the best shows I've ever seen." You know,
what was cool about that is I remember reading in Cream magazine about those very same shows. So it was cool to like read his perspective on something that I read at.
He was there too. The Alan Vega stories are always interesting to me because they paint him as a extremely wild. But I never I know he was wild live, but I've never seen like those videos of him like.
No, but it's because the contrast between him and Martin Rev. That's why.
No. It's like you read about like stories like.
No, I understand you, Jose. I'm just saying that why people thought he was extremely wide was only in contrast of Martin Rev.
Yeah, well, yeah, Martin Rev it's only like.
Yeah, but he would give the microphone to the audience members and
yeah. I mean, for me, Thurston was a huge gateway into when I was in high school, like that Sonic Youth and really Thurston. I actually, every time I talk to Thurston, I always tell him, if it wasn't for you, I would have never heard of Hija Kaiden, because I was super there. He did an interview in the 90s, and he like talked about some of his like favorite, you know, harsh noise records, specifically like Japanese stuff, and obviously like Merzbow is like one of them, but like Hija Kaiden, that name was just so interesting to me, and it was called Tapes, and I was like, what the hell? And I remember, and I told Thurston this story once where I was just like, I would write or call record stores around me when I was a kid and be like, do you know what this Hija, and I wasn't pronouncing it right, I was like Hija Kaiden, you know, like I had no idea. And it wasn't until, you know, I was probably like 19 or 20 where I was finally able to like, you know, actually get the CD, and I realized, like, you know, the album cover and the name is a ripoff of Faust. You know what I mean? Like those kind of things. And it's like Hija Kaiden is one of my favorite bands of all time. Like, and it's because of Thurston. It's like, you know,
but you would have probably ended up finding out about it by yourself, or later.
I don't know. I mean, that was this is the corniest thing, but told him this before. It's like Thurston and Nirvana, to an extent, those were my punk rock mixtapes. I didn't have like the Big Brother, you know what I mean? I went to like a high school where I was like,
I'm just saying that, like,
wasn't really a thing, you know.
I remember reading an interview in '95 of Otaker where they talked about Cluster, they talked about Parmigiani, they talked about a bunch of other things. And of course, because I was really into them, I went and sought out that out of like almost devotion in a way. But I'm pretty sure I would have ended up learning about Cluster, learning about a lot of that. And I mean, do you think that KG Haino's rap in the Western world is? I mean, I won't disagree with you at all that like Sonic Youth had something to do with that for sure, but I mean, there was a lot of other like noise bands that were a little bit intellectual. It was not just Unstains
and
and
depending on my trajectory is like, because that's the thing, right? You and I have
just
talked
imagine
about
a band like DX.
Yeah.
Like when you discover DX, that opens up just the fact that they have a saxophone player in it that actually knows how to play the saxophone.
Well, that's what I think like is great about like, you know, certain bands or artists, or the ones that I find the most interesting is the ones that can open up more doors. The ones that actually like make you want to like be like, well, what are they into? You know what I mean? Like that's when I know I'm like, you know, that's why Nirvana to me is still fascinating, because I'm still learning about bands that Kurt was into. Like it's, you know what I mean? Like it's really wild to me to be like, oh yeah, like, oh, there's a Nirvana connection here. And it's like some off the wall, you know, noise thing. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's just one of those things where it's like, those are my favorite kind of bands and artists where it's like, once you get into them, there's a world to discover that isn't just their music. It's some stuff that they're like, you know, it's like the weird stuff.
I don't agree at all with that comment.
Who's surprised?
Yeah, but because Sonic Youth sound is definitely the guitars, which is definitely from going to play with Glenn Branca, you know.
Yeah,
and,
for me, it's Lee Ronaldo who's the
but they were both playing with Glenn Branca, the Strat sound, and Kim Gordon. She sings in a lot of songs that are the popular Sonic Youth songs, but I wouldn't say she was the most important. I think they were all really important.
Well, it depends what you mean by important. In terms of what got them successful, then there's a case to be made that it's
a cool thing, right? A cool thing.
Yeah.
But
I mean, well, here's the thing: their art cred is coming purely from Kim Gordon. Like the only reason why a Richter piece is on a Sonic Youth album is because of Kim Gordon. That's it. Like a Mike Kelly piece. The only reason why there's a Mike Kelly piece on a fucking major label record, Mike Kelly, is because of Kim Gordon.
And even like their most famous album, Dirty.
Oh.
It's Marnie who did the puppets. Like
no, the puppets thing is Mike Kelly. It's a Mike Kelly piece.
No, it's Marnie.
No,
you're wrong about that.
The actual piece, the conceptual piece, that's all. I'm telling you, because I love Mike Kelly. That I forget what the actual piece is called, but that whole concept is a Mike Kelly piece.
Wasn't the piece actually called?
It's not. She even did an album that is amazing. It's what's her name, Marnie something.
The actual name of the piece wasn't one of the song titles. Can't remember.
I left my.
Oh, by the way, I didn't know that. Like the the photographs in Dirty, inside the booklet is Richard Kern who did them.
Yeah, they're like they're like playing in a field or something.
No, they're humping these stuffed animals, and that's a
but there's a photo of somebody, right? Oh yeah. Is it the it's not the Disney one, right? Is it? Oh yeah, it is the Disney one.
Yeah, it's a Disney.
Oh, you're talking about Sister, yeah. Like, but the photos inside of Dirty, like if you had the CD version and you lifted up the back of the case.
All right, it says the front cover of the album, a photographer taken by Gordon's longtime friend Mike Kelly, depicted an orange stuffed toy with Sonic Youth written down the sides.
And who did the stuffed animal? Marnie Weber.
It does
Oh no
not
no
say
no
it.
no no! I think I'm maybe mixing up with another one because Marnie Weber, she does stuffed animals and
Yeah.
weird.
This is definitely
Which-
a Mike Kelly piece.
Yeah.
You know, like
No,
it's,
I was wrong on that one. No, I knew she did stuff like that, and then I know that she did a cover for them, but it's not that one. Then, yeah.
Isn't it? Well, Willem S. Burroughs did New York City Ghosts and Flowers. That's the cover.
and you know who did the very last piece
The
of
painting?
art for Sonic Youth, yeah.
Yeah, the painting.
John Fahey. It's a John Fahey.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I remember that.
Yeah.
That's actually.
Who cares about the pictures? It's all about the music, isn't it?
Well,
No, but I like
what
our
we were
work
saying,
talk.
like a lot of like the overarching point though is that like Kim like
And
was
the
friends with
orgasm.
Mike Kelly and like Gerard Richter, and like those are the reasons why like you have major label albums with these high end artists. That it's not because of Thurston or Lee, it's because of Kim. So you going back to what I think the original part of the conversation was, you could make an argument that Kim maybe is the most important part of Sonic Youth. Clearly in her book, she angles it, and it's hard to argue that she actually is the real artist of the group, because she is.
Yeah, but would there even be a band without Thurston? There wouldn't even be a band.
Yeah, Thurston and me.
So
Yeah.
it's you know.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's like I get what you're saying. Yeah, covers. Yeah, and the most popular songs, it's Kim singing, Kim on the videos, Kim related. Yes.
There you go.
But
then we agree.
but no. Yes, but
No, but like in terms of like
it's
the
still
question,
Shelby. It's still Shelby.
the point on the 808 was making was the more important person. Like important in terms of what? For most people, it would be her, of course. In terms of pop culture, come on.
What does she say in her book? Doesn't she say that she was there to capture the male gaze?
Yeah, it was kind of like an art project, like this big art project for her, where she like wanted to see what was male bonding. She was really into.
And isn't like the biggest target audience of Sonic Youth single male losers?
Yeah,
probably.
Or depending on where you fall, record collectors.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
yes, but for example, I'll say that if you listen to Thorsten's outputs after, they all sound like Sonic Youth. You know what I mean?
Right.
And Kim's outputs, the last record I actually liked.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people love. Some people that really try to hate that record.
Did you like her first record? Did you like the first one?
Breaking news.
Yes, I have that.
Furstenmore is in the chat, and he's saying that 808 is right. Kim Gordon is the most important person in the.
Yeah, well, Thorsten would say that. I strongly believe that, and probably Lee Ronaldo would say that it's him. That's how it would probably go.
No, the only one who probably thinks he's the most important person is the drummer. Like
Steve Shelby.
He has to. He has to.
I love Steve Shelby.
Crucifix, like. I don't know if anybody here is listening to Crucifix, but like their records are awesome. The Crucifix,
yeah, he's releasing records. When I met Steve Shelby, I loved it because I was talking with him.
But how about when you met Steve Shelley? Because Steve Shelby, we don't care too much about him.
Sorry, my lisp and my English. So bear with me, Mr. Frenchman. When I met him, it was Thorsten Moore playing in Mohawk in Austin, Texas. I still have my record signed by them. And I was talking with him because he had just done a record with Sun Kill Moon, where the whole record is recorded with instruments that are not usually accustomed to playing. And he was telling me about that. And he's a very shy human being. He was like in the back. And Debbie from Debbie Goo from My Bloody Valentine was there. And she was also being like just a human being there was interesting, and everybody was just like circling around Thorson. But Steve is a good drummer, I think.
And he
Didn't
has
he play
a
with Michael
really interesting
Walker?
record label. He does a really
Yeah.
interesting record
Yeah.
label. Like
Yeah, but he's no Tommy
record.
Lee. Come on, guys.
What's that?
He's no Tommy Lee.
Oh, he's no Tommy Lee, no.
It's not.
But his record label's cool. Like he did
Yeah,
records. He did like the
And-
old Redhead record.
Wait, by the way, I don't
buddy.
think I was even joking about Tommy Lee in terms of like who's the most important. Like when you look at the credits of Tommy Lee, I can hate him as much as I want, which I don't, but I don't care for him for a single second. But his credits are insane.
Yeah. Well, it's like Rover Wyatt credits is all so bizarre and weird.
No, it's not weird for Tommy Lee. It's surprising the amount of great records he was part of.
Who? All right, Cole will know who produced the man. What is it? What's the song? Feels Like a Woman. What's the
The
song?
Shania Twain song?
Yeah, but who produced that? It was a punk guy.
that was Mutt
Lang,
Lang.
yeah.
produced
Yeah,
that.
Mutt Lang. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Like
a
the
surprise.
guy that did like all those Def Leppard records.
Yeah. That's for me one of the surprising credits.
Who was Tommy Lee's girlfriend that went on to be girlfriend of Kid Rock? Who?
Sheryl Crow.
No.
Sheryl Crow?
Pamela Anderson Lee. There you go. Pamela Anderson, right?
Pamela Anderson. So
Yeah.
I have a friend who lives up in.
Well, she was his wife. They married.
Yeah,
Did they marry?
they did do-it-yourself productions together.
So I have a friend who lives in the northern part of Michigan, and she dated Kid Rock.
DIY or die.
And I used to drive up to his. He had this little ranch and stuff.
Oh,
that.
so you're friends with the kid?
Kid Rock used to live right up there. So we walk into this little dive of a party store. I mean, you can't even imagine. Just imagine this little bitty place. We walk in there, and who's standing there next to the counter? There she is, big blonde hair, high heels on. I mean, looked 100% Hollywood. Walked in there buying a pack of cigarettes. It was like they dropped her in from another world.
What's the movie she was in? That was like Barbarella-ish.
Barbed Wire,
Barbed Wire. There you go.
which was an adaptation of a comic book by John Byrne, who used to be the legend of the. Oh, I never watched it.
No, but the comic book.
No, I've never read it.
All right.
It was like in the early 90s with the whole indie creator craze. There was also at the same time a bad girl trend in comic books, and yeah.
Well,
But funnily enough, the reason why that movie bombed totally, apart from the fact that it was probably total crap, was because like people preferred independent productions, like the do-it-yourself productions of Tommy Lee and Pam, rather than yeah.
have you watched the Netflix show? I thought it was funny. I thought it was interesting as well. You watched it? You didn't watch it?
The Netflix movie.
What are you talking about?
They did a TV show about when
about
they did the
sex
independent
tape,
production.
yeah.
But what's interesting about it, it's how the VHS got like spread out, and how like piracy became such a huge thing because of it. Like it was like it was the same guy doing the VHS and the Betamax, and then internet started happening. So everybody got fucked. Like some people got fucked more, right? But like the way that the videos came, everybody, like the guy was blackmailing them. Later on, didn't have to blackmail him because everybody was doing that. So it's an interesting show. I don't know if you want to watch that, but it was interesting.
I mean, it's an interesting. I haven't seen it, but I know it's an interesting kind of like examination of. I think what you were getting at, Jose, is like the transition between like analog and how we consume content.
Yes,
and, like that's kind of the first from an internet perspective, because what that leaked in like the late 90s, right?
Like
96, 95.
So it was a worker that was working to repair the house that Tommy Lee didn't want to pay.
Right.
He came back and he stole the
videotape.
the huge.
But
no,
wasn't
was
it
huge
wasn't it
single.
more about like what you said? Wasn't it more about how not necessarily about like the VHS or downloading, but about distributing through the internet, like
Yeah,
Yeah,
finding
and how to
customers
set that,
online.
how he set that up, and
Yeah,
like
he
all
like
these
that's
dominoes
what's
kind of
interesting about
fell.
that story.
Yeah.
It,
Yeah, it's
That-
an interesting kind of like they try to make it an interesting sociological part of it, anyways, a sociological like take on it. There's all supposedly it's funny too. I haven't seen
Yeah,
it.
because I think the whole
Yeah,
thing
good.
was also like important for eBay, for example, which means it was important for PayPal, so it's important for everything. But
Yeah, like there's because like a lot of those transactions,
demand-
like,
Yeah,
demand.
because people back then, the marketing people thought like people are never going to buy something they can't see,
or
they
that they
can't hold in
can't
their hand,
hold
and that
onto,
was the
yeah.
first proof of
Yeah.
like, oh no, you can be a runaway success without, yeah.
And there's like a legitimate argument that this is kind of like the precursor to like how we know of streaming now and how we consume digital content. You know what I mean? Like,
See what?
Yeah, but no one is going to pay to see Jose pull out his records, huh? When he's doing it for free.
No, let me get out.
Randy has been asking for you to pull out records for a good hour, Jose.
This is a record this is a movie you probably like. And this is my wife's favorite, her favorite movie. So a movie called.
Wait, it looks like Joel Peter Whitkins photography almost. Is it?
No, but do you know this movie? It's called Daisies.
What?
Daisies. That's the name. Daisies.
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
It's a Czech new wave movie, the most famous Czech new wave movie.
No, it's not the most famous one.
Google right now, most famous.
No,
Czech
I
new wave.
know. Oh
Fucking
yeah,
Google it.
the Clepsydre is the most. No.
All right,
Jose, and if Jose was to start a solo band, but to fake, to have a backing band with him, it would be
look,
Jose and the
the
Absolute.
first fucking movie.
Yeah.
Daisy.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Remember when you told me that Saw 10 was a great movie because
I hadn't
Rotten
watched it.
Tomatoes said so?
No, but I haven't watched it. That's different.
Yeah.
You know what?
Kids, sure.
And a bootleg of
Kids,
Star Trek.
which I remember. It's funny, like that. That's also something quite unusual. I remember watching, seeing Kids in the theater when it was released in France, and after watching the movie in the theater, going to the French HMV and buying the soundtrack.
yeah, that probably had like Sebado's like only hit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not Sebado.
Yes,
Oh,
folk
it was it was
The Folk Implosion,
yeah.
Yeah, but it has spoiled.
Natural One.
Natural One.
Yeah.
I think they did like some reunion shows fairly recently or something.
Yeah, that's that song, Natural One, did better than the whole discography of Dinosaur Jr. and Sebado together.
I don't know. Feel the Pain was a pretty big hit in the U.S. That was actually
But Natural One
and their
is the
cover
song
of
that
Lyric.
was used in licensing everywhere.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But I don't think Dinosaur Jr. didn't have any hits. I actually think that
but
they did over here.
I think but only in the US and only in the alternative charts, because like seriously, Natural One, I don't even like that song. It's one that I heard too much, but it was like the underground Loser by Beck. That was, if you like Loser, here's the next thing you can get.
Yeah, I don't even really care either way about Natural One, but I think it's an interesting sounding song for like radio. I just think that is one of those things where it's like you heard that on the radio in '96 or whenever that came out. 95.
95.
Jose, you have this?
Yeah, yes, but it's not. It's in the other room. I like that movie.
How convenient. Yeah. How convenient.
Do you like? Yeah, because I have a Rocky Horror Picture Show over there, and I have Hedwig and the Angry Inch in the other. It's basically the same movies. Like you can watch all three of them, and it's the same kind of spirit.
I'm such a loser. I've never watched the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
You've never watched Rocky Horror?
No.
I have the other version here.
the whole thing about like the movie theater showing the same movie for 30 years with people dressed up and throwing popcorn at each other is enough for me to like, okay, I want nothing to do with that.
Oh, you would like this movie. Have you ever seen this movie?
Yeah, that's the Masahiko Sato Belladonna. Yeah,
Yeah, my wife. I have the Blu-ray over there.
you can currently buy that soundtrack for 8 or like 9 euros on Soundom as they're having a sale this weekend.
Well, that's great. But the weirdest record store day release I've ever seen is a 7-inch.
Oh wait, is it Record Store Day?
The 7-inch of 2 outtakes that were not on this soundtrack.
Is
It
it
7-inch.
Is it Record Store Day?
Yeah, it was Record Store Day in Europe. Yes, it was when I was there last time. So like,
Why the fuck didn't anyone tell me?
Today's not record store. Are you saying today's
not today. Today's not record store day.
Look,
Okay.
I'm not a big collector of soundtracks, but this is one of my favorite soundtracks of all time.
Oh wow, that's
funny.
good. Yeah, that's
that
a good
is
one.
a great.
I know Stunty absolutely fucking loves Vincent Gallo.
I legitimately like Vincent Gallo's solo music. I think like
Do you have $1 million on you?
to get his sperm. Yeah, I have an idea of that. I mean, they never requested it, but yeah. That's a great record. That record is awesome.
It's much
It's a
better
record.
than the soundtrack movie, which is good, but this is a great record.
Buffalo.
And
Do you have the
there-
Buffalo 66?
There's a shut the fuck up, Jose. There's a 12-inch single from that. This was released by Warp, by the way.
Yep.
The label of Aphex Twin Ottaker, etc.
All of his solo output has always been. I mean, he only has that and like 2 7-inches, but they're all on Warp. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they did a 12-inch single of that
Yep.
on 78 RPM.
Yeah, I have that too. Yeah, but this soundtrack, it's great. Like it's got,
Yeah,
you know,
Brown
Is that a
Bunny-
reissue?
it's got Jackson C. Frank. You know, it's got this Ted Curson record or song that's really good.
What Jackson C. Frank?
I mean, Milk and Honey, but like that's a great, you know, it's a great song. It's a great gateway to get into Jackson C. Frank. I mean, not the
We
Jackson.
can always count on Randy.
What's that?
We can always count on Deadwalk 66 here.
do you have the
already-
Buffalo 66?
Do I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that one's creeping up in price. Like,
I mean,
for a
there's that.
while.
That's it. The other soundtrack, The Way It Is, that's like a $500 record. That's a good soundtrack. I mean, all of his recorded output is like interesting to great, and like stuff you just said, that solo record, which I have too, is really, really good. Especially that's a good late night record.
You couldn't give away that record when it was released.
Yeah.
Yep, and now
And
it's
it's like a $200 record.
Yep.
Will you buy the Gummo soundtrack when it's released? Like,
Gummo.
I think next year. Because I know Stunty won't. But would you buy a Gummo soundtrack?
Doesn't the Gummo soundtrack have like some black metal stuff on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Of course it does.
It even has, I think he basically stole the whole concept of the soundtrack from Funny Games by Peter Haneke.
Yeah, good movie. Funny game.
Much better movie than.
No, I like them.
I mean, I like the Brown Bunny movie too. So
No, they're
I mean, like it is
fine.
For what it
it's
is.
not for everybody, and I totally understand why people wouldn't like
I
it.
find it better than Buffalo 66.
Yeah, I could see that. That makes sense.
I
Yeah.
hate Buffalo 66. But-
I don't hate Buffalo 66. I think
I
the
kinda liked it. I thought it was
cinematography on
okay.
that's awesome.
Well, I like
if I want to, I mean, I don't need any excuse
don't like
to watch
it?
porn.
You don't like it because it has
She had no. I
has
have.
that sequence with
King Crimson, the like
yeah.
No, I just find it.
Moonchild, the Moonchild.
I just find it a little bit boring. I don't find it horrible, to be honest. But the greatest sin is not being horrible; is being boring. In the sense that it's self-indulgent to me.
Well, I mean that's like the story with the Brown Bunny, right? Like he wasn't going to direct any films after Buffalo.
I'm talking about Buffalo 66.
I know, but so with Buffalo 66, after that, he was like, I don't want to make any more movies. But there was this Japanese production company because he was pretty popular in Japan, And there's this Japanese production company that basically gave him a blank check and said, do whatever you want. And so he wrote himself whatever it was to make the Brown Bunny, like $10 million. And basically for like a year and a half filmed himself traveling across the US. And he filmed it on a certain kind of film where he wasn't even sure if it could be developed. So as he was editing the film, he was like, this may actually come out, this may not. You know what I mean? And when it premiered at Cannes, it was originally like almost 4 hours long. And he like cut like 45 minutes of it out. That was when he like wished Roger Ebert cancer or something like that. And then he ended up getting it.
Oh, have you seen the documentary of Roger Ebert? It's like very rough.
I haven't seen it. I heard it's interesting.
It's very rough to watch because they show him with the jaw hanging.
Yeah.
But not necessarily to close the page on Vincent Gallo if anyone has anything more to add to that. But hello, Daniel.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
There he is.
Is he telling?
Wait. Just like not to close that chapter, but still, just a little parenthèse. Anyone who hasn't yet and want to have a good time, either ironic or totally non-ironic, do yourself a favor and go visit the shop section of Vincent Gallo's web page and see what he has for sale.
I was asking because he was, besides all the bullshit he's selling, he was also selling Brown Bunny and Buffalo 66 copies for like $500.
Yeah, and he's also selling you a night with his glorious self, but there's a lot of requirement, and the price is like
what you're saying is I'm closer to the requirements that you send. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, he's a huge gear nerd too.
I sold him stuff like he has his stereo is worth like $3.5 million, and the thing is that he negotiates. Like it's not like he's full of money. Like it's totally unnecessary what he has, but like he didn't overpay for what he has. Let's put it that way. And his record collection.
Yeah. Well, so Stunty, when I was at Electrical, I was talking to the engineer, and he had sold Vincent. You know, it was basically like a Space Echo, right? But in really pristine condition. And Vincent doesn't like to fly, so he drove all the way from LA to Chicago to pick up this Space Echo.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, like he's like legitimately like, you know, that's. But
he's the big boy Space Echo.
Yep.
Well, if you drive between these two cities, there's a good chance you will find record stores, though, which is more important than.
It's one of the most interesting routes to go by car. I would say that because you have to be like this.
What does he collect? He collects jazz, free jazz, and in a quite different way than First and More, I would say.
And he's super into prog, specifically like Italian prog, and he's also like a Yes nerd and King.
Il Banco de Mutuo Socorro.
And he collects outrageous statements about politics as well. Like if only 10% of what he says is true, then he's one of the biggest assholes in the world.
And if you're a Jewish lady with $1 million,
yeah.
Well, he's the godfather of bringing us all back to Yes, because Jose, I know you love Yes. He's the godfather of Chris Squire's kid, or whatever.
It's the idea of Yes. It's what I don't understand. Like, fuck.
And you never will, because there's no reason for that. How are you doing, Daniel? What's up?
I'm doing well. I just got back from taking care of some business.
Have you been buying some records during a record store day, or does that totally fly by you
today?
Well, what I got yesterday was my latest Atlantic 75.
Can I guess it?
I knew you would love that, Stunt.
Can I guess it? Is it the Velvet Underground one?
Would you like to see them?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, me go grab them. I'll be right back.
Oh, there's a continuation. I have to go in 1 minute. Kick me out in 1 minute. Don't even say shit or kick
All
me
right.
out now. I don't give a fuck.
Oh fuck it! You I was.
I know you were gonna do it. That's why I said it.
Where are you going? Where are you going, Jose? Where are you going to?
The mall. I have to pick up my wife's phone.
Okay, so before I show them, honestly, this is my favorite record so far.
Ah,
Yeah.
good man.
This is excellent.
Yeah.
This is excellent. Okay,
And
Atlantic
just
75.
quickly, the record you just showed is an African record from Uganda. New music released this year. They only did 200 copies of that for some reason, but like it's so freaking good. It's like if you like Tom Waits, huh? Jose, if you like Tom Waits, you will enjoy this. Even if it's not like Tom Waits, but like
If you like Yes, you'll love it.
I played it last night for my son. I played it for him, and he loved it. Absolutely loved it.
That
So we
record has
see-
so much emotion.
3 people out of 5 here have that record that only 200 copies were released from a label in Uganda. That's heartwarming, I must say. I'm genuinely getting a little bit of goosebumps here.
And that's all. It's all you're doing, Stunty. You did it.
I'm sure people are finding their own way to this label nowadays anyways. But so what else? What more, Daniel?
Okay, so these next records I have not listened to yet. So here's the first one.
What's that?
I don't know that.
Oh, it's Mingus. Okay.
I like the cover though. I like the sleeve.
Yeah, it's a good cover, yeah. Especially for, I mean, yeah,
Well, some pictures.
Yeah.
That.
it's good.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So seriously, out of that unnecessary series, you picked up 3 really good records.
Well, these are part of the series, and I just get these every month.
Yeah.
And personally, I've been nothing but super pleased with everything I've received. You know, higher quality sound. Having that series all together, I feel later on in life is going to be, very collectible.
The good thing, though, what's the saving grace of that series? There's no Elton John records in it, so. Well, I'm just saying that they might be, and I'm totally unaware of that, but I hope not.
I'm sorry, what was that, Stunty? I missed it.
I was saying that the silver lining, or like the good thing about that series, there's no Elton John album in that series.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it covers a lot of music. When I was in younger, my 80s is my decade, and it covers a lot of that, and it just brings back a lot of great memories. And the quality compared to the original, it seems like the 75 always beats it. Well, it's 45 too, so I mean, you're gonna.
Yeah. Those are all
Yeah.
45 RPM albums.
Yeah.
They're all 45 RPM.
They're all 45 RPM, Sean.
Okay, interesting. I'd be curious to hear that Dr. John that way. See if it's. I'm not much of an audiophile, but I'd be curious about that one.
Yeah, everything's been sounding excellent. Again, Stunty would look at it and say, considering his expanded knowledge of music, because every time I see, well, it's a truth, Stunty. Every time I listen to your show on Friday, I always walk away learning something.
Well, that's
Absolutely.
that's good.
Yeah, it's the truth.
That's if people feel like that, yeah. But for me, the fact that you learn something or you feel like you learn something, that's one thing. I'm even more appreciated that, like, when you get that record from Uganda that please tell Anthony the name. Ekike Maurice, or like he has a complicated name, but not that complicated. How would you attempt to tell the name of the artist, Daniel?
Yeah,
Shall I attempt to say it?
go for it.
Well, I leave room for failure when I say
Do it.
attempt.
Nanji?
No,
I'd have
no,
to-
it's Ekiku something Morris. It's
Okay.
it's vertical. It's the first vertical phrase on the.
Okay. Yeah. Iyuki Morris Sariki.
Anthony, remember the cover. Show it again. Go on the Bandcamp of the label, Enyege Tapes, and you'll
Yeah.
find it. Enyege Tapes. I'll type it.
It's a
Well, and
wonderful.
also, by the way, I mean, 200 copies of this. This is something that you're probably going to find out in the future is going to be, highly collectible as well.
Yeah, there's the cool factor. The music is awesome, and yeah, it could be collectible, but it's that series Cold Strain, Daniel
Yeah.
Cold Strain.
Yeah, that series is good. That label's actually really cool. They have that record's really good. There's this album called Drum Machine from that label that's really, really cool. The guy's name it's hard for me to pronounce. But if you just go on their Bandcamp.
I didn't love that one, the Drum Machine one, but it's interesting. I think the guy is from Asia, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What happened to Jose?
Oh, Jose had to go pick up something for his wife. He told us for the past hour or so.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But in essence, I think Enyege Tapes and its sub-label Kakuna is the most exciting label in the world right now.
I agree with that. I think that label Room 40 is a pretty exciting label too. Stunty, have you?
Yeah, but Room 40 they have a great output, but it's avant-garde, drone, ambient. Enyege Tapes, you never know. It could be rap, traditional music, heavy metal, techno. There's no way to predict what you're gonna hear if you don't know the names of the artists and you listen to the latest release they have. No way to predict what it would be, but in a good way, because they have a very strong direction. It's interesting actually to do a parallel with that and this series of reissues of Atlantic. I was making the point recently that thinking or stating that Atlantic would be your favorite label is weird in a way, because they're not a label, they're a record company. There's not a one artistic creative force behind 75 years of releases, and even within 10 years it's not a label that was pushing for a certain scene or whatever. At times, for sure, they were seizing the zeitgeist. Maybe sometimes they were even anticipating it. But to say that I love Atlantic because they release all these albums that I love,
Well,
sure,
also, there's a difference too between like Atlantic and a label that's actually curated, right? Atlantic's not curated. It's just whatever is, you know what I mean? Whatever those business people wanted to release that would make money or whatever the case may be. Whereas like a label like Room 40, for example, and I only compared them to the other label because I think just consistency wise, but you're totally right. But my point is those labels are curated. And that's the, you know, when I got into putting out records, that was the idea. Like I grew up really loving Touch and Go, like anything that Touch and Go would release, like it was curated so well up until like 96, 97, that it was kind of like you saw that label and you were like, I don't know what this is, but I'm going to get it. Right. You know what I mean? So it was like, yeah, I'll buy this Negative Approach record, but I'll also buy this like Enon record.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
in a
gonna-
way, Touch and Go, 4AD, Factory, Sub Pop,
Mute.
Warp, Mute are more important than the artists in a way. Atlantic, no, the artists are more important than the company. I would
especially like
think.
Warp or like Sub Pop, because those are just
Yeah.
so they're cultural behemoths.
Which doesn't mean that the music is less interesting, these releases on Atlantic. Far from that. It's just that the dynamic of following a label, no one is following Atlantic in
Yeah.
the present. Like now that they curate a series, it's a curated series of a retrospective of various stuff from the catalog of Atlantic. But Atlantic as a whole, who would follow? It's like, oh, I follow the news on Warner Brothers. It's a little less conglomerate.
It would be
Atlantic.
like following like Walmart or something. Like Walmart's
Right.
my favorite store, and I'm gonna, you know what I mean. Whereas like a mom and pop grocery store, like you would go in there to see what they have because they may have foods and snacks and things that you would never see before. It's a weird analogy, but it's kind of true, right?
No,
Where
it's true.
Atlantic is just they're just a factory of records.
That's right.
They are essentially a distributor.
Yeah, I mean to make money, you know what I mean.
Mm.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Item.
No,
like,
but
Right.
at times,
Yeah.
I think that when they released back then, for example, the Dr. John record, someone that was on the payroll of Atlantic had passion for that.
Yeah.
It must have been.
yeah,
But-
I mean, yeah.
yeah.
And but that's also a completely different time. Even though we're crapping on a label like Atlantic, we all know that they're major record labels even at that particular point in time. And I'm not really giving them too much of a pat on the back. There's a whole like the way bands were molded and like why bands were signed. Is way different than obviously in the 80s and 90s. You know what I mean? Like but I'm not saying that we need to like praise Atlantic. I just think it was a different then. You know what I mean? Like some of this, like, let's be real, like, we all know this, but like all the early punk stuff was on major labels.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's true,
You ever hear this? Frank Zappa makes this statement about when the he says back in the 60s and in 70s when the quote nerds were in charge of the record industry, we were better off than now that now that there's cool people in charge, that we were actually able to get more interesting artistic albums released back when they didn't know what was good and what wasn't good, so they were just randomly picking things to be on the label sometimes. And because of that, there was a lot of interesting stuff that slipped into the mainstream.
Yeah. And you had labels too that thought, like Atlantic, that thought that they could, kind of not mold a band, but give them enough room to kind of grow into. I remember like I was talking to that band Trail of Dead when they signed to a major. They signed to, Interscope. And I asked that band, I was like, because they were on Merge prior, and I was like, well, why did you sign to Interscope? And he was like, well, I think it was Iveen or something like that was running Interscope at the time. So
I think there's probably a million reasons why to sign away from Merge.
But he had said, the dude from Trail of Dead had said, well, they promised us that they were going to like give us 3 albums to like grow. Like, we're not going to treat you like, one album band and then you're done. We're going to give you 3 albums to grow. That never happened. They had 2 albums on Interscope and then they got dropped. So that third album never happened. Yeah. But I think that was like how they were sold a major label. Same thing going all the way back to our Sonic Youth conversation. That's how DGC sold Sonic Youth to that. It was like, well, you're going to be kind of this careerist band for us. You know what I mean? Like, and Thurston had even said, like, if they wanted to stay on DGC after Rather Ripped, they probably could have, but it made more sense for them to just not even go back to Matador, but go independent.
Now tell me if I'm completely wrong, Sean, but I think the main reason why they signed Sonic Youth was to make Nirvana happy.
No,
I think
come on now, you because it's totally reverse.
Yeah, I know, but in a way, the fact that I mean,
Sonic Youth got signed to DGC 2 years before Nirvana
I know, but
was ever
I,
signed.
I know, but in the end, the reason why they stayed or that there was an interest because obviously Nirvana, Sonic Youth couldn't have been.
Well,
Or
look,
maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. About like
once Nevermind hit, like, and we do know, like, it really is partly due to Sonic Youth that Nirvana ended up on DGC. They were already talking to majors prior, right?
no,
So,
that's for sure. I was just thinking about that. I was suspecting that Sonic Youth were always underwhelming for DGC,
well,
but
remember
maybe I'm exaggerating.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sonic Youth also had low overhead for their records, right? Like they didn't command like a big recording budget. Their video budget was super low. Like they could, you know what I mean? Like their overhead was super low. So for DGC, especially when Nevermind hit, and this is kind of I think the point that maybe you're driving at a little bit, Stunty, is that once Nevermind hit, that Sonic Youth was a lock for DGC forever, or at least as long as they kind of wanted it, right? Because there's a legacy there. You know what I mean? I mean, look, Nirvana got fucking the Boredoms signed to Warner Brothers. That's wild.
Yeah.
Like that is like, or the Raincoats got signed to a major label because of Nirvana. Like that's wild. We don't see that today. And like in a weird way, that in itself is like this curation, going back to kind of what we were originally talking about with like Atlantic. Like even just Kurt Cobain alone was like this curator, you know what I mean? Which is now has ripple effects on how we consume music.
Cool. You've been. Can you do that, or is it complicated?
I'm not pulling it up, and it's there. I mean, it's a guitar. It plays music when it's played. You know, I don't know what else.
That's what you're getting today, Randy.
I mean, it's the coolest thing. It's got a CCCCC sticker on it, so you know it's a very stunty. You know what?
Yeah.
Don't you think though that Nirvana just having that huge hit just gave the label a lot more faith that hey, maybe there is money to be made here?
Oh, of course. You know, like that's the idea, right? I mean that you know to an extent like that doesn't happen now so much, but like
did anything that stemmed out directly from Nirvana in the music business actually make money back then?
Well, like you got to remember what was making
Dirty probably did some money in the end, but considering the promotion, I mean, sure, as you said, it didn't cost a lot to do, but they promoted the hell out of it.
Well, they promoted the hell out of it as soon as they knew it was a hit. They were going to be DGC had said like we would have been happy if Nirvana sold 150,000 copies, which would have matched Goo, right? Because Goo was on track to sell about 100,000. So they thought, like, oh, well, if we could sell about that many copies, it's low overhead. Because remember, all of that stuff was already kind of set up for them, right? Like the fan base was already there. Nirvana was already, you know, selling out clubs. You know what I mean? It's like, so they could have sold 100,000 records and they may have only put out one more record on DGC, which they kind of only did, you know, but like, let's say Kurt lived, like, and they only sold 100,000 records, like they probably would have put out a couple more records on DGC.
Yeah, I mean, like if you look at the 70s, 60s, and 70s, all these bands, these household names, why are they household names? Because the deal they got offered, that your friends got offered at Interscope, these deals could sustain back then. You could, if you had one album that sold a little bit, or maybe a little more than just a little bit, then you could have actually a 10-album deal.
Well, the other thing too, and Albini has talked about this for a lot of those bands, especially post Nirvana, they become tax write-offs, and major labels love tax write-offs. So to take a band like Husker Du, right? You signed to a major, and they were actually, you know, obviously pre-Nirvana, they were like the first hardcore band to sign to a major. Husker Du, right?
Was it on Capitol?
What's that?
On where were they signed? Was it
They
Capitol?
were signed, I want to say, to like Interscope or something like that. After they put out Candy Apple Gray, I know that was on a
Okay.
major. That was their one and only, record on a major. But like, they became a tax write-off for, you know what I mean? Like, but it didn't, like, yeah, the label may have lost some money, but they were able to use that as a tax write-off, and a lot of those bands did the like Mudhoney became a
Yeah, but exactly. It's just that all these bands from the 70s that could have 10 flops in a row, and they would still be on the bankroll because of various things, like you just said. Like, of course, that since the early 90s, that's finished. That doesn't exist anymore. You have a free album deal. If your second album flops, you're out.
You're done. Yeah, because they option that third. Yeah. I mean, but then again, to go back to why we're even talking about this, which is the Atlantic 75, like I don't follow it. I know that what is that, Acoustic Sounds is doing that or whatever.
Yes.
I guess from like if you're into like those kind of records, it's interesting, but like I don't care about celebrating a label that has exploited other artists and bands, and then like, oh yeah, I like Yes, so I'm like stoked to get their Close to the Edge 45 RPM cut, but I'm not. Who cares? It's fucking Atlantic. I don't care about a major record label. And that's not me being an indie purist. That would be like if I cared about Walmart. Like, oh shit, Walmart has this thing. I gotta go grab it. Like, no,
because they didn't care about the art that they were putting out. They were just worried about the money.
Yeah, and like that's not even me shitting on Atlantic. It's just like, why are we even like worshiping this company entity?
Yeah,
like.
But in Daniel's case, it's about discovering a lot of that music that.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
because like earlier, Easy Now 27 made that comment. Chad, the guy behind the reissue label, really got to pick what he wanted. Yes and no, because he probably did, but I would assume that if for some reason, which doesn't exist in his world, Chad Kassem,
I don't know,
the guy who owns the company that does all these reissues, so that series of reissues.
Oh.
If he had wanted to reissue Brandy's breakout album from the early 2000s, I'm not sure he would have been allowed to do that, because some artists who are still alive, maybe they have more control nowadays over their contracts with these people. So yeah, he could curate it the way he wanted, but it worked out because they knew who he was and he knew what he wanted from it, and they made the deal that way. But there's a bunch of records on Atlantic that that I think would be complicated to reissue nowadays. I mean, it's such a large catalog, 75 years. Some of the most commercial shit, and also some really out there music that bled into the popular culture. I'm not sure. From Europe, it's difficult for us to understand or to see how much Dr. John actually has an impact on pop culture in America. In Europe, it's zero. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like the first time I saw anything Dr. John related outside of the odd record of his in a record store was in the TV show Treme, where he performs in the greatest TV show ever, in my opinion. But
Dr. John kind of inherited the whole New Orleans, the whole New Orleans vibe, and so in the States, that's like a big, cultural thing, is the whole Louisiana, New Orleans feel, and he was kind of the last man standing. He kind of inherited that whole vibe. So it's kind of, you're right. In the States, takes on a whole different meaning.
But nowadays, is anyone under 30? Like, is there any reason? Is Dr. John relevant in any way in culture in the U.S. in an active way? I know he's dead, obviously, but
Yeah, I don't think so. Other than that, maybe the idea, especially that record that Daniel has right there is very kind of you know that record, don't you, Stunty? You know that
Yeah, absolutely.
very kind of atmospheric, and I suppose to a certain degree it might have some appeal to people who are younger. But no, you're right. I mean, culturally, is it having an impact? No.
In the sense that, like, that Wilson Pickett record that Daniel was showing, Wilson Pickett is in popular culture. Even if you don't listen to that maybe today, it seems that only music heads would be into Dr. John.
Yeah.
Like,
well, we also have to realize too that popular culture is not a monolith anymore, right? Like,
yeah, that's true.
Part of the reason why we're all talking about, look, I want to just state this because I think it is kind of annoying. Like, I love Nirvana, but you will never, ever, ever see me push Nirvana records and be like, this is the only band that, like, how people do with the Beatles. Like, fuck that.
Yeah.
Like, Nirvana was cool. They were very influential to me, but there are way better bands out there, and there are, to me, way more important bands that I'd much rather talk about than, like, pushing it. Now, look, also Nirvana didn't have the breadth of, like, the Beatles catalog, but my point being is part of the reason why Nirvana was so popular and why, like, some of those records that were weird off the wall records, like on Atlantic or on DGC, part of it, we had this monolithic culture where it was like there weren't many options.
Right.
So a lot, like, I know we've all heard this before, but it needs to be said. Young people have infinite amounts of options to music now. That is wild to think.
Yeah.
Remember, because we're all sure relatively the same age, right? I'm 42. We're all kind of 40s. Yeah. Like, you remember what it was like to be like, well, either I could buy this Hana Tarash record or that's it. That's all I have money for. Now it's like I can just listen to everything Hana Tarash has ever done for, like, free. That's insane. That's wild.
Just in case he missed it, I don't know if you're being facetious, Greg, but you make my point here. I was literally saying that who cares about Dr. John outside of people who really are into music?
Yeah.
Like Wilson Pickett, people, it's on the radio, or it was on the radio. It was in the zeitgeist of pop culture. It's like Wilson Pickett was, like, you didn't need to seek it out to be aware of it. That's what I meant with Dr. John.
I mean, think about like how many, like, young shoegaze bands are being signed to majors now. I mean, I know we're all older, but, like, I have friends and people that are in, like, the quote unquote industry. There's a shoegaze band, I think they're called like Julia or Julie, that got signed to Interscope. And there's just some DIY shoegaze band, and like, here's the thing, like, they're actually huge, even though you don't hear about them on, like, radio or like whatever. Like, their streams, they get like millions of plays.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that, like, there is this whole subset of, like, shoegaze for young kids that is a big deal that major labels are, like, scooping up. It's pretty wild. But that's just like a subset.
I would also say, on your point, Cole, it seems like because the younger generation have such access to this music, a band has a life now about 4 years and they're done.
But there's an argument that could be made that I think a lot of bands should have that small of a life. If you really think about it, and there was a video in my YouTube feed about this recently, about how, like, it is weird that bands have had long careers. Like, it actually is very strange because back in, like, the 50s, the 40s, music was meant to be consumed and then you're done. And then that's it. Like, the average length was 4 years. And now it's like bands can extend their life to decades and decades. And that really
beyond death.
Beyond death.
Like
that, like, we're seeing all these big bands sell their catalogs because they're about to fucking die. And, like, their family doesn't want to, like, manage this stuff. So they just sell it to, like, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't really ever meant to be this way. It was actually, bands were supposed to be short bursts because it was really meant for young people.
Artists are supposed to be poor, remember.
I don't know about that.
It's become more about the industry perpetuating itself than it is about the music or the art. It's just about the business. The business has to perpetuate itself. So Paul McCartney has to sell his catalog and make $500 million or whatever it is, so that can continue, so that the corporation can continue to make revenue from
Yeah, I mean, like,
music
that's why I find like new music. I still listen to new music because I think that's, you know, like there. And look, again, if like new music isn't your thing or whatever, fine. But I have no interest. And Stunty and I have talked about this offline before. I never really come up on camera. This is like an actual rarity. But like, I have zero interest in most of like the quote unquote vinyl community because it is so fucking lame. Like I don't care about like Pink Floyd. And it's not even that they're major label bands. I care more about like something cool that's new, something that I've never heard before. That's why I care about music. I'm always trying to buy new records.
Or something that is new to you. Or something that is new to you.
Yeah.
Even if it's old.
That's healthy. That's really healthy.
I don't care about the, you know, I'm not a purist on buying reissues versus originals. I'm not one of those people. Like I don't care. I just want the record. It could be a repress. It could be an OG. I just want the record, you know? And like, I just have zero interest in like going back and forth between like, man, Pink Floyd were great. And then going back to what we're talking about, like, should that band have really existed for that long?
Right.
I was reading this week in a VC chat.
Stagnation of culture.
Yeah. I was reading in a VC chat this week a perfect incarnation of what you're saying, called, or very close to it. Someone who is not extremely music savvy, but who likes music, like Beatles and stuff like that. If you want to find new music, just go check what most people are talking about and go look it up and see if you like it or not. It makes sense in a way. I can understand how that it makes sense on the surface. But it is kind of like the antithesis of like what an art-minded spirit is. And I guess if we were being pontificating about what is wrong with the VC or blah blah blah, then it would be that people trying to find common ground rather than to find richness in their differences.
Yeah, and I like, I don't have anything against the VC per se. I just, for me, and again, you and I have talked about this offline, but like the way that I consume music and just collect records, I just never, that world was never really interesting to me. Like me and my friends, like we have group chats on our phone about like, you know, like what record stores have you gone to recently? And like none of them are on, like, they don't know anything about the vinyl community, but they're huge record collectors.
Right.
You know what I mean? They're heavy hitters and they have like zero desire to like, you know, but I also see the VC's like place. But my overarching point is just like, that's part of the reason why I just don't engage with it. Cause like, I don't, at least what comes up in my feed, like, I don't care about the Beatles.
But okay. So the issue I see with, because I know you personally and I understand what you're saying, and we never really disagree on any of that apart from maybe the way we present it. Because I would agree with you if like watching and engaging in the VC was like gym, like exercising. Yeah, I'll do it only if I need it. I don't need to do it.
Well, I think there's also, and like this isn't me like stroking your ego.
Like, I'm just saying,
there's a difference, like what you do versus like what I see on my feed.
Yeah, right? But that's what I mean. It's like, okay, you like hanging out with us. You find more value in that than in other stuff. You make an educated choice for yourself. But if there was someone else doing something you'd like, you wouldn't be against it just by like discipline. Like you take everything case by case. Like. Yeah. What I will agree, what I will give you is that, yes, sometimes I allow myself to watch VC videos or streams that don't necessarily add anything to my culture or my knowledge or anything, because sometimes that's my, zoning out method. Or sometimes, like everyone has their own like trash TV, junk food. Everyone has their own scale.
You like
and
the trash.
yeah, no, but everyone has their own threshold or need for that to a certain level. For me, I can, if I find it in the VC, somewhere in the VC, it's better than to find it on TV, I would say.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that I just like, I just don't have any. And look, this isn't me dissing anybody or anything.
Life is short.
I just don't have. Yeah, I just don't have the. I don't care. Like, I'd much rather. Part of the reason why I was just scrolling through my phone and saw that you were doing a stream, and you guys talk about the Smashing Pumpkins, and I was like, all right, this is goofy. I've got to join. That's the only reason why I did. So I try to only come in where it's like, this is interesting, because I knew that at some point we would get off the Smashing Pumpkins topic and talk about whatever, like that. I brought up Hijikaiden or
yeah, but you see here now we have about 60 people watching right now, and we're having like a free floating discussion about music in the VC. We haven't done any VC drama, and if we would do there's even room to do that in a music way, in a fun way, or in a passing way. Sure. I'm not against that. I prefer not to, because I think we have enough material
that's the other reason why I don't want to be involved, because all that is like bullshit.
I would ask the question, like, why though? Why did that kind of stagnation happen? In the music, when I see like people, like young people, like people in their 20s who are they're focused on the Beatles. They're focused on collecting the Beatles at 20, 25, 28 years old, focused on collecting jazz from the 1940s and the 1950s. Why did that?
It's easy. The one of the reason is easy. If you look at like the most common denominator of the trash in art, like American Idol, look at the age of the people who are the mainstays there in the jury. It's like the rock critic culture. These guys who are in their 70s,
right,
and who occupy the field of discussion, like people who still kind of knowingly or unknowingly promote and impose their youth to the youth of today. I don't know how conscious it is, but in a way it is really like, I say that over and over. Whenever someone, they will find all the excuse possible. They will say, oh, it's just a way of talking. But like, whenever you say, oh, you must have that. You must have that record.
Yeah.
That's, whether they accept it or not, it's their problem. But in reality, this is the beginning of a violent rhetoric. Like, if you take it to the natural conclusion of what that means, you must have that. Which means if you don't have it, then I don't respect you.
Yeah.
Well, you also have a lot of older people now that have like a lot of disposable income. So I think, for example, like if we go back to the Atlantic 75, part of the reason why that probably is selling pretty decently is, besides the fact that those are fairly big titles, you have a lot of like older people, especially people that are retiring, that have a lot of disposable income to like spend money on records.
Yeah, but
you
know what?
Realize, like a lot of newer records, like the stuff like Stunt, I come from like, different background. A lot of that stuff will never get reissued, partly because there's no money behind it. There's no analog.
Yeah,
there's
but a good example, like a good, not necessarily counter example, but if you listen to the old farts who tell you to buy the ZZ Top box set or all these records over and over again, look at the price tag on these records. This record that you gentlemen bought, like maybe a little bit because of me, that African record, sure, you had to pay maybe a lot in shipping costs, but what was the price tag on that album?
Yeah,
that was a $20 record.
$20 record. Yeah. Yep.
I mean, I remember, I started collecting records when I was 14, so like 95, 96. I'm 42 now, and I remember going to record stores, and this was, records weren't even really a thing, right? It was mostly all used records, and 90s records weren't really being pressed unless you were really into like, underground punk or like electronic. By the way, electronic music and punk and underground music are the real things that have carried, like,
and rap
too. Yeah, that have carried like vinyl pressings up to probably 2005, 2006, when we start to see the incline.
2009, I would say 2009, because
Yeah,
like one of the things that like I discuss every now and then, and I think that's one of the biggest untold chapters in the music industry history, which is that in 2005, 2006, but 2005, like 60% of the biggest independent distributors went under.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Right.
and people don't, it's impossible to understand the impact that had on all the independent labels that were still doing vinyl, then we just the styles of music you just talked about. All these labels were doing vinyl, and suddenly their backstock, their tapes, because most of these labels had P&Ds, production and distribution deals, which meant that they had no hand in, they didn't even have access to their tapes, their matrices, and their stock, because the distributors had them. And suddenly all these things were pulped because the credit owner companies, the repo whatever, like, and the whole industry had to rebuild itself, which almost killed vinyl. I remember exactly when on a new arrival day in the record stores, there were 20 people in the first hour, and suddenly there were only 2 people.
Well, part of the reason why I started collecting vinyl in the mid '90s was vinyl was actually cheaper than CDs.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
for sure.
you know, I can tell you where I was. My very first record I ever bought, I was 15 years old with my own money, and it's very like, it's my name, John Coltrane's Blue Train. I remember buying when I was 15. Yeah, it was a repress, right? It was a repress. I remember it being like $13-14.
Yeah.
Now, look, I get it, inflation.
But on what you're saying,
like,
I'm just precising my point earlier about like that this record was like $20. If you don't focus on the past, if you still have the thrive and the first for new stuff, all like on vinyl, it's extremely rare that a new artist or an up and coming artist has any record that costs more than $25.
Yeah. I mean, I remember, you know, when I
today in 2024, when people have these doomsday scenarios where everything is too expensive. No, when I buy on Soundome, most records cost me under $20.
Well, I remember when I first started putting out records on my own labels, and it was wild to think that I would have to charge $17 for a record. Like that was like, I thought I was like robbing people. You know what I mean? And I did all the math, and I, you know, like what it would cost to make money, and you know, I had to raise.
And it should cost more, like from the perspective of someone who presses records and who had access to all the different costs, labors, etc. The fact that a vinyl record that you press 500 copies or less can still cost under $25 is insane. It's just because the culture has kept it that way. But in terms of inflation, it's the sweetest deal we can get. Like people, the doomsayers, I'm sorry, but being into records and being active and loving music, not just loving your nostalgia for the past and your past girlfriends, etc., it's the coolest deal you can, or the sweetest deals in terms of what you get from it and how much money you pay for it. In terms of stuff you buy, I mean, of course, their love should be free. Hello, Frank.
Hey guys.
Hey, Frank.
Oh, and
Look
by the
at
way,
that
Stunty, let's go back a little bit.
Yep.
Artists should be broke until they die.
So that the record industry can make millions from their work.
The kings should have right of life and death over their head. If they start, talking too loud, like that's no go.
Well, it's also wild to think about now, especially with newer bands, like, because you obviously don't make any money, like, selling records. So even with underground bands, like, the way that they make most of their money is like touring. You know what I mean? And like That's why it's like, it's funny to me. You can go to like arena shows now and buy records from the bands. And I remember going to like arena shows in the 90s, and you would never buy a record of like the Smashing Pumpkins at like, the Capital One Arena. You have to go to a record store to buy that. But now it's like, if they don't have records, then they're losing money, because the way that a lot of
it's money sitting on the table.
Yeah.
But back for people like Cole and Frank, I don't know if it was the same for you, Sean, but I know for a fact that for the three of us in our generation, like, we were going to gigs to buy records.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Like, they always have like a little table set up, and that's where you would just get the local stuff. And most of them, you didn't have a way to sample it. There was no way to listen to it. There wasn't even internet at that point. So it was like a crapshoot.
And it was disappointing if you went to a show and there was nothing for sale. It was actually like
ridiculous.
I mean,
it was like paying to go to a show or to a gig was almost like going to a record fair, very, 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 very small record fair.
Especially a lot of like electronic shows and punk shows that I would go to in my younger years. Distros would set up at these shows, and you would just, you could leave with a bag of records, and that still happens today. I think more so now actually than we think. But back like in the early 2000s, late 90s, going to shows and like buying records was like, that's kind of how I obtained a lot of these records that I have, and like that was weird though. Like, when I would come back from shows, I was living with my parents, and they'd be like, you can buy records at shows, and like, yeah.
I'll give you a fun experience on that. I think it was probably around 2006. I saw Hella.
Oh yeah, I remember Hella
live in a crack house in Paris. Like, we were maybe like 30 people. Zach Hill, he drummed so hard that he was there was a mist of blood on the cymbals and rides, and he was passing out. They took him to the hospital off at the end of the show. But the other dude, he stayed there. He had a table with all the Hella records that he sold for $6 each on vinyl. I got the whole catalog of Hella back then for like $25.
Not only like would the artist sell their album or whatnot, but typically the promoter would, at least where I live, I don't know how it was everywhere else, but we had a couple guys who would bring in a lot of really cool stuff as a promoter, but they also had like their own local record label and things, and they would just have a table full of different like 45s and that's where you would just kind of take a chance on something different at that point. I always look forward to that. And then
should we wait a second? Should we automatically assume that the police sirens are shown?
That's right out. I live right by the firehouse.
And you know what? The rest of the country is going to be exactly like that, Sean.
No, I also think like that, but like, wait, to your point, Frank, like, again, that was also a different time where we still had the remnants of, and I'm using American hardcore as an example here of like how you would sort of run and manage a band and tours, and how you would sell records, and how that was integral to like making money, right? Like that's not really a thing that needs to exist anymore, whether we want to romanticize it or not. Like, it doesn't actually really need to exist. I mean, I've been to shows where the bands are just either giving away their Bandcamp, like, downloads, or like, just like, hey, just buy our record on Bandcamp. You know what I mean? Like, that's a real thing that happens. I went and saw like Sunny Day Real Estate recently. It's some young band opened up for them, and they had no merch except for like shirts, but they were just like, just buy our record on Bandcamp or stream our whatever. Yeah, it's like, I could make fun of that, and it is kind of funny from my perspective, but if we take a step back, it's like, that's the industry now. Like, it really is.
These super expensive show only 12-inch or mini albums from Aphex Twin that were available only at like parties or festivals one time only. You would go there, you could go buy the record, they would give you a ticket, or like a paper, so that you would then get the record through mail, so that you wouldn't like have to carry a desirable in the making 12-inch throughout a rave or something. But that's in a way, yeah, I agree with you, but it's still
Look, it's different, and it does feel like it sucks. I get it, but if,
no, but
if that's the other
you-
thing, just to real quick, that's the other thing I don't
Mm.
really. That's another reason I don't participate too much in the VC is because it is like overcome by a lot of old people, and there's this like dinosaur way of thinking about consumption of records and how you listen to records. And if we just remove ourselves from being like record collectors, who cares how people listen to records?
in
Who
this
cares?
case, I would argue that you are the old one, because if you're
Yeah,
young,
no, I am. I'm a dinosaur
Yeah.
compared to, like
no, because if you're young, can you imagine having the patience? Like you're at a show, you can get the record, and no, you have to wait for to get it in the mail. No.
but we also have to realize too, records, at least on like major labels or even independent labels, records are now merchandise. Like they always kind of were, but more so now, they are just like a t-shirt. You know what I mean? Like that is, that is what it is,
Oh, I wanted to show you my Smashing Pumpkins contribution.
Oh
My
yeah, that's like
God.
that's is that Tristessa or whatever that? It's like the first 7-inch. Right?
It's the first 7-inch on Sub Pop.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
This was before Sub Pop. This was Limited Potential in Chicago.
Oh,
Okay.
that really is. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. I got this when I think I was in 9th grade. Whenever this album came out, it was probably 1990. I walked to the record store. It was like an hour away. I cut school and got this record.
And look at this dude showcasing his Smashing Pumpkins in a fucking rocking chair, huh?
I mean, that brings this all back full circle. If we're being, this is why I jumped. I just thought it was hilarious, But I mean, I look, going back to just what I was saying really quickly, like that's part of the reason why I look. There's nothing wrong with being older and having knowledge and passing it on, but I have a problem with a lot of older sort of, and I hate the term gatekeeper because I think that gets overused. But I think there are a lot of gatekeepers in like record collecting and the record industry.
Oh, for
To your
sure.
point, Stunty, of like who is really controlling, you know what I mean? Like a lot of these reissues and what we're seeing. And it's just the same thing over and over and over again. And it's like, I get it. There are other bands that there aren't analog tapes and maybe they aren't romanticized as much. But like there are way more bands that should get reissues. That should, you know what I mean? That younger people should be exposed to. And I just don't like this, like, kind of, I don't know. It's not appealing to me.
I'll give you an example of the gatekeeping, of how pernicious it can be. Back in the mid 90s, so completely different time, no internet, but still, like, there's always ways of having authority figures, etc. So I was doing radio, I had my radio show. How did I get it? Because I was doing fanzines, I was obsessed, and like basically, in a way, you could say I proved myself. They found value in what I was doing, in what I could bring, the perspective. And then suddenly, I'm doing a weekly radio show, 4 hours, that has a format. Basically, there was only like 2.5 hours really to fill. So I think, well, great. I'm gonna choose records for 2.5 hours of indie music. What happened is that suddenly I was getting 70 promos a week that I had to process before I could go and do what I had been chosen for. So all the time I needed to process and find stuff that could be interesting was suddenly hijacked by the industry, who put that in front, this between me and what I was supposed to do, and I had to do that. So of course it had an impact. Now you can imagine, like, in a way, that's very easy. The dynamic is, everyone can understand it. Maybe you wouldn't think about it, but when I tell you that, like, everyone understands. But now imagine how refined it can be to achieve the same goal. Like, for the people who actually, for the Anthony Fantano to not talk about Hella, for example, or like maybe he wants to talk about it, and maybe he can, but the industry will still manage to create things to put in the way of it, and maybe it's good.
Well, I think they're trying to, right? They're still holding on to this kind of old way of thinking. But what I was kind of saying earlier, with there not being a mono kind of culture, that's why you have a lot of kids that they really are into like everything. Like there are kids that are into like Sonic Youth, and then legitimately into like Hanatarash, and then legitimately into whatever the pop star of the day is. And that's, on one end, you could be like, man, that can't be right. That just doesn't feel right. But on the other end, it's like, that's what we've all really wanted, right? We wanted this exposure to everything that we can get our hands on musically. We're music nerds.
Yeah, it's
now we have it, and we're gonna complain that like, oh, it's not the same. Like, fuck you, man. It's pretty awesome. I think that's awesome.
Like, we kind of group ourselves according to what kind of music you liked, for the most part. And you know, I have two kids, 19 and 16. Well, I have two stepsons, 16.
I thought you were about to say three kids.
I have 3 kids, stepson. Both of the boys are 16, but they all their music taste is like all over the place, and it's mostly older, but it runs from, like, my son will bring me something like Blue Monday, or you know, he's really into Slayer, or he'll find like an old Easy-E track or something. But them and their friends, they're not like grouped together because they like a certain type of music. Like when we were young, I mean, you know, a lot of I mean, we called them headbangers, but the guys who like heavy metal and drove around in you know, Trans Ams and shit and had models.
Oh, we used to call them assholes. Yeah. You know?
There were some redeeming qualities in there, I suppose.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's quite like that anymore. It's smart.
I have 3 boys, and they're like 23. My youngest one is 19 now, and they I mean, their tastes are all over the place. They like really commercial radio stuff. They like hip hop. They like, you know, everything. Sorry, my phone is ringing.
My son says new music.
Well, there's like not really a need for subcultures anymore to an extent. You could take a tourism view of goth online. You could be like, you know what, today I want to like explore goth music, whatever that was, whatever your definition of goth is, right? And there's the idea of subcultures. Before there was the internet, you went to like-minded people, because that was the only way to get that information. Like I remember like having to write, and like Stunty, you've done it, we've all probably done this before, but having to write record labels and be like, can you send me your catalog of whatever you've got? Because you know what I mean? Like, and then you'd wait for the catalog to come in, and then you'd go through, like, you know, using Touch and Go again as example, or Kill Rock Stars. I'd wait for those catalogs to come in, and then I'd write a check with my allowance and send it off, you know, and hope that I'd get these records in. But you know what? That was a pain in the ass. That sucked. I mean, it's like, we're saying like, oh man, like we had to work for it, but like that sucked. I had to like, there were some records I just never got in the mail because, you know, and I never got them, you know.
Well,
and
when I was younger, you had what's called Columbia.
Oh yeah. Columbia House. Yep.
Get this catalog, and you better pick out all these records. But what I found out is that the quality of the records was really reduced.
Yeah, I think for me, like, I remember that this was the mid 90s. I found one of those catalogs, and that's kind of how I think this was maybe 95, 96. And I think that was right when Matador had cut a deal with a major label. So they started to get major label distribution. So they were in this Columbia House catalog. So what was one of the deals? Like, for 1 cent, get 12 CDs. You know what I mean? So I got like all these, like, you know, like Matador, like CDs for like 1 cent. I never actually paid for any of the CDs. I would just ignore whatever, like, you know, mailing they would send me. Like, you got to pay for these, because I was like, you know, 15 or 16.
Yeah,
you know?
Like a full catalog, I think, because if you just picked whatever was in the magazine advertisement, they were always like, you know, pretty much pop standards, and they may throw in like Pure Disintegration or something. But there, you could call and get a catalog, and I think I ordered like 12, like you said, Matador or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I think I probably did it, 5, 6 different times.
But it was just a weird way that we had to like consume music, right? And now the
Yeah.
way
Exactly.
we consume music is totally not that. Like if you explain that to your kids, like what you had to do, like and like just sat them down and said, here are the ways I had to consume music, I know that they would be like, that just seems annoying. Like, why would you even want to do that? Like,
Yeah.
you know
Well,
what I
you
mean?
know, I already, when you consider that people who are like in their early 30s complain about my streams that I don't put the name of the artist and the name of the song, like that I don't write it every single time. I'm like, I'm showing you the record, I'm naming it, I'm playing it.
That's it.
Like, do I really need to mail it to you and to take on a job as a post delivery guy to be the one to?
But I think there has to
No,
be some
no.
work there. I think, you know,
No.
like, I think, you know, like it's one thing to like have records fall in your lap, and we've all had those where it's just like, man, I just like somehow was able to. But then there's the records that you do like discover on your own because you quote unquote work for it. Sometimes that can be really pretentious, but there are times where I'm like, man, like, you know, I took a chance on this record and I had to order it through a catalog or spend X amount of dollars, not really knowing what I was going to get. And it was totally worth it. And I wouldn't trade that for the world. But I also wouldn't want to force young people to have to go through that because that it sucks.
You know, one thing that I haven't seen since I was younger, and I don't know if it's different in Europe, but when we would have record shows, you could go up to the like the DJ and say, hey, I'm looking for like this particular thing or album or whatnot, and they would announce it, and then, you know, whoever would have it, they would just like raise their hand. So that made it a little bit easier, but I haven't seen that at any record shows that I've been to in decades.
Yeah.
Right.
On the note, you were like Frank and Sean about like your kids being all over the place, and I assume you mean that as a positive, for music.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Genuine question though, how about non-Anglo-Saxon music?
Well, I play so much different stuff in this house all day, every day, that they're exposed to so much stuff. So just through like osmosis, I'm thinking that they're experiencing it, and you know, in the future when they, you know,
Yeah, but are they seeking it out themselves right now?
right now, no. I mean, my son is stuck in like a thrash metal phase. He loves it, so he found his thing and his niche. I mean, but he does, you know, he likes various tracks. So like if he hears something on a video game or wherever, he'll like a particular track. But his thing is thrash metal. I try to expose him to more stuff and hope that it kind of, you know, follows suit. Or if something he plays reminds me of something else, I'll play him that like adjacent thing, and he'll end up liking that. So, but I haven't seen him really just start looking for some obscure, you know, stuff like, you know, like.
And you, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by. I mean, I'd say the music they primarily listen to is hip hop, and then, you know, what I've noticed is that we have a pretty Detroit area. There's a pretty large Middle Eastern community here, and a lot of their friends are from, you know, from.
Oh yeah, we heard that like that your city is being overtaken by Muslims, right?
God, people are so.
Yeah.
But anyway, and so yeah, and so I hear, like, I'll hear coming from the other room, I'll hear these now they're usually really modern stuff coming from, so it'd be like hip hop from the Middle East or electronic music from the Middle East that their friends are listening to, that they've gotten, you know, and so I'm not sure if you'd really call that, you know, it's not authentic. But they're not interested in authenticity. They're not interested in that. They're interested in hearing, you know, what they like, and they're pretty open culturally to whatever is good to get on the dance floor with.
Well, and then like I think you bring up a really key point that we've all kind of skirted around, because again, we're all relatively the same age, give or take. You know, back in Stunty, you can relate to this, and I think everybody here can, but especially in the 90s, there was this whole idea of like not selling out, right? Like authenticity mattered. Not selling out was a huge deal. Think about how many bands were handicapped because of that thought process, right? And like how many bands that you may have missed on because there was this like indie guilt or punk rock guilt.
I think that when you say that, you have to explain a little more, because you have to, like you said, think of how many bands were handicapped. You haven't proven your point that they were handicapped yet.
Well, no, take a
By
band
that.
like
Because someone could make the argument, no, they were not handicapped. They were actually
a perfect band that should have signed to a major label sooner and they didn't was Husker Du, right? Flip Your Wig actually should have been out on a major label, and they decided not to do that. They had signed with the major, but decided not to put out that record. If that record had actually come out, and that was actually the better record that they ended up, I think maybe they signed to Warner Brothers or something. But there was this like inherent guilt of like, well, we're not ready yet, or we don't, you know what I mean? And like they were basically handed a platter. It was like, you can put it out, you know what I mean? And so there's a lot of bands of the 90s specifically, I'm just using that as an example, late 80s, early 90s, that I think really did themselves a disservice that they didn't sign right away. I'm not defending major labels. I'm just saying that has carried on up until fairly recently, partly because there's no money in the industry anymore, because selling out isn't really a thing anymore.
No, it's almost encouraged. Like right out of the they can get like sponsored by.
I'll give you an example. When I had my band, we had a studio, and we rented a place that was bigger than just our studio. So basically, there were 6 studio units, and we rented 5 other units to other techno producers or hip hop makers, blah blah blah. And there was the youngest one who was, I don't remember if it was 17 or 19. 17 he was, yeah. And the first time I had like a proper chat with him, like to gauge who he was, like musically and etc. And you guys remember how you were when you were 17 about music, and like even when you're not selling out, even when you're in the underground, there's still like the lights, the shiny lights, on different scales, but still. And no, this dude, he was 17, he told me that his goal was to become a ghost producer. 17.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's different now because
that was 10 years ago already. But,
like Frank, you were saying, like it's encouraged partly because there's no other option, right? Like bands aren't really selling records anymore. Royalties aren't really too much of a thing for like a lot of these bands, right?
But there's also
like, you know, like I'll just name a newer band that like nobody has mentioned that's actually a fairly big band, but I don't even like them. Take a band like Turnstile, which I'm sure many of you may or may not have heard of, but that band is huge now. They're from Baltimore. They're like from an hour away from me. And I could see those guys walking down the street. I've talked to them before. Now they're playing huge festivals, selling their song to Taco Bell. Yeah. Like part of the reason why they do that is because they're not making a lot of money selling records. You don't make any money streaming, you know, and so part of your only option is to be like, well, I'm going to sell my song to Taco Bell. Now we can have a whole other debate on the, you know, the logistics of that, and is that a good or bad thing? But that's kind of part of the only option for a lot of these bands now. And I'm not saying it's good or bad. It is what it is.
Yeah, there's been a kind of democratization of the music business where everyone can kind of be involved, and there's not the kind of rock star separation that there used to be at one time.
Yeah, this thing you hear every day, that now everyone can do music, it costs nothing. You hear that every single day.
Yeah.
That's both true and false all at the same time.
Yeah.
The reality is, and it's still true today, right? So no matter whether you're a touring band or a touring artist, most of those artists that can dedicate, the young ones that can dedicate their time to that craft, are rich kids that don't have to worry about, you know, a day job. And this is true. You know what I mean? So there's those young people that can really dedicate their time to it and be like, this is what I'm doing, whether you're going on the road touring or whether you're putting out records on Bandcamp and that's just all you do. It's because you have the money to do it, and you probably have fairly rich parents.
But maybe that was always true, because even we were talking about the Belleville Three earlier. You know, the truth is people think, you know, like these kids from Detroit, you know, they were like, but Belleville is not it's suburban Detroit, and it's not a poor area. I mean, it's a wealthier community. So maybe that was always true. Maybe it was always upper middle class kids who had time to be, you know, it was never really the working class kid who was going on, or at least not as often. You know, maybe
Yeah,
that's always
it's rare. Like, I mean, I've put out records by bands before, and the ones that sold better a lot of the times were the ones that actually could dedicate all their time to being on the road and touring. And if you kind of read through the lines, it's because that they didn't have to worry about money. But a lot of the records I put out, the better ones I liked personally, were by bands that like didn't have the money to do that, so they didn't sell very well, and like they're kind of unknown.
Yeah.
Cool. I must say that Chuck makes a great point here, reminding us that like selling out is not just about money.
Yeah.
Like it can be a lot about tribalism, because like going into electronic and industrial against thrash metal is kind of scaling down your level of popularity in the schoolyard. You could argue at the time.
Which is funny to me in my what scenes that I run in, and Sonny, you and I have talked about this before. A lot of those kids that were into like, you know, weird, you know, post-American hardcore in the late 90s, early 2000s, you know, the retirement plan, it was funny, was electronic music. A lot of those people became like DJs, you know, or like, you know, got really deep into electronic music, and that became less and less of a stigma. You know what I mean? Like, and now it's not, you know.
I'm 47. I can remember when I was in high school, we were like 1,000. There was one guy who went to house parties in Paris, in clubs, like basically where like Daft Punk were starting and stuff like that. He was gay. So guess how electronic music got labeled in the school.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing about tribalism too, with younger people. And I know it still exists clearly, but going back to like subcultures, like a lot of that just is not too much of a thing anymore. Again, you've got kids that are just into like everything, and like the stuff that we're talking about, while relevant to us and still has an impact on us, and I still think is reverberated throughout culture, is not as big of a deal. It's just not, you know what I mean? Like being punk is not really a thing, you know?
Hey, Cole, a question for you. So when you decide to take on a project, what is it that says to yourself to go for it?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, man.
I mean, like I don't put out records anymore. But when I was, you know, I had grew up, again, everything that we had just talked about in the last hour or so was kind of filtered through me being, you know, I put out my first record in like 2001. You know, I put out I think the first thing I did was like a CDR, and I did it the DIY way, which is I had friends come over. We, you know, printed the covers ourselves, glued them to the, you know what I mean? And then we did the same thing with 7 inches. Very first 7-inch I put out. A year later, we had what I'd called folding parties, where I'd get a bunch of friends over. We'd order pizza and beers, or as you know, the people that could buy them. We were still kind of underage, and then we'd fold 7 inches, and then pack them, hundreds, just, you know, it's the old classic kind of like Discord thing, right? You just had these folding parties. But
at this point,
to answer your question, what got me to want to put out those records was, I always thought that the stuff that I was hearing from my friends just needed to be documented. It just needed to exist in my record collection.
Yeah.
Of course, I wanted it to sell, but I wanted to be able to put that 7-inch that I helped put out, which is a great feeling. There's, by the way, even though like it's really expensive to put out records now, there really isn't anything like getting your own record that you've put work into in your own hands. I mean, like, I did this. This is awesome. Doesn't matter if now a year later when you're sitting on like hundreds of copies and nobody's bought them, that does suck. But at the time, I just wanted to document my friends. That was it.
Cool. I want to add, in your case, there's also probably like sometimes it's easy also, hipsters, they're doing their labels and like whatever, blah blah blah. In Cole's case, there's also a social political aspect to what he does and why he did it. I won't go into details. I'll let him go into it if he ever wants to do that.
I
but-
won't go into too much details, but
Mm.
there's certain things in my life where I just didn't have the opportunity to do things. So I had to, music became kind of what I did. Like that was, so that was just what, like, my dad was really into records. Like I grew up on a weird healthy diet of like, Yes, the Ramones, and Kiss.
Where are you from? Where did you grow up?
I grew up in the DC Baltimore area, so like right outside of DC, there's a suburb called Ellicott City.
Yeah, I know Ellicott.
And and so like there wasn't a lot going on, and I grew up pretty lower middle class. You know what I mean? My dad was a factory worker. My mom was a stay-at-home mom, but then a waitress when we needed the money. You know what I mean? So we didn't have a lot of money, but like for me, like music and putting out records and documenting things was just part of, like, I saw my dad's record collection. I didn't know that bands were on major labels. I didn't know what any of that was. I just thought, oh, everybody's into fucking Yes and Frank Zappa and then the Ramones, which were like totally spectrum opposite of like all those bands, right? Like to me, it was all the same. So when I heard Nirvana, it was like, oh, that made sense. I mean, I can tell you, I remember 1991 watching TV and sitting on my bed and seeing Smells Like Teen Spirit and being like, what the hell is this? Like the romanticized stories that we hear about it, they're not just romanticized stories. That was real for me. Like, because it was like,
amazing. That Smashing Pumpkins was like the first time that I could kind of relate to my dad's music, because when I was a kid, I hated that stuff. Like all like classic rock was his. Like that was his music. And it was really, for me, it was a period where it wasn't like where it is now, where kids discover it, or we all discover this stuff. But at that time, it wasn't that far outside of the 70s. We're talking like mid to late 80s.
Like we were talking about Yes earlier, Billy Corgan, he's heavy into all of that.
Yeah, so when I first heard Smashing Pumpkins, they were coming on 120 Minutes, if you remember that. It was on MTV. And I waited up all night to see that shit, and I had my dad wait with me to watch it, because finally there was some connection like to our music. But before that, I was really into electronic music and just industrial and stuff for like a 12 or 14-year-old was pretty out there. So it's kind of on an island with that. My dad hated that stuff,
It's still pretty wild to think, like, thinking of the Smashing Pumpkins, that band was like one of the biggest bands in the world, and they took out Swerve Driver on their first big tour. You know what I mean? Like that, to think about again. I know I hate to keep talking about Nirvana, but like Nirvana bringing out like Shonen Knife or the Boredoms to play arenas. Like
just to be fair to Frank's dad, I don't believe that your dad objected too much for you listening to electronic music, but since the bands you were listening to were Skinny Puppy, Ministry, it was more about like something else than the sound.
Yeah, like he found this. I had this Psychic TV like VHS tape, and I just put it in with the rest of the cassette, the tapes in the living room, and he put it in, and I think he was like pretty mortified, and at that point he just wrote it off.
I love those stories.
Oh, I have a one like you. I'm 14 and a half. I go to a record store that also has like goodies and stuff, and they have a video, like a best of the short movies of Richard Kern. I don't know who Richard Kern is, but I just see exclusive songs by Cop Shoot Cop, Unsane, Sonic Youth. Okay, nice. Okay, and I learn some stuff. And then I go on summer holiday, and when I come home, my dad has the talk with me. He found the tape and he watched it. And my 14-year-old eyes, when I saw that short movie of Clint Roone and Lydia Lunch being fisted, black and white, crappy VHS quality, but I didn't understand what I was seeing. I had no idea. But imagine trying to explain to your dad, no, Dad, I'm not a perv. I'm not a perv. I bought it for the music. It was
wild to think that like a band like Cop Shoot Cop was signed to a major. Like imagine like bringing home, you know, that Cop Shoot Cop record that was on Interscope, and like having to explain to your parents like, what is this? You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? Like it's a wild, that the 90s were like a wild time to really like think about like how many bands were like signed to majors. You know, we were talking about that earlier. Like now they only have like one record to come out on an Interscope. There's a whole documentary on that slew of bands from the mid 90s that for some reason had one album on a major, and like what that did to their band or their scene. And it's interesting to watch. So you've got bands like Jawbox or Cop Shoot Cop, where like
Reverend Horton Hill, Rocket from the Crypt.
Yep, all that. Like Drive Like Jehu was on a freaking major. Like that, that's like weird to me.
But not, were they really? Was it really a major?
That was the deal. So it was actually Drive Like Jehu that actually got signed to Interscope. And the deal that Drive Like Jehu worked out was, if you want to sign us, you have to sign Rocket from the Crypt, which then Rocket from the Crypt became like the bigger band.
I think that all your examples are just making the case that Interscope is not really a major label.
Well, maybe at the time they were trying to be cooler than they were, but yeah.
Okay, my question is, so did your parents discuss at whatever they were seeing, did that make you want to hear the music more, or did it make you shy away from it?
Oh, for me, it was completely independent of how I would consume music. Like I didn't care, and in fact, I didn't get that import because it was like offensive or edgy. I mean, maybe because it was edgy, but at the time I was like a 14-year-old kid, and it was
just cool melodies and cool sounds.
Yeah, I mean, but the music just like blew my mind. I don't know about you guys. It like if you had someone that you knew as a kid who was maybe a little bit older than you that just got you into some of the best music of your life, like that formed your musical taste. So when I was a kid, there was a guy, or he's a kid, he was a few years older than me, but he was the one bringing all this weird stuff in. And I mean, loved it, and I didn't care if my parents didn't like. I wasn't getting it just to like spite them or you know.
No, it's like you listen to it just because how it makes you feel. It's like porn, huh? You don't watch it for the scenario, right?
Well, I mean, like, look, that's how, like, again, it's the generic thing to say, but I'm telling you, when I heard Nirvana for the first time, I'm just talking about the music I'd been previously exposed to, right? And this was like, they looked like me. They looked like how my dad would dress. Now, my dad was really into like kind of bad 80s hair metal, but like at home, he would dress like, you know, Nirvana essentially, you know, and he had the skinny jeans and he had the Ramones, you know, leather jacket and stuff. And I was like, these guys look like my dad. And if these guys are just looking like my dad, anybody can do this. You know, it just felt like it's the romanticized cornball thing to say about a band like Nirvana, but it was true. And it felt like for a moment in time, like, oh, I didn't know anything about DIY. I had no clue that I was freaking 9 when I saw Smells Like Teen Spirit. No idea.
Yeah, I don't remember having any kind of distinction at the time between the Pacific Northwest stuff and say, like Amphetamine Reptile. I think they might be Minneapolis. There was really no distinction. You know, and the stuff that was coming out of New York, like Unsane and you know, Helmet and all, I just kind of lumped them all in together. But now we see they were like sort of distinct scenes. But Nirvana, I remember maybe I was already a little bit knee deep into it by the time they came out. I remember the 7-inch for Sliver being on the shelf, but by that point I was already just going to the store and grabbing like one-offs like Tad, Tar, Cows.
I mean that's what we were talking about. Like I
Psychos.
I became really into Nirvana, and I was more interested in reading interviews with them, and then they would talk about bands like Big Black or something that I would be like, I have to find what this band is. I have no clue who this band is, but I have to find who they are, because that's what I was saying a few hours ago when we were talking. That's why I really like bands that can expose you to different kinds of music. Like Nirvana's not the best band in the world, but like they exposed me to so much good music that opened so many other doors.
Yeah.
Like that's why I'm into the weird music that I'm into now, because those doors were open for me.
I have an example. The first jazz record I got was the Dennis Kimball Trio,
Wow.
which is, if you guys don't know, it's two guys from Jesus Lizard.
Yep.
It was not a trio, but it was a duo, so there was already something funny about it. But it was kind of jazzy. It was not straight up jazz, but it was more jazz than Jesus Lizard for sure.
So
And
what was your first like favorite album or your first kind of scene that you got into? Were you into electronic music right off the bat?
no. It was like no, for me it was Nirvana for sure. The first. Oh, it was like 1989, like January 1990. Like I see them live, and okay, noise can be music. Okay, that changes everything. And then it's funny you say that about like that you were like Insane Helmet, that you were putting all of this together, and then later you could see that they were actually coming from different perspective. Maybe it's the distance, but for me it was all very clear. All the punk rock, noise rock bands I was listening to, they were all coming. I see now they were all coming from Big Black, like Cop Shoot Cop, Unsane, Jesus Lizard, like zero metal in the DNA, basically. Like only something coming from a perspective of not showing off, being pretty raw and probably a little bit cynical about the world, and the real underdog, not the underdog who wants to be the most popular guy in the courtyard at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, like Stunty, you know, I've talked about before, like, and I make no bones about it. Steve Albini is one of the most important, like, I don't look up to a lot of people. I just don't believe in that. I'd rather just look up to my friends or people I know. But I think Albini for me, and Stunty, you and I texted back and forth a little bit when Albini passed away.
Yep.
And just how important Steve Albini was to the threads of music and the way I think about music and the way I treat other people and the ethics that I have.
Shall we tell a little bit about like what's going on with Steve Albini and us?
Yeah, we can. I mean, it's going to eventually come out anyway. So I was in this band, about 7 or 8 years
Don't
ago.
tell the whole story now. There'll be time for that. Like just
the long and short of it is my band, we broke up like in 2019. We recorded a record, kind of sat on the shelves, and then around 2021, 2022, me and a good buddy of mine who was in the band, who co-wrote a lot of the songs with me, was like, hey, we should, remix this and redo this, or not re-record it, but remix it and get it, finished. And so we're going to work with Albini, and we paid Electrical Audio, and we were talking to Steve Albini, and all the dates were set.
basically just so people like, because you make it too complicated in a way, and I understand. Basically, Coltrane's album that is going to come out next year was to be produced, like In Utero was produced by Steve Albini in Steve Albini's studio, with Steve Albini being in there with them.
Mixing the record
and Steve passed away like a month before that was to happen.
There was going to be the long and short of it is he was taking a break in June to do shellac stuff because the new shellac record was about to come out, and then we were going to be like the first band that he worked with in July, I guess, when he came back, and he got the news that Steve Albini passed. We still ended up mixing the record at Electrical Audio with one of Steve Albini's good friends who actually lives upstairs at Electrical, and then it's mastered by Bob Weston. But like part of the reason why I wanted to work with Albini was because, it wasn't just about getting the Albini sound. It really wasn't that. He didn't track the record. He was just going to mix it. It was just the sort of like, I knew that he had a really good ear, but also was just one of those people that I felt like I could trust in terms of, here's my record. Like, please work on it. And I trust that you're going to give it the care that it deserves. And the guy that stepped in, his name is Matthew Barnhart, really good guy, and did it. We mixed it to tape, just like Albini was going to do, because that was the stipulation. And the funny story goes, I called Electrical, this was a year ago, and somebody answers the phone, and I kind of explained the situation. And I go, oh, I'd really like Steve to mix this record if he can. And he goes, well, I'm Steve and I'll mix your record. And I'm like, I had to like pause for a second and then be like, oh yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, sure. And then in my mind, I'm like, oh, okay, this is for real, you know? And then that started the conversation. I mean, Steve Albini answered the phone.
Wow.
Like that's the kind of guy that he was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so my overarching point is like that, you know, Stunty had mentioned Big Black. Most of, especially now, the way that I approach music, the way that I approach how I treat people is partly due to Albini's ethics, you know, and I think that his loss is a lot greater than what has already been said. And it's a pretty big loss, you know?
Right.
Interesting.
Very cool.
And plus, he just had a really funny sense of humor. I mean, some of it, obviously, you know, he's apologized for, but the stuff that isn't offensive, you know, his wit and humor, like, is like pretty, like, even I think one of his last tweets, I don't have Twitter, but somebody sent me one of his last tweets and he forget what he was talking about, but it was the same kind of humor that you would expect. And it was like what he said about Steely Dan, like how he didn't like Steely Dan and like that Steely Dan was just basically a piece of shit. And like, it was an excuse for, you know, those two dudes to like just jerk off. You know what I mean? Like Steely Dan's whatever. I don't care. Like they're fine. I have some of their records. They're fine, whatever. But I totally understand what he said.
Sure.
It made sense.
Yeah. Sure.
You know, like, you know.
So the
It's like,
question is that more the norm? Not like, so has the business gotten better? Is it more connected that way today?
It depends on what you want to get out of the business, right? If what you want to get out of the business is to make money, that's still very difficult, right? Like it's even more so, like think about it now, the opportunity is like, there's so many people that have the same sort of opportunity that you have as a musician, because everybody can put up stuff on Bandcamp, but the problem is now, how do you rise above, like what makes you interesting, right?
Yeah.
You know, and part of that is like what I was saying earlier, like, you know, people have to stop their lives and dedicate their lives to the craft, or they pay a PR firm, you know, or or they're social media savvy, you know,
right.
like
or they call me, huh?
yeah, right. I expect you to
but
more records in Europe.
The big difference, I guess, is now there's a glass ceiling over everyone. Back then, the Nirvana in that area, I guess people like maybe Aphex Twin, maybe the White Stripes. These were the last ever examples of people like surprising, like going above the glass ceiling, because there was no glass ceiling. Now, and I think White Stripes has a glass ceiling. They just overperformed in the sense that now you already know, because like we talked about how we can be all for us and complain about all these great new potential we have, but there are some structural changes that are objective. It's not about it's good or it's bad, but whatever you do nowadays in art, because the way the world is structured, everyone is interconnected, you already have an idea of what your glass ceiling is, and not just an idea, pretty good idea, unless you're completely clueless, of course, and naive. But when you're a band like the Lizard, King Gizzard,
King Gizzard,
so sure they're big, and sure their fans, they like to say they're huge and they make millions of dollars, and it might very well be the case, but they still have a glass ceiling that Nirvana didn't have.
Well, so what you're really getting at, Stunty, and I think that's the differentiation that we need to start to make, is I guarantee you, I don't know how much King Gizzard and the Wizard people have made, but let's just say they've made $1 million, because they seem like a lot of people really do like them. They've sold out shows here in DC multiple times over. There's a difference between making a lot of money and like being a band that can do that,
change the world,
and then a band like Nirvana changing culture, which I think is way like that is on. That's not just another level. That is unfathomable, especially now, right? Like it's
Yeah,
so much
Madonna.
harder.
Madonna changed culture. Even like there were shitty artists from the 80s who changed the world. Nowadays,
Yeah.
every like the biggest artist selling like Taylor Swift, Beyoncé, all that. It's too postmodern to change the world, or it's just like making the world go deeper into postmodernism, which is referencing the past in maybe a modern way, but it's still the past needs to exist to be referenced. Like when Beyoncé does this country album, and before that, that club album. Honestly, the club album that she did like 2 or 3 years ago, I think has some great songs. Some I would even like enjoy playing out, find a way, the right moment to play them out. I think it could be good, but like, would I care to have that kind of like cheeky and smart pattern if it wasn't because like expectations around her? Probably not. I hope there could be, and of course there will always be some exceptions, but really, yeah, no, like changing the world now, I think it can happen, but maybe not from an Anglo-Saxon band.
Or like maybe the idea of changing the world isn't really about that anymore. It's like, you know, maybe a lot of, like I've said earlier, there's that subset of these young kids that are super into shoegaze. Maybe just changing their world is what matters, as opposed to like changing the world, right? Like that's the way that we kind of have to look at things now, and that's part of going back
But
to the whole, like
you were more accurate than me. I said changing the world. You say changing culture, and I think that's even stronger. And in your example of the shoegaze, then it's not changing culture, because I'm sorry to say, but I haven't heard any new shoegaze band that is adding anything.
We haven't heard it, right? And like you're totally right, but that doesn't necessarily mean that for those groups of kids, and there are a lot of them, that those bands aren't blowing their minds just the same way that our minds was. You know what I mean? Like it's just not the same anymore, where we're just not inundated with like that's the band that's doing it. There are like tons of bands now that are doing it, and we just have to start to be okay with like there's no monolithic culture anymore. And it's weird, right? Because it makes it so much easier to be tuned into each other and be like, you saw that video, right? On MTV? Like we were just talking about how Seeing Smells Like Teen Spirit was a life-changing thing. I guarantee you, if like you took a bunch of kids in their early 20s, teenage, it would be a different band. All of them would have different bands or different artists that did that for them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I don't come from the standpoint of I'm not looking for new artists that sound like previous artists, so that I could get some kind of rekindle something in me to relive my youth. I don't want to hear that, to be honest with you. I'm not looking for music that's changing the world per se so much. I mean, I'm almost 50 years old, so if I find
to change you, to have some growth.
Everyone uses music for a different reason, and sometimes they use it for a different reason, different days, or different listening periods, or different sessions. There are times where I like to put something on to remind me of my youth, or for nostalgia purposes. But I also use it therapeutically to achieve a higher consciousness, or use it to dream up worlds or things that I just never seen or heard before. And that's kind of more the direction I go to nowadays. Turn the lights out and play something that's very unfamiliar to my brain. And
I think that's the connection between all of us, Frank. And I think you make a good point. Mm-hmm. And I think all of us here on this panel, and anybody who's chatting for the most part, I think part of the reason why they're attracted to, again, this is not me stroking your ego, Stunty, but I think part of the reason why they're attracted to this conversation, or whatever Stunty does on Fridays, is because it is unheard sounds or different music that you wouldn't normally get exposed to, right?
Sure.
And to me, like, I'm with you, Frank. Like, I'm not looking for bands anymore that are going to change the world. I have those bands in my heart, but one of the things that I'm very happy of is it's like I have the opportunity now to just listen to records and just like go really deep with them and not have to worry about the pop culture aspect or like a scene aspect or like
Right.
I gotta keep up with the Joneses here, you know? Like that's gone, you know what I mean? Especially as we get older, right? All of us care less and less about being cool. I'm not saying any of us really did. I'm just saying, like, you know, I'm sure we all went through a phase where it's like you gotta like what's good because you want to have friends and
or
whatever.
you were the first one to turn your friends on to some band or some record. You know, that was very important. And I know when I was in high school and a teenager, that was, you know, one way you could kind of like flex your muscles, especially, you know, like flex your brain. You like maybe you weren't good at playing football, or maybe you weren't very popular, or maybe, you know, you weren't on like some kind of like club in school, but being able to expose people to like the next big thing, that was what brought
there. Well, that's what I was getting at earlier. There's nothing like when I would put out records, you know, I would want it for my own record collection, but I also got to say, like, I get to expose somebody to this band. Like I get to do that. I get to be the one to do that.
Right.
And I, you know, like sometimes I'll be at shows and somebody will come up to me and they'll say, put out that Double Dagger 7-inch, you know, like that really meant a lot to me, you know, and it didn't sell a lot of records. You know, I only pressed like 200 copies. This was super DIY, right? You know, you gotta had to be there to experience it. But like a kid coming up to me to say that's like what it was all about.
That means a lot.
Well,
it was an ego thing.
Cool. I have some of those DIY 7-inches from the 90s from like, you know, like State College, PA, or Tacoma Park, Maryland, or whatever. So they were the DIY, and some of those to this day, they are my absolute favorite pieces of recorded material. And they were just some, now they're just like throwaway. Half the people wouldn't even remember that it existed.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, that's yeah.
You know, our parents probably have had the excuse, although maybe more their parents, that to stay in one place, both geographically and culturally. Now we don't have that luxury, which I think is a plague. Obviously, because I mean, maybe you could see it negatively, but why? Why even see it negatively when that is your own paradigm? That we live in a very small world. Not everyone had the same experience. I don't live in the country where I was born in. I don't know if you guys live in the same state you were born in. Not necessarily all of them of you, but so already just that, and the fact that we're now talking from all over the world together and regularly on the regular. Like Frank calls me sometimes about this pop culture thing. Daniel calls me or sends me a message to ask just how we're doing. Cole and I, we have a project together. Sean, I don't know what the fuck he's doing here, but no, but the thing is that with music, I mean, the world is so small. I would feel ashamed in a way in myself if I didn't have a better grasp of it than just where I am. And music is helping me do that, like massively. It's the cheapest and easiest way to have a better understanding of the world, which is what I often talk about, empowering. Like the stream I do and the community we have with other streams, the main thing, now I'm sounding very idealistic and probably a bit naive, but the empowering part is the most important for me. Like just, okay, we discover new music, new sounds, but it's more about being able to make the choice to do that.
Well, that also goes back to our conversation about like, and again, I'm just using this as an example, but why I'm not too involved in the VC, right? Because at least from what I could see in my feed, I don't have social media or anything like that. So that's also a hindrance. But like, it's very rare that I come across any VC channels. And I'm not trying to create any drama. I'm not going to mention any. I just, where I'm like, oh, I could really relate to a lot of this. Like
I got 3 channels.
I just can't. And I totally get it. Like there are other channels that like feed needs, and there are people and they consume that, and that's fine. Yeah. But for me, it's like part of the reason why I connected so well with Stunty had less to do about like the obscure music that he would push on, and I mean this as a compliment, that he would push on people, but more so like I understand where he's coming from, because I'm there.
Mhm.
I've been in that position. I know what that is, and I know that drive. Because Stunty and we've talked about the VC, and I'm always negative about it, but Stunty always, I get to connect with people. I get to, share things, and that's true. And at the heart of all this is what it should be, and so I rarely find that, which is why I don't really get too involved, which is why you only see me maybe once a couple of times a year,
And Cole is also running the CIA, so he doesn't have that much time.
That's true too. Yeah.
Are you
going
writing
back to?
now?
Oh, go ahead, Frank.
What's that?
Go ahead, Frank.
Oh, Cole, are you in DC or are you still in Alabama?
Yeah, I'm in DC. Yeah,
I'll be there on Friday. My wife and I are going to see Air.
Oh, I'll be there. Yeah, I'm actually. I've got to give myself away here, but I live fairly close to that venue.
Oh, well,
So I'm in that general area.
Yeah, maybe we'll link up. We're only going to be there overnight.
Where are you? Where are you? General area.
Where do we live?
Yeah, just general area. Are you in the DMV or?
No, we're in Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay. So that's kind of a drive. Yeah.
Well, about 3 hours.
Yeah.
Cole, do you know where Alexandria is?
I do. It's only 20 minutes away. Yeah.
Nice area.
In the French VC recently, there's been like people, we love having discussions, honest ones and totally dishonest ones about eclecticism, and also this thing that we hear so often everywhere, that music is the universal language. Music is for communicating and peace, and like that's basically, in a way, what someone could take out of what we're saying, but it's not, because my favorite song is La Marseillaise, the French national hymn, and not just because I'm French. I think it's a powerful song. The lyrics are powerful, but it's definitely not a song about peace and uniting. Maybe uniting French people against the Austro-Prussians, but for the longest time, we have to remember that art was not about art. Art was about representing and installing power, whatever that be, religious, economical, royal, whatever. There's a myriad of reasons why music exists in our social tissue, connecting. And there, classic example, me losing my train of thought. But here we have, for example, in the chat for quite some time now, Chuck T, Michael Nolan, who I suspect we don't align politically, and yet we all acknowledge that there is something political about music, if it's not overtly political. And we managed here, like now we had almost 6 hours, oh my God, chat about music in the VC without doing drama, tackling serious matters in a way, or talking about it seriously, and also with empathy and with our idiosyncrasies. I suspect that probably Chuck and Michael here, the differences we have in politics are idiosyncratic in many ways. That it doesn't mean that they're not important differences and radical ones, but at the same time, we can probably see the world in together, not necessarily the same way, but together, and music is really, really helpful for that, isn't it?
Yeah, it gives like this sort of it gave me with the music that I did. Like, yeah, I ran record labels and stuff, but what was really more important to me now, looking back, now that's all over, right? I ran a couple of record labels. I used to run a record store. I've done pretty much everything that you could do. I've booked festivals, I've booked tours, everything that you could do in music, I've done. Like, just in terms of, at least from a DIY standpoint, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the most important thing out of all of that stuff, and this is going to come off really cornball, but I mean it truly, is what the relationships I got out of that, and the actual knowledge that I gained, whether it was positive or negative, about like the people that were involved in that world, right? And music is great, whatever, and it is, but I think I understand what you're saying, Stunty. It's like, it's more so just like this thing that, for me at least, helped me grow as a person. It wasn't about like, well, that's all I do is because my identity isn't just music. Like I'm into other things too, like as a kid, like in the 90s, I remember getting into anime before it was like a thing. Like I had to go, like same thing with like underground music. I had to trade videotapes, go to like college meetings as a teenager to trade videotapes of anime. This was before it was a thing, this was like the early to mid 90s, and so, but what I got out of all of that is the relationships, you know what I mean? And the like kind of how I talking about Steve Albini, how I would kind of like not lead my life by example of him, but just like, okay, yeah, I can take bits and pieces of that and like apply it to be a better person, or how I would treat people, and so I guess that's to, again, not naming names or anything or channels. It's just I have zero desire for like the drama stuff, because it's like I'm 42 years old, man.
Yeah.
Like I got bills to pay. I don't,
Yeah.
It seems like
Quickly. Cole, see that comment here? I'm not the only one. I'm
Yeah,
not the only one.
on the back, it's a mayhem.
It seems like a really important difference in the music that makes you see the world that way, and then the music that kind of, not that the music does it, but when you limit yourself, is you got to see the music as more than just nostalgic. Frank, you mentioned it, that sometimes you're in the mood for it, and there's nothing wrong with nostalgia in and of itself, but that shouldn't be the only thing that we're focused on. And it seems like, Cole, to respond, seems like many of the, without naming names or anything, many of the channels in the VC are strictly and only focused on nostalgia, the way it made me feel when I was 16 or 18 or 21.
Rather than a jumping point to like their conversation, right? And you can make the argument that's kind of what we've been discussing here. But like I keep bringing up that shoegaze scene, and the only reason why I keep bringing it up is because I think it's healthy to talk about stuff that you're just not familiar with.
Yeah.
Or that you're like, just like, yeah, we're all older. Like, music isn't about being young per se, but I'm telling you, I find it way more, even if I don't like the band or the artist, where I can at least say, I get that. Like, I could totally see and appreciate why younger people would like, I don't care about Snail Mail. Like, that's not my scene, but like, she's a huge deal to people, and like, she's affecting people. And who am I to be like, well, that stuff sucks. Clearly people love it. I'm not saying that everything that's popular has merit and is good, but like in the end, like, how lame is it if your channel is just all about being like the Beatles or Nirvana? Like, that would kind of suck.
I mean, at least for me, you can only listen to the same thing so much. And if you've been listening to music intently and passionately, and it's your thing that gets you through life, I would think you would have heard those albums.
It's funny because like we all have, I guess, here some albums that we're really happy to have, that we somehow feel we need to have, and then at the same time we acknowledge that we don't need to listen to them ever again. If it happens, that's because of, like you said, the mood. It's like menstruation. It should happen only one time a month. Then it's healthy.
Here, I have a plan, because there are so many albums like that I would consider some of my favorite albums of all times, but I can't really listen to them anymore because I've heard them so much. Like Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures is one of them. I've heard it so many times. I'll listen to it if the occasion arises, and I'll put it on. But what I'm going to do for my 50th birthday is I'm going to pull out all of those great albums that I never listened to, and I'm going to spend about 5 hours just listening to them all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the Joy Division record is a good example. Like, look, I'm sure there are people that would say that Unknown Pleasures sucks. I think it's a fine record. I really like that record, and it was super influential to me when I was a teenager. And I'm never going to crap on that record, but I don't necessarily ever need to hear that record again. Like, it's so burned in my mind. Yeah. And then there's another layer of it too that I try to get out of, which is like, man, the normies like that record now, right? Like when like people that would like make fun of you in high school or whatever, now like that record, wear the shirt and all that, and like
that
it
all
loses
happened
a bit of its like.
Cole, that all happened with Nirvana.
Oh, it's already. I mean, Nirvana's like a
Normies came on.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Just imagine for us listening to Smells Like Teen Spirit. Before even you start, you see the video in your mind.
Oh God, yeah.
Imagine you have images before you even hear the sound, and they are so specific. Oh my God! So yeah, I don't know if it's the same for everyone, but in life, like growing, there is a series of plateau, and you always think it's always easy to lure yourself or to trick yourself into thinking that you've reached the top of like your own growth. A few years ago, I felt that way in a way that was very potent when suddenly I was not just picking ethnographical records because they were there and they were cheap and my curiosity and my ego was satisfied by exerting my curiosity, but that suddenly, okay, now there's honestly, I can't imagine a single type of music where I wouldn't find a way in.
Yes, yeah, that's a very good point. And so a lot of the stuff I like has a similar thread. So I could find something in almost any genre. It might be a tiny cross section of it, but it all kind of has a similarity to it. And I'm going to say one other thing too, just throwing this topic out there. And I think I may have mentioned this to you, Stunty, at some point, but I spent so many years listening to music, like just intently, just going down and setting aside hours with the lights out and listening to music. And this past year, I quit drinking, and it really was like tough for me because I had this period where I couldn't quite enjoy it because I had associated so much with that activity. And it almost made me nervous. Like, holy shit, like this whole time was I just like getting drunk and like enjoying it because of euphoria from drinking. But it took some time, but I'm, finally after, so many months, I'm able to kind of dig deeper into it from a higher consciousness, just a better level than waking up the next day and not even remembering what I listened to.
Yeah, that's actually really kind of brave thing. And again, I mean this as a compliment. That's actually kind of a brave thing to say because that's for a lot of people, like whether it's drinking or drugs or whatever.
Yeah, wait. Now he's buying Funko Pop, so
you replace one place. They always say you replace one place with another. But I look, when I remember when I got in my mid-30s, and things start at least for me, and I think for all of us here in our 40s, for me anyways, I started to see things a little bit differently. I was still kind of holding on. I was still involved in like putting out records. I kind of stopped in my mid-30s, and I'd been putting out records for almost 20 years at that point. You know what I mean? Like, give or take. And it was it was like a life-changing thing where it's like, I'm not putting out records anymore. I'm not involved in the industry. Like I had to start to have a different relationship. And I always tell people that was one of the best decisions I made, because when I stopped putting out records, I stopped knowing anything about like the scene or that community, and I could just pick up records and be like a new band and be like, I don't know who any of these people are. I don't know that this guy's an asshole. I got to go back to listen to like records again without like the drama that would come with it. And that's like that. I think that's a good thing. So not to compare what you kind of went through, Frank, per se, but it's a whole different way of thinking when you stop doing something that is so attached to what you've been doing. And
I had so much value in it. It's so therapeutic for me to listen to music, and always has been. And yeah, when I hit that point where I go, holy hell, if I don't have this, then I'm totally fucked.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's another reason why I don't really enjoy like being too involved in the VC or whatever is I don't like the idea of turning records into baseball cards, right? And like the idea of like, yeah, I've quote unquote shown off some records, and like I love Jose, so this isn't a diss on Jose at all. But like I just don't have any desire to like just be like, you just hold up records. You know what I mean? Like I like the idea of just like a one shot of being like, just because I have it in front of me, like, here's a Hanatarash record, it's a cool record. Anyways, let's move on. You know what I mean? Like, now, unless people are interested to hear about that record, I'll surely talk about it. But like when it becomes about like bragging about what you've got, like, because it's all stuff, right? All this is just
It's
material.
just all stuff, right?
It's just all stuff. And like I get it. I'm sitting in front of, we're all of us here, thousands of records, and it's all material thing. It's all capitalism, right? So I'm not saying that I'm better than any of that. I'm just saying, like, you can do things in your life to mitigate some of those the weirdness. And one of that weirdness for me is like turning it into baseball. I don't need like the second or the first. Like, I love Albert Ayler, Spiritual Unity, one of my favorite jazz records of all time. I don't need a first pressing of it. That is a 2014 repress. Sounds great to my ears. And I get it. I'm not crapping on audio files. I just don't care. Like, I just don't care. You know, this is not like, if I want, like, they've never repressed this Hanatarash record, right? That's the only reason I have an original, because it doesn't exist as a repress. If there was a repress, I would have loved to not have spent $200. Like, let's be real, you know? So.
Well, again, I think the reason people do that is they want to hold on to something. They're trying to hold on to a feeling about themselves. It's again, I go back to the idea that it's holding on to the past. You know, you're holding on to this nostalgic feeling that you're desperately trying to save because you were young at that point. And while I don't think there's anything wrong with that, we all do that, all of us. But
hey, also a question for you. Let's say Radiohead. Now they got this smile.
Yeah.
So why do you think bands branch off from their original?
I'm going to see live this next week the band of the drummer of that band in Stockholm, and why do they? When you ask that question, it's more like, why do they, and why do others don't do that? I guess, in a way. Because why do they? We kind of spent like 4 hours now discussing that. It's the thrive for whatever it is, or how you voice it. It's like, it's more. Well, am I correct, Daniel? Am I in the right path?
Well, basically what I'm asking is that, is it a financial thing, or is it because they're not getting enough from their original band?
Okay. No, in this case, I think it's like, the answer is literally what we've been discussing for the past few hours. Like, a thrive for like, they probably don't. Okay, so let's break it down from an economical standpoint. They do a Radiohead album, they will sell, they will do tours if they want. If they do that album, they will get critical acclaim if it's good, or even if it's decent. But even just for taking the risk, they probably won't sell as much, because you know how it works with brands. Because at that point, Radiohead is a super brand. It's not just a brand. It's not just their brand. It's a brand.
Right.
And so they get the street cred, they get the acclaim, but more than anything else, it's just like stretching out muscles that are not the ones they're using every day. And they're musicians, they're artists, and because they're already successful, they have the leisure and the financial means to indulge in that, which a lot can't, because there's pressure from all sides. Radiohead they talk about it openly, that they're totally free now. If they wanted,
they're not
they
even
could
on
just
like any label. They own, you know what I mean? Like that. I think they own all of their own masters, right? Like, you know, again, we were talking about the Foo Fighters earlier, but what's interesting about that band, the Foo Fighters, is they have one of the best deals that you could ever have from a band that is that huge. The Foo Fighters own all of their own masters. They just license their records to, I think it's MCA that they're signed to or whatever. They just license them. MCA doesn't they don't own any, like the Foo Fighters pay for their own recordings. They own those masters. Foo Fighters could do whatever they want. I think Metallica is the same way too. They own all of their masters, and they just I think they actually. Well, I know that Metallica just puts out the records themselves, because speaking of this area in DC, in Alexandria, I think they own the pressing plant that's down there. So that's the main plant that actually presses Metallica records, and Metallica owns it. They press other records too. But the point being, it's like kind of to Stunty's point, like a lot of a band like Radiohead is a brand, right? So whatever they do doesn't necessarily mean it makes money, but it employs people. And like that band, The Smile, they still sell out like theaters here of thousands of people. So they could bring on like sound people and stage hands and create jobs for a band that's kind of a, like Stunty said, they're just stretching their wings, you know?
I'll tell you. I'll give you an example. I saw Radiohead live at a showcase in Paris in 1992. There were we were five in the attendance. That was right when Creep was released. Creep was a big hit, but not instantly. It took like a few months before it went that way. And I remember, like, me and my friends, we ditched school to go and see them because it was a showcase, so it was in the late afternoon. And we had they had posters of the band everywhere, and we took one, or I took one and had all the band sign it. And then they became instantly that massive thing. I mean, that's a band that started from indie, benefited from Nirvana's success, even if they did something quite different. But their big hit was Teen Angst as Nirvana. And then they did something else that at first was maybe less obscene as Creep or Smells Like Teen Spirit. Obscene in the sense that you're showing your emotions that you shouldn't show in good society. And then they became rapidly sort of, if you look at a music paper like Wire magazine, that starts from improv jazz, and then that follows through the whole history of music and tries to catch up with all the trends, etc. Radiohead is the same thing. They start from punk in a way, like guys who don't necessarily are musicians, but they do their own bands, and they are the right time, right place. And they're English, so they can shift towards electronic music when most bands in the UK, it's too difficult to hold a rehearsal schedule with 5 people when I can do my whole band alone with a computer. But the difference between them and 20,000 other bands like them back then is they already are millionaires. They are already successful. So they have the leisure to evolve with the zeitgeist. And because they like music, they can reference a lot of the best music of the past in their music. So they become des passeurs in French. They pass the baton to you. Like they are an entry door to a wider world than themselves. And they are fully aware of that.
I know a lot of people that got into Warp Records stuff because of Radiohead.
Or krautrock can.
Krautrock, sure, yeah.
And
or Electric Miles Davis, you know.
And I think whenever I read about them or hear them, which I don't often do because I stopped following them after the second single, it's almost like it feels almost like it's their mission, that they decided that is their goal. They made it. They can enjoy themselves. They can be creative, but the way they are creative is by also empowering their listeners, giving them ideas, giving them threads, showing directions. And few people are in that position. Björk is. Depeche Mode were at one point. Nirvana was for a very short time in a different fashion. It was mostly not visible how they helped people. As Cole was saying, that they helped so many bands get deals with labels. That's not something that people see. But with Radiohead, it's in their music. When they do the Smile, they're basically doing music with, in my opinion, one, if not the most relevant new voice in modern jazz, which is difficult to do something new in jazz. It's easy to do something great, but something that is disruptive, which I think Tom Skinner is doing. That's my opinion. It's not the reality. Well, they are as much enjoying themselves, like playing with an amazing musician, but also showing the direction to their fans, because they are well aware of the balance of power between them and him.
I think that's the common thread of a lot of the bands that we're talking about in this conversation, right? Is that whether it's Nirvana or Radiohead or whatever else, there's a need or want for these bands to push their audience to get into other things that is more than them, right? Like that, to me, that is kind of like the best kind of like artist or musician. And I keep saying it is like somebody that will push you to be like, no, check this out. You like this? Dude, check this out. This is like, you know, that's how I would get schooled at record stores. Was very lucky to be exposed to record clerks where I would go and I would pick up like a generic John Coltrane record and be like, you know who you should get into? Like Interstellar Space. I remember being like picking up that Coltrane record in like 99 or 2000. And I was like super interested because I just started getting into Coltrane's free jazz stuff. The guy was like, you want some really out there stuff? Check out Sonny Chirac. And I was like,
yeah, but you see, Cole, that's all good and fine, but that's a very vertical authority dynamic. Is the guy in the record store who has access and who's telling you all that, and you were in the right mindset to get it. But with a band like Radiohead, they don't even tell you what to do. They just leave little clues there and there. Yeah. Oh yeah, we did record that. Like we were only listening to Can while we did that record, which is, in my opinion, way more powerful. And
it's great. I mean, a band like Radiohead, for sure.
Don't you think a little bit with Smile, though, a little bit of it is that, you know, they can do this project and they don't have the baggage of Radiohead. They don't have to worry about, hey, if it's not successful or if it doesn't quite cut it, we're not kind of tarnishing this thing that
I hope it's not the case. It's probably true what you're saying, but I hope it's more genuine than that. And that would be fine if it was just that. But I all their career since the second album, they've been always like pretty open about that. If you like this, you should like, this is what we're listening to. They're basically self-sabotaging in a way very often. And I didn't even listen to the Smile. I don't need to. It's not for me. I know what it is. It can be great. It can be but I can go listen to Tom Skinner's solo album from 2 years ago, or the live one from that is being released now. I kind of can figure out what will be on that album, and I'm not saying that I'm better than it. It's just it might even surprise me, but I don't feel nourished to go to that. But I already know Tom Skinner. I knew him before he was doing his solo stuff with his bands that were not necessarily. For me, there's one point when he's baked at the right temperature for me, and that's been the past 2 years. The fact that Tom York and the other guy felt the same way. See, I'm putting myself on the same level as them. I think it's just the zeitgeist in many ways. And these guys, they were referencing LFO at the right time. They were referencing Can at the right time. They're referencing jazz. It's in this case, it's even more at the right time, since they're referencing someone as he is happening by making music with him. So now it is becoming I'm creating a sort of monster out of it. But At first, I thought you were asking more about the general dynamic and using Radiohead as an example. But yeah, Radiohead deserves a whole topic in a way, in how they have impacted culture, not necessarily just through their music, but in how they open doors for a couple of generations now, at least.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
and this album definitely Tom Skinner, more of a jazzy feel. I mean, it's really good.
out of all of those Radiohead side projects, I think Johnny Greenwood's are probably my favorite. I don't know if any of those, Danny, but Body Songs by Johnny Greenwood, that's a really good one. That's actually pretty challenging. It's much different than the rest of the Radiohead catalog.
Yeah, he certainly brought some edge in his, like, when he did, like, even There Will Be Blood, the soundtrack. I think it was his second one, but it was probably the one that he got really famous for, or that got him noticed.
I mean, he was one of the first people when I was younger referencing like GRM stuff.
All right.
You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? And that's a whole other world. Like, clearly Stunty, I'm sure we all know about GRM, but Stunty for sure, like, you're really deep in that world. And like, I'm sure as like, if you were obsessed with Radiohead, like I was with Nirvana, and like you read about GRM, I guarantee you there were kids that read that interview and were like, what is GRM? Like,
similar to, and my real first exposure to jazz was through hip hop in the 90s.
Yeah. I mean, like that's, from like the late 80s to like 94, 95, jazz samples, that was it. Like, it's just, I don't care how you get your foot in the door, if it's a band that gets you into something cool, or if it's a sample or something, or if it's like Radiohead. Like I said, I have friends that did not care about Warp, could not care about Aphex Twin prior to Kid A. And then suddenly when Kid A came out, people were like, because I had some Aphex Twin records, and they're like, what was this? You know what I mean? And it's like, I wasn't even that knee deep into Warp, but I knew what it was, like prior to it being referenced during the Kid A stuff. And like, think about how many people have now been exposed to Warp, which I know Stunty, you and I have talked about before. That's a label that is very, very important.
It's the most important label of the past 30 years for sure. And now that's only counting the time they existed, because we could put them in a larger time slot.
Yeah.
But that curiosity that you talk about, it's interesting, and that's a good thing. And I think you're right. I think everyone kind of connected to this probably has that musical curiosity. And it's not just a musical curiosity, it's curiosity about other cultures, other people, other things, but not, and I could just tell from my own life, not everybody has that curiosity. And I can tell you, I have lots of
but then the next step is understanding why that curiosity, what is the product of that curiosity, because we have it, sure, but like, what product from that do we hope to get from exercising that curiosity? And for me, it's very clear. It's to understand the world I live in better, the people around me, and to navigate. It's a Grrrl of analysis of the world in so many ways, including one that is quite unique to music and art, which is a romantic and an empathic one.
See, I don't want my world to be a small. I don't want my world to be a small place, And if I had millions of dollars, I could travel and I could do those things. I want my world to be big. I want to understand the world and other people. I'm not sure everybody has that, but that for me, that's what it does.
That's important.
It's certain records, like for some reason, like, when I was in my early mid 20s, I got really into like the artwork of Joseph Baez because of certain records. And he has nothing really to do with music per se, and it's like, that's how I would get into like art, like really abstract art, or even sometimes generic.
And John Baez, who did the soundtrack of Sacco and Vanzetti with Ennio Morricone, one of his more avant-garde soundtracks. So there will always be paths. And like 2 weeks, like a week ago, I played this record from the Okora label. When I play that, I'd never been to Congo, and when I choose a track to play on the stream, honestly, this one I had barely listened to it before. Like I look for a track that which track am I going to play and share with you guys? So I look for a track that I can project something else that is more familiar to us into that is in it, but that it's not that. Then it's up to you to find that connection or not, if it's helpful, because we don't have always the time to understand the actual reality beyond the behind the culture that produced the music. So if we get like a half like naive understanding of how that came to be, that's still a first step in the direction of the other. And that's what I feel, that sometimes we kind of get like frozen on the starting block, starting line, just because, oh, I don't know it, oh, I don't understand it, oh, there's so much behind it that like that would be so much work. Just, you know, like how with kids, just jump in the water, like don't go toe by toe in it.
I think it goes like two different ways. We were talking about like why maybe the panel here is into the art and music or the discovery of it, right? And I think like what social media has done, which has been a big negative, is it's positive and negative, right? It's given voice to the people that were the voiceless, right? There's been a lot of political movements, you know, that have helped, you know, because of social media, you know what I mean? But then you also have, and I think humans have this inherent fear of that, and this prior to the internet, you would die and nobody would know who you are. And that's still the case for the most part, right? But the internet now allows you to leave a mark, no matter how small of a person you are, to like forever have information that will be accessible.
Look at Mazzy.
Like, I don't know, that's one of the VC people.
Yeah,
right?
I'm joking.
But like forever be on, like you live on forever. And I think humans have this inherent fear of dying, especially now, and not leaving a mark, right? And so the internet allows you now to like leave that mark, whether you want to be a troll, whether you want to be a nice person, whether you want to, whatever the case may be. And that's kind of the negative side of it, right? Because sometimes it's okay to not leave a mark. What I'm really getting at is there's that second path, right? Which is what I think we're all talking about here is like, yeah, I'm not going to leave that mark. But what drives me with music and like all of this is that idea of discovery.
Yeah.
That gives me the same feeling that I'm sure those people that get that, like, you know, chemical reaction when they're being a troll or they have lots of views on their video or whatever the case may be, that self-discovery, that like, oh, that band is connected to that artist who did that cover art, who is this underground artist, or like you know what I mean? Like tracing those steps back is what is like,
you know what they say, like it's when you stop moving that you die.
Yeah, I mean that's what I think it is for a lot of us, right? Like why we're, you know, again, I'm not collecting records to just be like, I have this pressing or this. I want to discover new stuff, because if I'm not, then it's like, what am I doing? And I have no desire to leave a mark on the internet or like try to be a big person.
And you could take it even a step further. So then the music, you know, leads you to different kinds of music and you discover all that. But then that even leads you to discovering people that you would have never met, like, you know, all you gentlemen, or other cultures or other ways of thinking, or in a better understanding of how other people think and go, oh, I so misunderstood where these folks were coming from. They're not so different than me, or they think it just leads to a much greater understanding, if that's important to you, if that's something that you want to hold on.
Look, Stunty had busted out an original pressing of it earlier, but that first Bikini Kill record, it's kind of like, now it's not that different of a story for a lot of people, but that band Bikini Kill, like in the early 2000s when I discovered them, late 90s, early 2000s, that was my first gateway into like what feminism is. And like, there's a different way of thinking, like, and not just feminism, radical feminism, and talking about LGBTQ issues and like racism.
Radical Northern American feminism.
Yeah, very much, and white centric. Like there are obviously a lot of and like Kathleen Hanna in her book has even like she's not a perfect person. I'm not even really that big of a fan of Kathleen Hanna, but my point is like that record was super important because that was the first like gateway into like there's a different way of thinking than just thinking this male mindset. I didn't even know what that really was. You know, and then because of that record, it got me into like feminist writers, feminist artists, and that discovery of what you were saying, Sean, about like just discovering more and the drive to discover more and to become a different person. Those records can do that.
It's funny you say. I thought that I had the same kind of thing with like who Angela Davis is, Davis, and I started reading stuff, and this is back when I was like still in high school and started reading stuff by Angela Davis and discovering, again, that was a door that opened and I discovered a whole nother way of thinking. And that changed me. That really changed me as a person in a way that I can't even describe in ways that like my friends that I was around at the time didn't even understand. They really couldn't understand where I was coming from anymore.
I had when I was getting into Bikini Kill because I didn't really know what Riot Grrrl was. Like this was again the late 90s and the internet. I just got in the internet probably like 97, 98, and I was just discovering all of this kind of new music. I had no idea what feminism really was. Certainly not what Riot Grrrl was, but I knew because of Nirvana there was like I remember reading in the Incesticide liner notes when I was like 11 years old, 10 years old. If you're homophobic or racist, don't buy our records. That was in a major label record.
Yeah.
Like in the liner notes. Don't buy our records if you're homophobic or racist. And I still really had no concept of what that was, but I understood they were talking about something way different than what the hair metal bands were talking, especially like Guns N' Roses, right? Because that was the polar opposite. They were like dropping F-bombs and kind of being racist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it was just a whole different way of thinking. And so again, Sean, to your point, just using again Bikini Kill as the example, there are records that transcend like just listening to the record. And I don't mean in just like, oh, it changed the world culture. Bikini Kill changed the way that I thought how I should treat other people.
Yeah.
Like there's very few bands that could, and I think it's hilarious that Bikini Kill are doing this reunion now. And I think it's partly due to the fact that the drummer needs the money because Kathleen Hanna certainly doesn't. Like she's married to a Beastie Boy. But I think ultimately it's still a good thing that still exists and it's exposing people to different ways of thinking.
Yeah.
So
on that note, guys, I'm going to roll.
You know what?
All right, Frank.
Greg? It's difficult to leave a good discussion, and I must say I have to thank you all for plus the
6.5 hours.
ones who preceded you, since I believe discussion-wise that was probably my best stream, at least one of the better ones. I hope the feeling is somewhat mutual. Sure. And 6.5 hours when I was just planning to sort some records out. And yeah.
I will say, Santi, you should do like obviously I think don't do this every week or even every month, but I think every once in a while it's good to have a reminder that there are other ways to discuss and digest music and this whole thing that we call record collecting that isn't just about like check out this new record I got and what about this drama that's happening and what you know what I mean, like we were talking about the Atlantic 75 stuff, and I think that's actually a really interesting topic to talk about through the lens and angle of like, well, what does major label curation actually mean? Does that even exist? So I would say that you should try to have these conversations more often because I think it's needed because not a lot of people in this world tend to be doing that.
And so you're a good facilitator for that too. You have you have the right way to facilitate conversations between people.
Well, I'm sure it doesn't work with everyone, but maybe this is the blueprint to a TED Talk, huh?
I don't know about all that.
But I was thinking in jest about it, but then I thought like, Well, isn't that the whole purpose of this thing? If when it's successful, if it can be successful, I don't know much about it in reality, but yeah, it seems for me, and maybe for some of you, for you, it feels quite natural and easy to talk about all of this and to find connections between everything and to keep it dynamic and exciting and moving forward. But I evidently some other have different strengths, and but yeah, like it's difficult to end a conversation like that since like we agreed that what keeps us alive is moving, and ending a conversation like that is very dynamic feels a little bit weird and off in a way, but
it gives you something to like. Now that we're going to exit this conversation, and however this video lives on or whatever we're all going to leave with stuff to think about, right? Which is like,
sure.
I've watched many streams before.
are you saying you all have to think about how much you're going to tip my coffee jar?
Oh yeah, that's true. I'll make sure to give you. I will. But no, I think this is a very good conversation, and there was no like basis for it. I just jumped again, like I said earlier. I just jumped out because you were.
So we changed Colestrain mind a little bit about the VC and the potential of the VC by experience.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you're going to see me jump on streams.
No, but just the fact that to be honest, I do 3 streams a week normally. So I do a couple of hours with Michael and Thomas on their channel, which is kind of like I just go with the flow. Then I do my streams on Friday nights. Then on tomorrow afternoon, I do a French stream with Big Star 1000 and a French Vinyl Addict, which is kind of the same thing as here, but with like the French VC is different than the and smaller. So it is what it is. But we have some fun and some good discussions. But I was thinking, like people who do streams every day, like it's exhausting. But maybe it's like any kind of athlete thing. If I do it every day, it becomes easier. But at the same time, you obviously, everyone has noticed that like I can talk about music
oh yeah
to no end, and I'm sure like if you're still here, like you probably feel close to that, and but yeah, I'll try to do that more regularly now. And so is it your family like blowing the horn to tell you get off now?
I got family here. I'm gonna have to run, gentlemen.
All right.
It's not the end.
This is all very good, Sean. It's good seeing you, Daniel. Good seeing you.
Take care, Sean.
Just a little thing for the people who caught this live. I'm not sure I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it till tomorrow, but I might, because I kind of like also the idea that we can have these free floating discussions, and that if someone says something, I mean, we could literally, even if someone you call or Daniel, if at one point we say, oh, this band is shit, like there's no animosity or no antagonism. It's just like being comfortable with who we are and how we can talk openly about everything. But I want this to be the case every single time we do these kind of things. So
it's all about being in the moment, right? Like I think that's good that it's like not going to exist maybe after tomorrow, because I think like being in the moment, and like hopefully we'll do this again at some point. If we do, people that can catch it in the moment, that's just part of the moment. It's kind of like how we all grew up with music. Unfortunately, you kind of had to be in that moment sometimes, and that's just part of life.
Yeah. And hopefully also the Lisas, the Chris and Nathaniel and others will also come sometimes more often to share their own stories, because we heard all the lies from Sean about his fake band and his fake anecdotes, but I'm sure everyone has one of these.
All
All
right,
right,
peace.
guys.
Have a
Take
good
care.
Take
one.
care, my friend.
Safe. Have a good one. Take
Bye-bye.
care, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.